Run. With the Intellion, she's playing quickly. I feel like she thinks she's got it.
See what can happen on this turn
And the
for
draw for
Reagan.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Riding through another turn. And the power fan is going to join it.
Very impressive showing and a really good understanding of how these teams work.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Mindfield wants to go for a sweep of his own. Scrafty has already knocked out 2 Pokemon.
He said this match was too hot. I need to cool things off here with an ice beam.
A Bastion, it rumbles onto the field, and the smackdowns are adding up.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands.
Good morning, Pokemon trainers. It is the Pokemon Championship Series Regional here in Portland, Oregon for Pokemon Go. My name is AlphaPhoebe, and I'm joined here by the one, the only Home Slice Henry. We had an action-packed Saturday. It is Championship Sunday. How are you feeling this morning?
I'm feeling absolutely amazing, Phoebe. We saw some truly incredible battles in day number 1, and it's only getting better here in day number 2 as the top 12 trainers here in Portland battle it out for the title of Portland Regional Champion.
So we're here in Portland. We have a long season ahead of us still. Let's go ahead and take a look at that. So after Portland, next up is going to be the regional in Charlotte and Knoxville, followed by a trip up to Canada in Vancouver, followed by a trip over the pond to London for EUIC. Finally, in North America is going to be NAIC in New Orleans, and then Honolulu, where everyone's looking. The roads are all converging there, but none of the actual roads are converging there as it is an island. We have the championship points system this year. Henry, take us through it.
Absolutely. So for the US and Canada, you're going to need 500 championship points to qualify for Worlds. For Europe, 400. Latin America and Oceania, 300 points. And for the Middle East and South Africa, 200 championship points if you're looking to qualify for the 2024 Pokemon Go World Championships.
In addition to those championship points, the winners of these regionals are also able to qualify. So let's go ahead and take a look at the leaderboards to see where people are so far. At the top, not much of a surprise. Rise to the occasion with 669 championship points, blasting that 500 mark out of the park.
Absolutely. And immediately after, we have Dunebug 97, the San Antonio Regional Champion, followed up by Arrow, number 3, 574, Nighttime Clasher as well at 574, and J-Jan at 519.
Over in Europe, we have a number of great names at the top as well. A Mind Joke, Patoman, and Colin 6 with over 400 points, and a number of additional great names. Paul Asha, Stone Collection, Tonton Batus, very well-known, renowned battlers at the top of that leaderboard. And we have a large list of Worlds qualifiers as well. What are some names that are sticking out to you, Henry?
I mean, this is an absolute gauntlet of trainers here that have qualified. We have LNDS Rarjeff, we have Galaxica Bolton, Rise to the Occasion, Wadaj, Nighttime Clasher. Of course, you can't forget the reigning world champion, it's Alex Axon looking to defend his title this year in Honolulu.
And he qualified in Portland last year, and we are here in Portland again. Let's go ahead and take a look at the day one recap. We had so much amazing play. It's gonna be amazing to watch. This is the top matchup of the day. It's Abhinav versus Ramberto. Ramberto able to farm down the Wish Cash. In comes the Vigoroth. Vigoroth able to farm down Ramberto's attempted catch and able to reach the rock slide, which is able to knock out Ramberto's Skarmory. And you can see the emotion on his face, the frustration in that moment.
Absolutely, and that was just incredible patience there by Abhinav. As we move into the second match, Abhinav going for the Scald debuffs, and the Scald debuffs refuse to arrive. He ends up calling an Aerial Ace bait, able to get a knockout with a body slam, and he saves that Vigoroth for later in the match. And you're going to see how important this is later on, as Whiscash on low HP is able to KO the Azumarill, but Abhinav, the foresight to save that Vigoroth, and one counter from the Vigoroth secures the victory for Abhinav. And then we move into the most hype matchup of the day, Caleb versus Rubix.
Yeah, this is the hype match of yesterday, but also a hype match of today. They're going to have a rematch today. The one-hit KO into the Poliwrath, catching the energy from the Charger Bug onto his Trevenant to secure game number 1. Game number 2, doing a bit of a chip damage onto the Lickitung with the Trevenant. The body slam coming from Caleb late game here from Lickitung into the Registeel. Not enough to pick up the knockout. Not able to get to the second body slam. Focus Blast coming through, able to knock out the rest of that Lickitung, and a game 2 secured by Rubik's Master to push him into the finals.
And now here's my favorite, the spiciest matchup of day one. Mormon Matt piloting that Shadow Latios, going for the Luster Purge here. The Registeel has a Focus Blast banked, so Calm Viper doesn't want to shield, but that Luster Purge will do more than a Registeel Focus Blast, nearly getting the one-hit KO. Down goes that Lickitung, and that's going to allow Mormon Matt to get a massive advantage in the game and take the 2-1 victory.
It was such an honor for us both to be able to cast that moment. I know it was our spiciest matchup of the day, but it's probably going to be our favorite moment of this entire regional. Let's go ahead and move from the spiciest picks to the meta picks. Here are the top 12 Pokemon from day number 1. We were talking about it a little bit yesterday. Gligar kind of making its resurgence to the top as a great answer to Poliwrath and Charjabug.
Absolutely. And something that I do want to notice as well is Dunebug, of course, won in San Antonio without a counter user, and we're seeing that effect on the meta. Counter users down in a big way. Poliwrath only at 8th at 32%, and Metacham, which once ruled the day in Go, now down in 12th at only 15.6%.
And I believe you had some numbers for us for day number 2 usage. You're maybe coming into a bit of my territory as the numbers guy, right?
Most definitely. So in day 2, of course, we do have the top 12, and believe it or not, 10 of the 12 top trainers are running Gligar. That is 83% usage in Top Cut. And interestingly enough, what was not on the day 1 usage there, Vigoroth, ends up appearing on 4 of 12 teams. So Vigoroth definitely outperforming its overall usage here in Portland.
It's a bit surprising to see the fighter losing to the other fighters, making its top performance here. Let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket as well to see what battles we have in store for us. This is going to be the winner's side, so these battlers have not lost yet. It's going to be Leo Geo versus Abhinav, so if you maybe get some Skull debuffs today, and Bopper versus Kobe. Which of these 2 matchups are you most excited for, Henry?
Honestly, the Bopper versus Kobe matchup really stands out to me. Kobe previously had only competed at Portland in 2023 and was not able to get Top Cut, but this time making Top Cut on the winner's side and getting a pretty big upset in winners finals over Rubik's Master, who was number 2 at Worlds. And now it all comes down to this, Phoebe. Who will etch their place in history here and join this absolute gauntlet of champions?
And will it be one of the people in the winner's side or the loser's side of the bracket? Will it be a name that we all know, or maybe a person who's made their second appearance at a regional and achieved their first Top Cut? You know, it's a wide open field. There's so many moments to watch and maybe even share on social. So, you know, we'd love to see all the photos that are out there. Make sure you use the hashtag PlayPokemon and tag us at PlayPokemon on X, as well as Facebook, Instagram, as well as following the stream on YouTube or Twitch. You know, that's hopefully where you are right now and watching the action.
Most definitely, most definitely. And I believe that we are actually ready to send it over to the casters here. So we're going to be joined, of course, by 2-0 Butters and Soph, who are going to be able to take it away for these amazing matches here in day number 2.
Thank you so much. It is Championship Sunday in Portland, and we have a top 12, which gives us a unique wrinkle. This is the first time ever. We're going to have 4 straight rematches starting this day number 2, so you definitely do not want to miss this. My name is 2-0 Butters, joined by Soph Toph. It's a perfect morning to play some Pokemon. And Soph, what can we expect from that wrinkle with all those rematches coming up?
Well, potentially the players, now that they have some experience with these particular matchups, they had some time to go home, to look over them again, maybe even watch back the footage and think about what lines they might want to bring today. Yeah, and remember, this is what it is all about in Show 6, Pick 3. So if you're unfamiliar with the format, here it is.
This 2024 Regional Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokemon Go matches all weekend. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 2-day event, with our trainers competing in a double elimination bracket using the Great League format in Pokemon Go. Matches are best of 3, except for the winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals, which are each best of 5. All matches are played in a Bring 6, Pick 3 format. This means trainers will create a team of up to 6 Pokemon, but only 3 are brought into each game. Who is taking home the title of Regional Champion this weekend? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokemon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
All right, and just a quick clarification. We are bringing some of our losers finals from day number 1 into day number 2. And once those complete, that will round out our top 8 bracket for day number 2.
That's right, and let's remember what's at stake here. Taking a look at some of those prizes that are on the table for these regional championships. First place, of course, getting the automatic qualification to the World Championships, but also getting quite a nice cash prize there with $2,500. And remember, those matches that we're about to see for those losers finals from day 1, they're actually not quite in the money yet. So they have to win one more match, and then they'll be there in the top 8, at least top 7, getting that $750 prize.
Yeah, a ton on the line here in this day number 2 for, of course, those prizes, but also for extra CP as well. And then this is what we're going to be going into. This is the rematches I was talking about. It's going to be Shadow Mimikyu versus Its Accent, who completely won the alignment hard versus Its Accent in day number 1, and then Flying Pizza versus Onion Frank, and then 2 more rematches after that too.
And we're going to see how these trainers have adapted based on their experience from day number 1. I remember talking to Onion yesterday. He was like, I'm not even going to be preparing, but I have to imagine, at least for Its Accent, like you mentioned, getting that really tough alignment so early in day 1. Poliwrath on the Gligar, Dugong seeing his Gligar as well, so I'm sure he's come up with some nice new strategies for today.
He has. I talked to him this morning, and really, against this team, against Shadow Mimikyu, it is the worst case possible for Its Accent, because you have that hard answer for his favorite Pokemon, Lickitung, in that Vigoroth, but he thinks the toughest core for his team is actually going to be the Vigoroth Whiscash core that uniquely is represented by Shadow Mimikyu's team. So he did say he has a plan, though. He knows what he's going to do and try to learn from the mistakes of day number 1, and he's the world champ with a plan. I got a lot of faith in Its Accent in Championship Sunday.
He is the world champ, and actually because of that, I think he's the only player in this day 2 who already has a berth to those world championships. Everyone else is still fighting for those championship points, or of course trying to earn that automatic invite by winning the championship today.
Yeah, and we saw in day number 1, and especially a lot of these trainers in day number 2 have a ton of Whiscash on their team. It is one of the most popular Pokemon. Of course, it is going to be on Shadow Mimikyu's team as well. And Accent said he wishes he brought that as well, because he brought the Shadow Poliwrath instead, which we did see on stream do kind of well in our game, but he said he used it 2 times. He said that Pokemon almost never got used and just wished every single time it was that Whiscash, but uniquely, Its Accent is one of the few trainers to actually bring one of those hard walls for the Whiscash, which is the Altaria.
The good news for Axon, though, if he has that Poliwrath, if he's worried about that Vigoroth Whiscash core, right? Poliwrath is actually a perfect core breaker there.
Yeah, maybe he was setting something up. Maybe he just didn't want to give away his hand to me so early on, but that's actually a fantastic point. The best way to beat that core that is so strong against him is literally the Pokemon that he said has been his worst Pokemon. So maybe his worst Pokemon will be the hero to start this day number 2, but he's going to have to make a lot of adjustments here, not just between style, but in how he puts his team composition together, because it is very polarizing right now in this matchup. So he has to be on the nose with exactly what he leads and what he safe swaps.
All right, well, let's take a look at these teams really quickly, starting with Shadow Mimikyu. Remember, he kind of upset its Accent pretty early on yesterday in round 3 on the winner's side, taking a 2-0 victory. Looking at this team, remember, its Accent is worried about that Vigoroth Whiscash core, which I feel like we saw play out a lot yesterday, but we also saw Shadow Mimikyu bringing that Dugong into play, which we didn't see a lot of, but it actually was able to find its Accent's Gligar. And of course, you're mentioning its Accent has that Altaria too, which has to be scared of that Dugong.
And Gligar and Whiscash are the 2 most popular Pokemon in this day number 2, and Dugong is probably one of the best answers for those 2 ground types. As we move on over to its Accent team, you have that Shadow Poliwrath, which he said has not been so strong for him, but he also has the triple flying types. He has the Skarmory, Shadow Gligar, and Altaria I think is going to be crucial for him this entire series.
But it's going to be really tough to bring that Altaria. You mentioned the triple flyers, but Shadow Mimikyu actually has a perfect answer to those flyers in that Dugong, right? Does so well against Pokemon like Gligar and like Altaria, so it's going to be tough for its Accent to bring both of those Pokemon at least on the same team.
And specifically, we talked to its Accent yesterday, and he talked about some of these flying types protect each other. The Gligar can sometimes protect the Altaria from the Registeel. Skarmory can protect the Altaria from the Dugong. So we're going to see if those flying types work together in this battle as we're locked in to game number 1. It's going to be Gligar into Vigoroth, but Vigoroth can actually win the 1 Protect Shield scenario here.
It all depends on how these trainers want to use their shields, but its Accent has to be happy with the start. Gligar at least is not on that Dugong. This is a decent matchup for you. Do resist those counters, and here comes that first body slam.
And this matchup has been so polarizing. Its Accent is in a position to try to double Protect Shield this Shadow Gligar to just take the alignment. And if he takes the alignment with Lantern versus Skarmory in the back, I'm not sure how he would lose this game. So it's going to be fascinating how they played these shields early on, and no Protect Shield from Shadow Mimikyu to start us off.
And Dig is the harder hitting move there, but Shadow Mimikyu's Vigoroth is still going to be able to get off this body slam, throwing right as its Accent potentially could have thrown a charge attack, but chose not to. Looks like its Accent is going to go for that full farm down here.
And the tables have turned here, because when its Accent was losing all the alignment in that day number 1, now day number 2, he's going to have that Lantern on to that Skarmory, but 2 Protect Shield Gligar in the back for Shadow Mimikyu is going to be strong. And there's the pivot, just gave up the alignment, but baited out that Gligar. So now you guarantee that you're going to be Lantern versus Skarmory, plus you get an extra counter advantage versus this Gligar.
But this Gligar is going to be able to put in a lot of work here. Its Accent, remember, it did use 1 Protect Shield to win that lead, and there goes the Poliwrath. Yeah, and this Gligar all of a sudden looking very strong. Its Accent only has 1 shield left, has a little bit of his own Gligar, but that Lantern really has to watch out for these digs now.
I don't think he expected that first aerial ace to knock out there. I thought he thought that he was going to hold on to be able to land the Icy Wind to debuff and get a Protect Shield from Shadow Mimikyu, but there's still 2 Protect Shields remaining, and its Accent's forced to come back into Lantern, and Lantern is his only shot the rest of the game, and now we're at shield parity.
Its Accent definitely needs to be able to land a Surf on this Gligar. You know, we talked about triple fire for its Accent, but what about these 2 flyers from Shadow Mimikyu that are just wreaking havoc? Gligar definitely going to be the hero here, and Skarmory might not even be making an appearance.
And here comes the dig and the surf. Looks like that was charge attack priority, and he lost that charge attack priority. Its Accent's a little bit surprised by that, and there comes the dig, and now this Lantern is just so low. It's going to be able to get this surf off. It's going to get Protect Shielded. I don't even know how you finish off this Gligar.
Looks like Shadow Mimikyu is going to be defending that Gligar. I think just an Aerial Ace even is going to be enough to take out the Lantern at this range. And then that Gligar in the back for its Accent.
Oh, he swapped in the Skarmory though. Now you can throw the Thunderbolt in the Skarmory. How much damage is this gonna do?
I think Skarmory might barely be able to hang on and get that Steel Wing down, but I don't remember quite how much energy its Accent has on that Gligar.
Oh, he
actually
has a lot. Can he double dig? Can he get to the dig? And then can he Aerial Ace? Can he knock out with the dig here? And out of nowhere, the world champ is back in it. Can he go for the back-to-back dig, but will he win charge attack priority? And there was a wing attack that was gone. There was no charge attack priority. It's Axon is going to land the aerial ace, but I don't think it knocks out.
I don't think it knocks out, and remember, Shadow Mimikyu, Dust still has to take out this lantern and barely gets that dig off.
My goodness, the plays from Shadow Mimikyu to save that energy, knowing he will endure, and he does endure with 1 HP and a dream to take down the world champion 2 days in a row.
That was an incredible fight back from its Axon. That game was looking very tough after that Shadow Polyrath basically went down without doing almost anything in that matchup. But, you know, was able to fight back, manage that energy really well, and get a lot of good use out of that energy he banked on that Gligar early on.
Yeah, that Shadow Gligar up Protect Shields in the back was just so strong for Shadow Mimikyu. He identified that early on in the game and just rode that Shadow Gligar to victory, even swapping into Skarmory to completely sack it against that Lantern, and then also having the patience to not throw that energy in the end. This is the sack that I was talking about, just completely letting the Skarmory go here against this Lantern, landing the Thunderbolt. But the crucial thing here is, after this attack, there's gonna be a Gligar after this knocks out. So, would you have thrown the aerial ace? Would you have been too worried about being knocked out by this aerial ace of its Axon? It's so close to knocking out the opposing Gligar here.
I think, you know, aerial ace doesn't hit that hard. I would not have thought that aerial ace takes out here, but it looks like Shadow Mimikyu was pretty confident. You know, like you said, sacking the Skarmory there, pretty scary play, but I think Shadow Mimikyu was pretty confident in this Gligar that was going to be able to finish out the game.
Yeah, it was so close there. I mean, look at the health. Literally just a little bit more damage from that aerial ace. He would have been knocked out by the mirror aerial ace, but the patience to know that his win condition is he has to throw a charge attack onto the Lantern. So no matter what, he has to save his energy, let himself take that aerial ace, and then go for the knockout on the Lantern, and he did it absolutely beautifully. And it's Axon who said he had a plan, and I feel like he executed his plan in that game number one. One crucial error, I believe, was that Shadow Polyrath. He didn't really get much out of it. I think he thought he would endure one aerial ace to land the Icy Wind, but that Shadow Polyrath did almost nothing in that game.
Shadow Polyrath didn't do much, but remember, Shadow Mimikyu did have those double flyers in the back, and I think that Skarmory had a little bit of an energy advantage and even a shield advantage as well. So I'm not sure how much use its Axon would have been able to get out of that Polyrath regardless. But, you know, I do want to commend Shadow Mimikyu kind of recognizing that Gligar is the important Pokemon. I don't even need this Skarmory, but it looks like we're actually getting into this game too, so let's see how these trainers have adjusted.
And he adjusted with his favorite Pokemon, because its Axon has his Lickitung on the field, and Lickitung, as we know, can comfortably win the one Protect Shield situation against Chargebug. He can maintain alignment once again, and Shadow Mimikyu knows that, swaps in the Vigoroth, and here comes the Shadow Polyrath to be the better counter user here to try to take out this Vigoroth.
But I think this might, oh my goodness.
Oh no!
This might be all part of Shadow Mimikyu's plan there, trying to bait out this counter user as he tries to get back into the game there. But unfortunately not able to hit as many bubbles because of that little error there. But its Axon still has to throw energy here. But I think Shadow Mimikyu is just going to try to Volt Switch down with the Chargebug and then potentially sweep with that Dugong later. Yeah,
it's a bit unfortunate because, yes, you want to Volt Switch down, but this Polyrath is a little healthier. Can you do it in 2 Volt Switches anyway? Oh, no, you can't even get close in 2 Volt Switches. So you would have rather had that extra body slam damage so you wouldn't have to throw this X-Scissor. So you actually commit energy because of that tab out there. So it's a bit unfortunate for Shadow Mimikyu.
Yeah, he is going to still have some play here that has a lot of energy on this Chargebug. Probably doesn't want to throw it all at this Gligar. So I think maybe just throwing this charge attack to stall the switch timer, and then maybe try to get out into that Dugong and see what you can do with 2 shields.
Yeah, and looks like he pivots right there. Does he land an Ice Shard? He does land 1 Ice Shard into the Shadow Gligar. It's double super effective, but this Lickitung has energy and is going to go for the crucial bait into 2 Protect Shields. Maybe this is Shadow Mimikyu's chance to make an amazing bait call, and looks like he last second Protect Shields the body slam.
And those baits you see are so common on debuff users like Dugong. People often think that the debuff user is going to shield the first attack because they know that does the most damage. So it's really smart bait of its Axon there to throw the body slam.
Yeah, absolutely, because they want to Protect Shield and then debuff you and then let something go. So just knowing the game mechanics beautifully and knowing the mindset of the opponent, and then now going for the big power whip. And look at this, he's just in Shadow Mimikyu's head because he lands the power whip in through a Protect Shield here, but actually did a very little amount of damage.
Yeah, that Dugong took that power up extremely well, firing off another icy one here. It's not going to do quite enough damage. You still need a couple of ice shards here, but the good news for Shadow Mimikyu is if he can just get 1 or 2 ice shards off on that Gligar, I think Charge-a-Bug might be able to take it out with some energy, but it's going to come down to, oh my goodness, but now how are you going to take out this Gligar?
Yeah, it's going to be too tough because there's 2 Protect Shields remaining, and now you could just go for the Aerial Ace and bait and then go for a dig, or you can land an Aerial Ace, you can Wing Attack down, there's no Protect Shield. Either way, it looks like It's Axen is going to be able to tie up this series 1-1.
What a tough position for Shadow Mimikyu there with that Dugong letting it go. I know potentially was trying to make a call there. I think if It's Axen had baited with a Body Slam, potentially was hoping to survive that.
Yeah, I mean, at that point in the game, you're far behind and you have to make awesome plays to get back in it, and it was a little tough on that switch with the Vigoroth also because you didn't get that full Body Slam damage and you have to commit 1 more X-Scissor, but I'm not sure actually if 1 more X-Scissor would have won the game for Shadow Mimikyu, but it maybe would have made it a little bit closer in the end. But I love the adjustment from It's Axen leading that Lickitung, knowing that Lickitung is so good neutrally against everything besides the Vigoroth. So are we going to see a Vigoroth lead in that game number 3 for Shadow Mimikyu? You know Vigoroth is going to be out there in this game number 3.
Right, Vigoroth, of course, like you said, the best counter to that Lickitung. And it looks like they're both pretty focused on this game, not going to worry too much about that Body Slam from game 2. So we're just going to have to see how these trainers continue to adjust. You know, sometimes we see trainers, you know, once they've found a winning strategy, they kind of stick with it, you know, at least for 1 more game. But it looks like both of these trainers are kind of just trying to stay 1 step ahead of the other, both making adjustments with each game.
And It's Axen is going to be locked in soon against Shadow Mimikyu for this decisive game number 3. Remember, if you didn't join us for day number 1, Shadow Mimikyu 2-0'd the world champion yesterday, and now this is a rematch. It's specifically game number 2 was brutal for It's Axen. It's Axen's been thinking about it. He has a plan. He is tied 1-1. He is leading the Shadow Poliwrath, but he's leading against the Shadow Gligar, which Shadow Gligar wins this matchup. Is there going to be a pivot? Pivot into Lantern, and Gligar's just going to stay in here. And no pivot, late pivot in the Charge-a-Bug.
But look at this. Shadow Mimikyu doesn't have a great answer for this Lantern, because Lantern would have been able to outpace the Gligar to that first charge attack, and of course Shadow Mimikyu just has that Dugong lurking in the back.
And Charge-a-Bug has gained in prominence because it can counter the Lantern, but I believe It's Axen got 3 sparks in before that Charge-a-Bug had an opportunity to even swap in.
Charge attack priority coming through here, and this Charge-a-Bug is already below half health. I think if this Lantern can just land 1 more Surf, potentially get some sparks, and It's Axen probably going to be looking to flip switch advantage here, which could be crucial. You do not want your Poliwrath on that Gligar. You want it on that Dugong in the back.
By the way, that was so bold to throw in Charge attack priority against a 4-turn fast attack at Volt Switch, because if you're wrong, you let 4 turns of free energy come into your Pokemon. And it looks like you're going to be able to X-Scissor here. And do you have the back-to-back X-Scissor? So looks like It's Axen just lets it go because there's so much energy available for Shadow Mimikyu, and you have to imagine you soak this energy up into your Shadow Gligar, so you have to go for some kind of wing attack down. You're actually going to gain a lot of momentum here, but it'll probably get soaked into the Dugong.
Yeah, the good news for It's Axen, though, is he does have, I believe, a shield advantage now. And Poliwrath, we know, with a shield advantage, might be able to hit back on that Gligar with a double super effective Icy Wind. Oh, wait, but I think Shadow Mimikyu is just pivoting out here.
And that is a dangerous pivot because he knows the lead. He knows the lead is Shadow Poliwrath, and he knows his backline Pokemon is Dugong, and Dugong wants no part of that Shadow Poliwrath matchup. So Gligar versus Gligar, I think Shadow Mimikyu is regretting his pivot a little bit in this situation from his body language. He has to use a Protect Shield onto the Gligar, but suddenly It's Axen has 2 Protect Shields for Shadow Poliwrath, the Pokemon he regrets bringing.
And this Aerial Ace is definitely threatening It's Axen now, putting up the Protect Shields, wants to take out this Gligar with his own Gligar, and doesn't want to take those wing attacks potentially onto the Poliwrath. I think
but he wins cap! Charge attack priority is won by It's Axen. That is absolutely huge. That wastes all the energy on Shadow Mimikyu.
And I think he's going to be able to close out this game with the Poliwrath. Remember, Shadow Mimikyu made that pivot so he could save his Charge-a-Bug to get potentially some Volt Switches off on this Poliwrath, but now all of a sudden this Poliwrath is gathering a lot of energy, going to be able to hit the Charge-a-Bug if it ever decides to come back in, and all of a sudden it's looking really good for the World Championship. here.
And he lets the drill run go because he knows there is a discharge banked on the charger bug. So he can't shield this drill run, so he lets it go. There's going to be a swap at some point into that charger bug. Is it going to try to catch a Scald? It's so hard because of the 3-turn fast attack, and it's charge attack priority. Once again, throwing on charge attack priority, and this is definitely going to knock out that Dugong. And all you have to do is get to either a counter down or a wing attack down or an icy win, and you're just at the icy win, and it's Axen comes back to reverse sweep and get his revenge against Shadow Mimikyu to stay alive in day number 2.
And gets that off the back of that Poliwrath, which he said, I believe, was the Pokemon he regretted bringing the most. But look at what it did there, farming that Dugong down all the way, getting so much energy to be able to take out that electric type Charge-a-Bug.
He's not regretting it right now. That shiny Shadow Poliwrath was the key to victory. You mentioned earlier how it's so good against the Whiscash Vigoroth core and up protect shields in the back. It had play against everything. Congratulations to It's Axen for moving on, but a huge congratulations also to Shadow Mimikyu, who pushed the world champion to his absolute limits.
Yeah, Shadow Mimikyu with a fantastic run here, making it all the way to day 2. Like you said, upsetting It's Axen really early on in the bracket here and taking him to a decisive game 3 as well here on day 2. Still a fantastic top 12 finish. I believe earns at least 80 championship points, which are definitely, you know, a good step in the right direction towards that 500 mark.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a fantastic, brilliant performance. Let's go ahead and look at those highlights from that series, because remember, Shadow Mimikyu started where he left off day number 1. He was able to take all the advantages in that game number 1, even fully sacrificing his Skarmory here to a Lantern. But it was, the story was that Shadow Gligar and the patience here to go for this wing attack down. This is high level PvP right here. I would have been a little nervous that this aerial ace knocked out, but he wasn't nervous at all. He endures and he wins that game number 1.
He knows his Gligar and happy to let the Skarmory go, knowing that this Gligar can take out the Lantern here. So that was a great play for game 1, but I think looking into those next couple of games, continuing to bring that Dugong, which unfortunately, you know, wasn't quite able to close things out for him.
And this was It's Axen's huge adjustment into game number 2. He led that Lickitung because that has been his favorite Pokemon forever in this championship series, has been his most consistent Pokemon. And when his back was against the wall, he had lost 3 straight games to Shadow Mimikyu, and he needed to bring some familiarity into that game number 2, and it paid off, and he was able to secure that victory. But for me, in this game number 3, the biggest part was this swap right here, Soph.
Right, and it's so strange to me because I think Shadow Mimikyu, you know, as soon as he swapped, maybe he was regretting. It's so tempting to, you know, save your Charge-a-Bug for the Poliwrath, knowing that, of course, you have the typing advantage there. But the thing is, once you're locked in with that Dugong against the Poliwrath is just getting too far ahead and, you know, unfortunately was able to take out that Charge-a-Bug in the end.
Yeah, and it's so hard because you also know that that Shadow Poliwrath was in the lead, so it is going to be at the back, and you know your backline Pokemon is the Dugong. And as you can see, this Dugong is just not doing anything against the Shadow Poliwrath, and It's Axen really bold, throwing on a lot of charge attack priorities. You actually could have swapped that. If you wanted to, you could have swapped that Scald onto the Charge Bite. It really wouldn't have done anything, but earlier he threw on charge attack priority into a Volt Switch, which he could have let a free 4 turns go through on him. So a unique strategy from the world champ to reverse sweep and finally defeat Shadow Mimikyu to move on in this losers finals and get into the top 8.
A lot of important charge attack priorities in that game, just like you mentioned, but also what about that charge attack priority with the Gligar?
Yes.
Right? Denying a lot of energy from Shadow Mimikyu, and that Gligar, I think, was Shadow Mimikyu's key to victory there. That would have been the way to take out that Poliwrath.
Yeah, I think going for just full stat product in these tournaments is one of the most overrated strategies you can do, because you're missing out on opportunities like that. When you can win the charge attack priority, you're missing out, and maybe if you train yourself in defense more, you can take less damage to fast attacks. I feel like there is a lot of room for changing up your Pokemon for these tournaments. If you're in Go Battle League, you probably go for your stat product because it's more consistent in a blind format. But for these tournaments, you want to build them specifically for your team, and they can win you games, just like It's Axen won that game because of winning charge attack priority against the mirror Shadow Gligar.
And that's actually one of the things It's Axen is famous for, is training his Pokemon to have higher attack. But let's hear from him right now, fresh off that victory.
Thank you, Soph, for that introduction. Axen, how are you feeling after that wonderful victory?
Dude, I'm still shaking a little bit after that one. You know, Shadow Mimikyu took me out day one with a pretty RPS set. I'm so glad I was able to come back through the losers bracket and make it into officially the top 8. I'm so happy right now.
Soph mentioned that you train your Pokemon to have certain stats in order to maybe win charge attack ties. Was that something that you felt like was very important coming into today? Was that something that you felt like you planned your team around?
Oh, for sure. I know a lot of people try to go for the low attack Pokemon because, you know, those have more bulk, and in general, bulk is a good thing. But there's a lot more to Pokemon Go PvP than just always go for what looks like the most optimal spread. I always do all the research to make sure in like the mirror matchups, my Pokemon, they'll always win CMP if possible. And there's a lot of things that go into like researching for IVs and stuff for my team, so yeah.
So I want to pick the mind of the world champ because, you know, we've had a very different meta this season compared to past seasons. We've had a very diverse, fluid meta, Pokemon and top usage always changing. Coming out of Portland, do you have any predictions for us in terms of what we might see as a top meta pick for going into our next regional in Charlotte?
Yeah, I think that people are really going to see that Whiscash and Vigoroth picked up real in usage a lot this tournament. So I think a lot more Whiscash counters are going to be there. I was looking at the top 8 bracket, and if I had a Whiscash, I would be so happy right now with how many teams basically just have like Cresselia as maybe their main counter to it. I could see Altaria be a pretty good pick to come back in the next tournament. I actually am the only Altaria left in the tournament right now, which is kind of crazy. First time I've ever used it, and I guess it was a decent enough pick here, so yeah.
And being able to answer both ground and water type damage is really, really strong compared to another dragon such as like Shadow Dragonair. You take where you take neutral damage from the mud bombs. You're in a much stronger position. We've had you on interviews a couple of times. Anything else that you'd like to say before we send you on your way to wait for your next matchup?
Just shout out to all the fans watching. I hope I can get some more good games on stream. And good luck to everyone else in the tournament.
All right, well, thank you for your time. Thank you for the interview, and good luck in your next matchups. Let's send it back to the casters. Take it away, Soph and 2-0 Butters.
What a humble world champion, and also seems to be ahead of the meta oftentimes. Remember in the world championships, he was running that Metacham that countered other Metachams. He kind of became famous for starting that trend as well.
Yeah, he did become famous for that, actually really famous, you know, just like we were saying with that Shadow Gligar winning CAP, and he said he researches his stats a lot, you know, wants to know exactly what's going to be the best against that central meta. It's always a good idea, you know, when you think about the most common Pokemon in the meta, Gligar right now, Metacham before, thinking about what stats might be the most important in those particular matchups, not just against those, you know, very diverse metas that we might see in the Go Battle League, for example.
And he brought up that Whiscash dynamic where Whiscash is so popular, but there aren't any counters to it yet. Because it has broken out in popularity, you're not ahead of the meta to know, okay, wow, there's a lot of Whiscash, I need to counter this now. But it's Axon, the one trainer ahead of the meta once again, because he brought the Altaria, which hard walls that Whiscash. And another trainer that has been trying to be ahead of the meta for a long time is Onion Frank, and he's gonna have a chance to rematch Flying Pizza, who defeated him in day number 1.
We do have this nice rematch of those food names. Again, Pizza versus Onion. You know, like we were saying, Pizza emerged victorious on day 1. I believe that was in the winners semifinals. And if we look at these teams, thinking about those fighting types, thinking about how Vigoroth has made such a big impact here, I think it was really the perfect tournament for Vigoroth, right? This is the lowest usage we ever saw for Pokemon like Poliwrath and Metacham, which is really giving Vigoroth, which of course loses to the other fighters, a big chance to shine.
This was Vigoroth's moment because it is so safe, like you mentioned, without those counter users, but specifically when you're facing Gligar, which is the most common flying type, you have win conditions against the Shadow Gligar. As you see on Flying Pizza side, he does have that Shadow Swampert as well, which was so safe against Onion's team, if you remember from yesterday. And then Skarmory is a Pokemon that has skyrocketed a bit in usage as well. And then, of course, the Future Sight Cresselia.
Yeah, and it wasn't just that Swampert, it was also that Shadow Gligar, which I think was causing Onion some problems yesterday. And I think Onion said in his interview that he was going to be leading Charge Bug. I wonder if that was kind of a bait, because look at these Pokemon. Shadow Gligar and Shadow Swampert, of course, do so well against Charge Bug as those ground types.
Ground types are having a moment right now, so because they're just so strong in every single matchup. Shadow Gligar, Whiscash, Shadow Swampert. I mean, there are no grass types out there. It is, you can see on Onion Frank's team, there is no grass type. There's not even the best grass type, which is Cresselia. On his team, there's not even a Lickitung. So there isn't really a hard counter for for those ground types. Of course, you do have that Vigoroth pick, and then you have the Shadow Dragonair that we saw a lot of times from Onion Frank. He positioned it well in one game, but then in another game, he didn't position it quite as well. I feel like if he makes adjustment with his plays with Shadow Dragonair, he actually will have a better matchup against Flying Pizza.
Almost feels like he's forced to bring that Shadow Dragonair just because of that Shadow Swamper, but it looks like we're getting into this first game. Indeed, we do see that Shadow Swamper on the side of Flying Pizza.
And the Shadow Dragonair is waiting in the back. How about the Skarmory and Vigoroth core to get the Shadow Dragonair to find alignment? Onion, I thought you were not going for the alignment wins anymore, but it looks like he's back to his old strategies to start day number 2 as it goes for the Body Slam and the Shadow Swamper.
It might not necessarily be alignment. Remember that 2-shield Shadow Dragonair can be very potent, but it looks like Flying Pizza is throwing off that first charge attack here just before it's about to get countered down. Onion Frank is going to shield at this Hydro Cannon. Is going to have to take a second, so I wonder if he's going to maybe go for a swap or just happy to eat it.
And remember, you always outpace as the Swamper, and that was really weird timing to throw. Maybe he thought there was going to be a swap, so he decided to throw on his 6th mud shot, or sorry, his 5th mud shot there, or 2 over, sorry, yeah, his 6th mud shot after his first Hydro Cannon, and then he swapped into the Poliwrath, absorbing this Body Slam, and now he's going to try to counter down.
Onion Frank does get that alignment that he maybe was looking for, able to get off this Body Slam. Did go down his shield though. Now you don't have an amazing answer for the Poliwrath. Actually brings in the Dragonair, which is definitely going to have to watch out for these super effective Icy Winds now.
And you're going to be able to debuff this Dragonair, and then I expect there's probably going to be a pivot, because if you don't pivot right now, you're going to get Dragon Breath down. So I expect the pivot into Gligar. There it comes, and here comes the Skarmory to match it, but Onion Frank is shaking his head. The one win condition here, though, from Flying Pizza, what if you let this Gligar go down, and then you double Protect Shield the Skarmory, and then you go for the full counter down with your Poliwrath and land an Icy Win on the Shadow Dragonair. Onion Frank is shaking his head, but it's not over yet.
It's not over yet. This is a great matchup for Skarmory in general, but just like you said, it's not just about these one-on-one matchups. It's about the entire matchup of 3, and that Poliwrath in the back for Flying Pizza is looking so good. I don't think he invests any shields in this Gligar, just like you're saying. I think you just go for the counter down and try to land an Icy Wind on that Dragonair down the line.
But you have to throw energy. Like, you can't just go for a fast attack down, because, and now you're going for an undercharge, but this is really risky because you have to perfectly undercharge this and Steel Wing down before Dig is available, and Dig is already available. But wait a second, maybe not, because you can still win with Dragon Breath pressure. Fast attacks, it's the fast attack moment, like you mentioned. Can the Dragon Breath be unleashed? I think they can.
All right, it's going to be a race here. Dragon Breath versus whether this Poliwrath can get to an Icy One. Oh my goodness, it looks like these Dragon Breaths are chunking away.
Can he get there?
Oh!
No! No, one turn away, because remember, a fast attack will register before you can throw a charged attack. So even though he did get to that Icy Wind, the Dragon Breath damage registers on the Poliwrath, securing the knockout and securing game number 1 for Onion Frank.
And we have to give a lot of credit to Onion Frank there. He knew if that Poliwrath got some counters off the Skarmory, it was probably going to be able to reach that Icy Wind against that Dragonair, right? Steel Wings doing less than those Dragon Breaths, intentionally not taking out, intentionally undercharging that Sky Attack at the very end. High level plays from Onion Frank.
Extremely high level plays from Onion Frank. That was his win condition in the moment there. And I was talking about the other side for Flying Pizza, where if he could get that counter down, and that's exactly what Onion Frank saw as well. Onion Frank noticed if he gets any momentum on his Poliwrath, this game is over. So even though Skarmory beats Shadow Gligar, he wanted to lose that matchup, but just barely lose that matchup. So then he could win the game with Dragon Breath pressure. That is high level PvP demonstration from Onion Frank.
Recognition of those switch clocks, recognition of the fact that those wing attacks from Gligar aren't what's going to harm your Dragonair. It's going to be that Icy Wind from Poliwrath, and really, denying the energy from Poliwrath, not letting it farm down the Skarmory. I'm actually really impressed by that play from Onion Frank.
Yeah, I mean, it's unorthodox because you don't want to lose matchups, but like you mentioned during the cast, it's 3-on-3.
Yep.
And it's not just about the matchup in front of, right in front of you, it's the matchup in the back as well. And he knows if he gave any energy to that matchup in the back, he is losing that game. So well done from Onion Frank. And now suddenly he is up 1-0 against Flying Pizza. Remember, we were saying at the beginning, if he positioned that Shadow Dragonair better than he did yesterday, he had a really good shot. I don't know how you could position it better than that.
That was fantastic. Left it in the back, and great team read from Onion. He brought the Dragonair onto the Poliwrath, which looks scary because of those threatening Icy Winds, but maybe reading that there was a Gligar in the back and saving that Skarmory. But looks like we're getting into this game too. One victory from Onion is going to move him on into the top 8.
And this looks like a mirror of game number 2 in our last series, where it's going to be Chargebug versus Lickitung in the lead. And Onion Frank knows that he will lose this matchup. We're going to see if he does care about alignment at all. We saw in that previous matchup that Shadow Mimikyu actually wanted to pivot out of it, but Onion Frank so far is just staying in this matchup.
Might be happy to just soft lose this and potentially farm down with something like that Skarmory. I think we saw that in one of their games yesterday. I don't think he was able to pull that game out just quite yet with the energy on the Skarmory, but maybe is going to be able to do something here. Energy from Skarmory is very good into Flying Pizza's team.
And here comes the X-Scissor, and this Lickitung is able to just win the alignment here. It's going to soak up this X-Scissor and is close to that Body Slam that will secure the victory. So then swapping, trying to catch that Body Slam, but met by the Swampert here. But you did get at least 2 Steel Wings, the 1 Steel Wing on the Lickitung and then 1 Steel Wing while Shadow Swampert was swapping in, and now you're going to absorb the Shadow Hydro Cannon.
This is not a great matchup for Skarmory because the Steel Wings are resisted. The good news is, though, because this is that Shadow Swampert, it is more threatened by the energy from the Skarmory. I expect the Swampert to shield, over farm, and then go for that second Hydro Cannon.
And this is exactly what Onion Frank is looking for. Even though this isn't a great matchup right here, he just wants to save both Protect Shields for that Shadow Dragonair. He knows he can close with that, and he's almost at the Sky Attack, so perfect counting by Flying Pizza. The precision there to throw on Charge Attack priority. And remember, Steel Wing counts are very new for these trainers.
Already at the double Hydro Cannon, but because it was Charge Attack priority, Onion Frank was able to actually shield that up and guarantee that he'd be able to get off the Sky Attack. But now I think Flying Pizza again is just going to try to overfarm here, and Onion Frank probably going to save that shield for the Dragonair, just like you mentioned.
Yeah, that was great manipulation of mechanics, because there was a back-to-back available for Shadow Swampert, but because it was that Charge Attack priority, you guarantee that you're going to land one. So that's why he did give up that Protect Shield, and now he has that Protect Shield advantage on the Shadow Dragonair. But do you try to, you have to use it here. Do you get to the double Hydro Cannon? This is actually very, he tried to swap on the Hydro Cannon. He's going to need to try to swap on the next one, I think, though.
Yeah, these Hydro Cannons do add up so quickly. I think each one does just about half. And like you said, trying to go for that catch. And Dragonair is going to be...
but he gets a Dragon Breath down!
Onion Frank's win condition is right here in front of him. It's this Dragonair. I think you can take this Body Slam, no problem. And then you need to get to an Aqua Tail against that Gligar.
And you have to get to that Aqua Tail to knock out, but one Aqua Tail is not enough. So can you get to double Aqua Tail before the Aerial Ace? And he threw, I think, on the Wing Attack. So here comes the first Aqua Tail. It's going to be really close. Do you try to swap on the Aerial Ace if you get outpaced? Who gets there first? And it's a swap, but he's ready for it, and he doesn't throw the Aerial Ace, but he has to throw the Aerial Ace anyway. And now he doesn't have an Aerial Ace.
But how much energy does this Gligar have? Because that Dragonair, remember, is very close to him, but I don't think
he's away. He doesn't have enough. He needs one more Wing Attack, and it's Charge Attack priority once again. But Shadow Dragonair is going to win a lot of caps, and the Aqua Tail knocks out, and Fast Attack Pressure is going to finish off this game, but it's going to be so close. And Shadow Dragonair and Onion Frank, once again, the loser from yesterday in the rematch is able to secure victory in day number 2.
What a fantastic adjustment from Onion Frank. Look at those victories with the Shadow Dragonair. Excellent play in game 1 to fast attack down that Poliwrath, and of course in game 2, taking out that Gligar, bringing Chargebug in to absorb the energy, and then finally able to fast attack down that Lickitung at the very end.
I just want to reiterate, we had our number 1 and number 2 seeds on the ropes to start off day number 2. We had Its Accent as the number 1 seed, the world champion. Onion Frank is our number 2 seed in this tournament. He lost the Flying Pizza yesterday, but now our number 1 and 2 seed are moving on to Top Cut.
Fantastic resilience from both of them to win their rematches. And let's take a look at these plays once again from Onion Frank. How did he turn this around? I think here's that lead matchup, Vigoroth versus Swampert. Of course, ended up winning switch advantage here and then finishing off with that Poliwrath, with the Dragonair at the very end.
There's this dynamic that happens sometimes in these matchups where the best Pokemon on Flying Pizza side is a Shadow Swampert, and the best Pokemon on Onion Frank's side is a Shadow Dragonair. And it's a pretty big advantage that Onion Frank's best Pokemon beats Flying Pizza's best Pokemon. You know they're bringing that Pokemon into every battle, but it gives so much more flexibility, I believe, for Onion Frank's team. And that's why you see in these scenarios, he just needed to position his Shadow Dragonair. His Shadow Dragonair is taking part of all these highlights.
And he knew exactly what he needed. Missed the catch on this first Hydro Cannon, but was able to Dragon Breath down and was able to make great use of that Chargebug later to force Flying Pizza to throw energy.
And here comes the Shadow Dragonair, and here comes the swap. So this is where you try to catch an area. It's perfect attempt on catch, and also perfect patience from Flying Pizza. Flying Pizza waited, but Onion Frank gave a 1 right there. He knew he was 1 away. Onion Frank knew it. Then he gave the fist pump when he won charge attack priority, but that is how precise he knows. He knew he was 1 away. That's why he gave that finger.
And Gligar, unfortunately, for Flying Pizza, just didn't have quite enough time. Needed probably to double up there to outpace that Dragonair at the end and not lose that charge attack priority. But I think Onion's charge bug was almost at a charge attack there.
And we've never had this going into a day number 2 because, remember, we held some of our losers finals matchups, and the winners of those will round out our top 8, our top cut. But that was a unique wrinkle to this tournament. So we've actually never started a day with so many rematches like this. So you have the opportunity to think about what you did wrong the other day and then prepare for an entire evening, an entire morning, and then use those strategies today, which in previous tournaments, it would just be same day rematch, but now you have that gap.
Yeah, occasionally we do see rematches on the loser side of the bracket, but usually, you know, we start with those winners side. Sometimes people might end up dropping to the losers bracket and playing the rematches here. But because we are finishing out that group stage, these players are, you know, kind of replaying some of their matchups from day 1. And just like you mentioned, Zaxxon and Onion Frank came into this tournament as the number 1 and 2 seed, and we saw them able to flip their rematches where they had previously lost. And that kind of really just shows the resilience of these trainers.
I think you're right, because in day number 1, it was so cool seeing all these new trainers upset these top seeds. But when you give a number 1 or 2 seed or a world champion a night to prepare, I like their odds. So in this day number 2, these well-seasoned, experienced trainers were able to prepare and execute at the highest level, and that's why they're both moving on.
Right, Zaxxon had such a brutal loss yesterday, taking that 0-2 victory with those very difficult matchups. Remember, Poliwrath into Gligar, Gligar into Dugong, but then able to really position his Pokemon really well. We saw the same thing from Onion Frank there, really making such incredible use out of that Shadow Dragonair.
And that just goes to the resilience of the player base, because you see someone in San Antonio like Dune, where he drops to the loser side, wins 12 straight matches to become the champion. And these trainers like Zaxxon, who is Mr. Top Cut, Onion Frank, who has had a lot of top cuts in his career, and he's gone very far. He even went far in San Antonio. You don't continue that success by accident. It's a lot of resilience and it's a lot of consistency, and so it's no surprise that both those trainers are moving on. But I want to give a congratulations also to our trainers Shadow, Mimikyu, and Flying Pizza, who were awesome heroes of day number 1, and in day number 2 they played great but just had to overcome really tough odds. But what runs by both those trainers?
Incredible runs, like you said, making it all the way into the finals of that group stage. And like you said, taking down a lot of big names, and they've also added a lot of nice championship points to their resume as well. Flying Pizza in particular, I think, of the remaining trainers from day 2, I think had the most points already, almost at 350 or maybe even more points, getting very close to that 500 mark.
No, you're completely right. I think it was around 358, and like you mentioned, the only trainer that was on that list to have that many points. So now he's going to add to that, and suddenly he's going to start getting close to that 500 point where you then qualify for the World Championship. So congratulations to Flying Pizza, and of course Shadow Mimikyu as well. And guess what? We got another rematch. It's all rematches to start this day number 2, because we got Ramberto versus Boglish on stage.
And Ramberto, no stranger to the big stage here. Of course, you see there, San Diego Regional Champion last year, earned that ticket to Yokohama, where he competed on the biggest stage that we've ever had for Pokemon Go. And he's here again in the losers finals, trying to make his way to that top 8.
And I believe he was 25th in the World Championships in Yokohama. So that is a great performance, because you're battling literally the best of the best. And yesterday he lost to Boglish, so he went down to Boglish, I believe, in day number 1, but he is going to try to rematch him in this day number 2. Or correct me if I'm wrong, who won between the Boglish? Remember, I'm pretty sure that Boglish won that game number, or that match series, in day number 1.
I think Ramberto may have lost to Abhinav later, which makes me think that Ramberto actually won this game, but I need to double check that.
We will confirm that for you right now, but this is the team for Ramberto. It is going to be that Shadow Gligar, Whiscash, and that Whiscash Vigoroth core that Zaxxon, the world champion, thought was so strong in this tournament, and is available for Ramberto's team.
and also has that Azumarill, which has been so strong. You know, we talked a little bit about that Vigoroth Whiscash core, which is really picking up. We talked about Poliwrath as a potential answer, but what about Azumarill there, right? Resist those counters from the Vigoroth, forces Whiscash to throw Mud Bomb instead of Scald, and you're looking here at Boglish's team, all smiles. He does have that Poliwrath for the Whiscash Vigoroth core that we're seeing, so, you know, potentially watched its Axon's games and saw how well that turned out for him.
Yeah, you probably will see that Poliwrath, because even Poliwrath with energy, even against the Azumarill, it's not terrible. Yes, you would probably rather be the Shadow Poliwrath because you can land more damage with the Scald and the counters, but it's looking pretty safe against everything. But, you know, there is that Charge Bug, but the Shadow Gligar versus normal Poliwrath, you can flip the one Protect Shield situation if you are the Poliwrath, because you do endure that aerial ace as we're locked into game number 1.
And speaking of that Gligar, it looks so safe for Ramberto. I think we might see it in the backline, but what a great lead for Ramberto here. Whiscash into Registeel.
And that is the polarizing matchup that you want no part of. So you swap into the Shadow Dragonair, and Ramberto just hard counters it with the Skarmory.
And Ramberto has that Registeel trapped as well, has that double ground core, I think, Whiscash and Gligar, and it's, you know, very fast swap into the Dragonair here. You resist all the Dragon Breaths. You have neutral damage. These Steel-Wings are really chunking away as well. I think he's probably going to throw a charge attack here. No, actually takes the Aqua Tail.
Yeah, and it's not terrible here, right? I mean, you're able to get this Protect Shield if you are the Shadow Dragonair into that Skarmory, which you think Skarmory should hard beat the Dragon type because you're absorbing all that damage. But now you're actually just going for the Steel Wing down, and you're going to bank all this energy.
You have 100 energy, but it is going to be walled by this Registeel coming in here. So Boglish, you know, was able to get something out of that matchup, able to take a Protect Shield advantage. And you know, I don't think these Brave Birds are really going to threaten this Registeel. Might even go for the full lock on down.
Yeah, and here comes the second Brave Bird, and will we see a pivot to try to deny that lock on down for Ramberto? Or maybe you even just get to a third Brave Bird, because a lock on just does 1 damage even though you're 4 stages defense debuffed. And here comes a pivot into the Whiscash, and there is the Cresselia, the best grass type out there. There's only 1 Protect Shield remaining for Ramberto.
But the great thing for Ramberto is that Registeel still has nowhere to go. He still has that Gligar, which is going to do very well against that Registeel. So I like that pivot, denying the full lock on down, whereas Registeel, you know, potentially would have been able to come out with a lot of threatening energy there.
And no Protect Shield into this Grass Knot, and this is going to land into the Whiscash. Double super effective, but it still doesn't knock out the bulk of that Whiscash. It's going to get to another Scald and tries to throw right before it gets knocked out by that Psycho Cut, and the Scald looks like it is going to get Protect Shielded by Boglish.
I like that timing from Ramberto, throwing at the very end, because just in case he gets the debuff, he doesn't want that Cresselia to get any extra Psycho Cuts. And remember, he did bank that Skarmory as well. I expect him to bring it in here and force that Cresselia to throw some energy.
Because you can't Psycho Cut down. I actually would have preferred you go in straight away if you're the Skarmory, because you don't have any advantage of waiting your timer. All you're doing is giving the timer back to Boglish. So now Boglish can throw this Moonblast, and it can move around if he would so choose to. This Moonblast is going to land onto the Skarmory, knockout into the Shadow Gligar. I mean, Grounds are having their moment. Shadow Gligar, Whiscash backline versus this Cresselia going straight for the Grass Knot.
All right, well, this is step 1 for Ramberto, letting this Grass Knot go. I think this does just a little bit less damage than Moonblast, and he's going to need to get to 3 charge attacks here. 2 to take out the Pokemon and 1 to peel away that final Protect Shield. Here comes the first.
And that was charge attack priority, I believe, and Boglish does give up a Protect Shield to try to ensure that you get this Grass Knot off, and the Grass Knot isn't going to be enough to knock out. So do you decide to no Protect Shield this Grass Knot and then try to Protect Shield a Zap Cannon, because a Zap Cannon or Focus Blast will do more damage than the Grass Knot, but decides to use that Protect Shield? Are we going to see a swap from Boglish? Try to swap into the Reggie. There's the swap, but it was a little bit off, and now you have the opportunity to throw a charge attack.
Perfect timing there by Ramberto.
And perfect timing, because I believe that was on the Zap Cannon. You could have thrown the Focus Blast before that, right?
Yeah, I think so, but here comes that Cresselia. You have a little bit of energy.
Oh my goodness!
Perfect energy management from Ramberto to take this first game.
It literally can't be better than that from Ramberto to secure day number 1. That was spectacular energy management to secure that victory.
Barely able to take out that Registeel, and then barely able to beat that last Cresselia's charge attack as well. Like you said, perfect energy management. I think Ramberto maybe wasn't the happiest with how he played that mid game, letting that Dragonair pull a shield away, but was able to preserve that Skarmory, get some value out of it later, and then close with that Shadow Gligar in the end.
Just ridiculous. And a correction, Ramberto did win against Boglish in day number 1. You were correct. Then he went down to Abhinav. So this is the rematch, and Ramberto has now won yesterday and is now up 1-0 against Boglish. And I actually want to see at the end of this replay in slow motion to see if that Registeel was at that Focus Blast or not, because I believe you threw on charge attack priority of the Zap Cannon, so you actually could have thrown the Focus Blast. The Focus Blast does the same amount of damage, but in the end, I don't think it would have been enough.
I don't think it's quite enough to take out the Gligar, so Boglish still would have needed to rely potentially on some Psycho Cuts from this Cresselia to take out the Gligar, but it would have been very close. I mean, if you look at the damage here, I don't know if Focus Blast quite takes out still, but I think would have had a better chance.
I mean, yeah, look at the health of the Gligar. If Focus Blast would have taken out the rest of the health, there was a chance for Boglish in that game, but that is one of the best examples of in-game energy management I have ever seen in the championship series. That was ridiculous from Ramberto to secure that victory, and now he has beaten Boglish yesterday, and now he has him on the ropes in this series as well. How does Boglish adapt here?
Well, I still think that you're expecting that Shadow Gligar to come from Ramberto. It's incredibly safe into most of Boglish's team, and then of course did so well in that game just now. So if you're Boglish, I think you're just thinking, maybe I should bring my 3 best answers to that Shadow Gligar. Maybe it's your own Gligar, maybe it's that Cresselia, but we're going to see exactly what that strategy is. Ramberto leading the Whiscash again and again. It's finding that Registeel.
In ABA double ground, we see to counter the Registeel here, and then swapping the Dragonair, and now it's meant instead of the Skarmory. He's thinking, yeah, Skarmory did good, but I think I could do better. I think I'll meet the Shadow Dragonair save swap with the Azumarill this time.
It's looking very similar to game 1, except for this counter swap. And of course, Azumarill is going to be able to come out of this matchup with a ton of energy. Might even go for an undercharge here, because you're already in Zap Cannon range, and that's what Boglish is going to need to land in order to take out this Azumarill.
Yeah, and here comes the Body Slam. You do have some play with Protect Shields remaining for the Shadow Dragonair, and this is the moment. Do you commit? Do you commit to it? And actually going for the play rough.
Yeah, I don't think that's, it might be a little bit too much damage, but Ramberto's probably just thinking, you know, I don't want to take another Body Slam. This Azumarill is actually getting quite low just from the Dragon Breaths and those Body Slams without the same type attack bonus. But here comes that Registeel. Last time we did see Ramberto swap out of here to prevent a lock-on down. I mean, I think this Azumarill is going to be able to do a lot of chip damage regardless, though.
I think you're fine pivoting because you're double ground, you're ABA ground. So if you pivot out of this Registeel, you have a ground to counter it in the back. Yes, you might have to match up your Whiscash into the Cresselia, but this time I believe you have 2 Protect Shields, so then you can even use those Protect Shields and pivot again if you want. So I believe they're, although a perfect undercharge there on the Focus Blast. Can he get the lock-on down before the play rough? No, but a good attempt there for Boglish.
And this play rough isn't going to do too much damage, so I like that undercharge a lot from Boglish, just trying to get any little advantage he can, trying to dig himself out of this hole. Is going to be able to come out almost with a Focus Blast for whatever comes in.
And here comes the pivot into the Cresselia against this Whiscash. And the Whiscash is up energy here. She's going to try to go for the Scalds here. And Boglish needs some help, needs some debuffs to not happen. If you get the coin flip here too, Boglish will be in a deeper hole. Does he get the coin flip? And then he hits the coin flip.
And there's the coin flip. Now instead of going for double Grass Knot, Boglish is thinking probably have to go for double Moonblast to knock out this Gligar. But I don't think it matters for Ramberto. He knows that Registeel is in the back, not going to be able to do much. And that Moonblast doesn't even do half of what's left on this Gligar.
Maybe you do need Future Sight because Moonblast is just not doing enough. I guess maybe with the Psycho Cuts, you could add up enough for a knockout with double Moonblast plus Psycho Cuts, but Protect Shielding and Aerial Ace, things just go from bad to worse for Boglish into this matchup. And now going for the Grass Knot bait, there is 2 Protect Shields remaining, so you do pick up 1 Protect Shield against Ramberto.
And once again, Gligar just MVP for Ramberto here. It's probably going to be able to land another charge attack. Oh, actually, Cresselia doesn't throw a charge attack there. Maybe he wanted to bank it for the Whiscash. Throws up a shield here. Ramberto still has a lot of energy banked on this Gligar. Of course, also has some energy on that Whiscash, I believe, as well for the Registeel.
Swapping the Registeel, and do you throw the Focus Blast? No. Decides to go for the Zap Cannon once again, and I don't think you need the Protect Shield in this situation, so Ramberto just lets it go. Does it endure anyway? No, a knockout there, and now this Whiscash, though, is going to have a Protect Shield and have the opportunity to bank up some energy before you throw the Mud Bomb, and now decides to throw the Mud Bomb.
Yeah, Roberto in a very comfortable position here. Doesn't even need that Gligar, still has a shield, and he knows he can probably outpace the Cresselia, especially, you know, up a Protect shield like that. Just needs to land one more charge attack.
Yeah, and you know, you do have the Grass Knot, so you're not out of it yet, but you just do need that one charge attack, and you will probably outpace here to this Moonblast, but you want to go for the Scald. Just going for the Scald anyway because you know you have time. You know Roberto has the precision, and he does have the 2-0, and he's going to be moving on into the top cut with that victory.
That game actually came down to the wire. I think within like a maybe 2-second margin of victory. If Boglish just had, you know, 2 more Psycho Cuts, would have been ahead of that Whiscash there. Roberto maybe thinking, oh, I should have farmed up a little bit more with that Whiscash versus the Registeel. But regardless, Roberto able to repeat his victory from yesterday. The first rematch of today that actually went the same way that it did yesterday.
Yeah, and it was a great point because if you did absorb that Focus Blast energy, that energy doesn't matter. The only energy that matters is Grass Knot. So you could have banked up more energy, but you know Roberto knows exactly what he's doing because you saw the energy management in full demonstration in that game number 1. But you're right, congratulations to Roberto, and a huge congratulations to Boglish, a trainer that's just been on the edges of getting into that top cut. But this is actually the closest he ever got to that top cut. So awesome play from Boglish in Portland.
Awesome run from Boglish. Unfortunately, it is coming to an end, but let's take a look at some of his great plays against Roberto just now. Look at this. This is that Grass Knot landing on that Whiscash, I think in game 1, that's right, and does a lot of damage, but Whiscash able to barely hold on and get off this very last charge attack to take away a very important Protect shield.
Yeah, and Cresselia, I've been calling the best grass type, but it doesn't have same type attack bonus, and that's why you didn't secure that knockout and the double super effective grass attack with the Grass Knot. And here is a big moment because I think you could have thrown Focus Blast instead of the Zap Cannon. I don't know if it would have mattered in the end, but it would have been a lot closer if you registered that Focus Blast.
I think if you register that Focus Blast, Roberto probably is still able to build up to 2 charge attacks, right? Maybe goes all the way up to 100 energy, 1 dig for the Registeel, 1 for the Cresselia, but it would have been very close because I think it puts the Gligar almost in fast attack down range.
Yeah, because if you absorb that Focus Blast and then you're going to build up energy, you're also taking lock-ons. So it's then going to be the Focus Blast plus lock-on damage, and it just would have been so close. But I mean, Roberto really was mesmerizing to be able to throw on that charge attack priority and then another charge attack priority in that game number 1. And then game number 2, the ground types, Shadow Gligar, Whiscash, ABA, just throw them out there. I know Arrow wishes he had those in San Antonio, I think, to fight that Registeel, but in this meta, how it has changed, that Whiscash Gligar core is looking pretty strong right now.
It was a tough team composition there for Boglish. Like you said, Gligar Whiscash really trapping that Registeel. Tried to fight back with that undercharge on the Registeel in the mid-game, but you know, just wasn't really enough to overcome the team composition disadvantage that he had by bringing that Registeel in the first place.
Well, it looks like we have our instant reaction from Roberto, so let's hear from the trainer himself and how he learned how to be so on point with his energy management. Take it away, Home Slice.
Hey everybody, Home Slice Henry here, joined by the one and only Roberto. And this is not deja vu. We get a second interview here with Roberto, as we did get to see another rematch with Roberto versus Boglish. And this one, I would say the name of the game was going to be the energy management there. So talk me through in that game number 1, keeping track of Registeel's energy and the perfect overfarm with the Gligar to deny that charge move.
Yeah, so I honestly don't count. So I go off by instinct, and I just have that in the back of my mind that he's getting pretty close to the move there, and I just timed it based on that.
Going off vibes, hey. I mean, when you're at this level, you can definitely go off vibes and make it work. And then another thing that I did want to talk about as well in that game number 2 is a lot of the times in the Pokemon Championship Series, when your opponent switches, it can be very beneficial for you to switch as well. And in that end game, when that Gligar was brought in, when the Cresselia was brought in, saying I don't necessarily have to immediately switch into the Gligar, staying in, going for that Scald, and as we've seen, especially in Abanov's games earlier, the Scald debuff can give it and take it, but staying in, going for the Scald, getting the debuff to really shore up that matchup and make the endgame a lot more comfortable for you.
I mean, yeah, I was fishing for the debuff, of course, but I felt like the Scald damage would put me in a decent enough scenario where I could just probably get 1 dig in and from the Cresselia down.
Absolutely, and it seems like Gligar, well, these ground types in general, the Gligar and the Whiscash have definitely been MVPs for you here. So the double ground strategy definitely seems like it's paying dividends because they are both ground types, but it seems like they do cover each other's weaknesses pretty nicely.
Yeah, they do. I mean, also there's no grass in the meta really. I mean, there's a little bit of Trev, but it's not really that prevalent in day 2. So double ground just kind of covers a lot of stuff, you know?
Absolutely, and we also haven't seen a whole lot of ice types as well. Alolan Sandslash, not nearly as common as it once was, and we have seen a Dugong or two, but hasn't made as much of a resurgence. But yeah, again, we are seeing definite themes here today. The rise of Gligar. It is #1 in usage for a reason. And Roberto as well showing that with energy management there, intentionally over farming, understanding the counts, whether it's by precision or in your case by vibes, can lead to some pretty good results as they're able to get the victory in the rematch versus Boglish as well. So talk me through that, actually going through a rematch with a competitor like Boglish. Does that change the preparation at all, knowing that you faced this competitor before?
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, I read his games, I read his teams pretty well on or yesterday, but going into today, I didn't really know what he was gonna run, but I felt like the Cash was a pretty safe lead because it's pretty hard for him to lead Poliwrath into my team, and that's the only thing that would be really bad for it. I mean, Cresselia is bad too, but a Gligar safe swap would kind of negate that, and it's just really Poliwrath that would be bad for that team.
Fantastic stuff from Roberto. Again, congratulations, my friend, and good luck the rest of the way. And now we're going to cut to a quick segment here from Wadaj, who is the Pittsburgh Regional Champion, talking about his run. Stay with us.
My name is Andrew Ford, or Wadaj, and I'm from Raleigh, North Carolina.
Wadaj is going to be the grand champion. Congratulations, Wadaj, in this hectic tournament, the first one of the brand new season. Wadaj is able to take it, and he is able to do it on the back of the Shadow Dragonite.
This event, it worked out pretty perfectly because I want to go to Hawaii and I want to be the best, so it's a really good start. I was actually really nervous going into my first set versus Loud Jeffs, and then I went down 0-2. I was like, wow. He had a really good plan. I wasn't ready for him in the first 2 games, so he was tough. And then I came back, so it felt pretty good. When I went up 2-0, I was really confident that in the 3 next games, I could get something or get some good alignment to win. The meta's changed a lot, and I think after NIC, me and Rise, with our Charizards, we kind of shaped the meta, so I had to change up for Worlds, and now there's a move update for this event, so I kind of just keep adapting. My goal this season is to be the best, just have the most challenge points in the world and America. I'd love to win Worlds. Obviously, on any given day, a lot of people going to Worlds can win, but I think I'd have a good shot. It would just be my final goal. Personally, I have a drive to be the best, and that's about as simple as it gets.
Welcome to the 2023 North America International Championship.
This is my 4th time at NAIC, and I'm totally blown away by all of the new stuff that's going on here, that setup where it's you're in Mesagoza and you're looking at all of the Scarlet and Violet Pokemon, and it's just really cool and really impressive, and I haven't even gotten to look at everything yet.
Everyone's so welcoming. I enjoy the community, and all the battles have been so fun so far.
It's always an absolutely great time. The vibes are absolutely electrifying.
Just jump right in. These events are so much fun. I've been playing this game for 10 years, going to these tournaments since 2011, and it's just been such a blast.
It's just such a great event, such a great community, and yeah, if you win, you win. Yeah, great. But if you lose, you're still here with so many people. It's just amazing.
A game of inches, go! Here comes the ballot, and it goes through! Wadaj taking this mid game, and is your North America International Champion! Wow, Wadaj! He is able to secure victory and become the first player in Pokemon Go history to win a regional and an international championship.
throw the energies into play, final burn, take the knockout. And even though Drake cannot attack this turn with the way his energy are set up, all he has to do is pass the turn, and Drake becomes the North American International Champion. What is it? Another super rod.
Oh my gosh,
Just
Bodhi.
the scratch pass. Bodhi has to announce his attack, and he becomes the international champion.
Could we see a winner right here? Cyrus has the artillery, rapid strike search for the tower waters, attaches the water energy, and 100 blows. Cyrus Davis is your North American International Champion with rapid strike, Inteleon VMAX, Urshifu VMAX.
This is going to be massive.
The outrage.
Dragonite outrages
It's
into the Fluttermane again.
Shadow Ball into the Fluttermane is enough to knock it out. And Takumi's Fluttermane is down, meaning Dragonite is the final Pokemon that Takumi has.
What a choice on the item
And that's gonna do it! Major congratulations to Avery, your 2023 North America International Champion! And the Gyarados left at this next turn. He is one step away, one Moonblast away from securing the knockout under the Roaring Moon and becoming your 2023 North America International Champion.
The Iron Hand pretty much at 50% HP. Will the Ice Spinner follow up and knock it out? Sword of Ruin, ruining Iron Hand's day. Alex has wrapped this up. Flare Blitz into the Dragon Bolt, takes it down. Alex is the VGC 2023 North America International Champion in the Masters Division.
I haven't won a tournament since 2016, so I feel amazing. It means the world to me to be back.
When I was on stage and I won, I was just like really hyped up because it was like a super close game, and I didn't think I was going to win, so when I did, I just kind of popped off.
This victory means a lot to me personally, and because it allows me to get the travel award for the World Championships, which is very exciting.
Winning feels very exciting. I felt so happy.
Feels really great, and I'm really happy that I finally got my trophy set.
It means a lot, as this is my last year in seniors, so it feels really good to finally get it on that last opportunity.
Winning this event is life-changing. It means everything to me. It means I've left a mark on the history of this game, and it means that my long time playing has all led up to something.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. My name is Homeslice Henry, joined here in the booth by the one and only Alpha Phoebe. We are in day 2 of Portland, and we've had some amazing matches so far, and we have an absolutely incredible rematch coming up here, Phoebe.
Yeah, it's going to be Rubik's Master versus Caleb Peng. This is not the first time they've faced off in this tournament. It will be the second time. A bit of a grudge match. It is the final losers finals of the group stage. Afterwards, we will transition into our top 8.
Absolutely. And previously, when these two trainers matched up, Rubik's Master was able to get the 2-0 victory, but these trainers have had all night to think about the rematch, study the footage, develop new game plans, make adjustments as necessary here. And these are two incredibly good trainers. Both have qualified for Worlds previously, so with a night of preparation under their belt, we should be in for some amazing matches, Phoebe.
I'd actually be curious to hear, maybe we can get our co-casters back behind stage to ask the winner of this match how many practice battles they did last night. I know that when I did my first day 2 appearance, I did maybe 10 or so myself. Maybe I could have done more. I probably should have done more because I ended up losing to Wadaj. But like, you can't really blame yourself when you lose to Wadashi. He's just such a talented trainer.
Very fair. It looks like the trainers are ready on the stage. Rubik's Master versus Caleb. And let's go through these teams once again, Phoebe, starting with Rubik's Master.
It's going to be Cresselia, Shadow, Alolan Sandslash, Azumarill, Registeel, Trevenant, and Mandibuzz. It's going to be one of the only Trevenants that we see here. Also, double Shadow Claw on both that Sandslash as well as Trevenant. And I believe maybe one of 2 Mandibuzzes that we have in Day 2.
Definitely, and Mandibuzz, a very interesting choice. We've definitely seen a bit of a debate here in terms of which flyer is going to be preferred. We've seen a lot of Gligar, we've seen a lot of Skarmory, and a couple trainers making the case for Mandibuzz as well. So Rubik's Master taking a look at the team. The Cresselia is running Future Sight instead of Moonblast. As you had mentioned, the dual Shadow Claw users, the Shadow Alolan Sandslash with the Legacy Shadow Claw, the Trevenant, the Azumarill, no Hydro Pump, the Registeel, and the Mandibuzz on Snarl, Aerial Ace, and the slightly harder hitting Dark Pulse instead of the Foul Play.
I'd also be curious to know if Rubik's Master is happy with his choice on that Mandibuzz. Would he have preferred maybe Aerial Ace or Foul Play for faster pacing in terms of Foul Play, or maybe heavier hitting damage in terms of that Air Slash, excuse me. On the other side of the table is going to be Caleb Peng. It's going to be Azumarill, Bastiodon, Lickitung, very bulky Pokemon, followed by Shadow Gligar, Charger Bug, and Shadow Poliwrath, running that standard counter Icy Wind Scald moveset. Will we continue to see Scald debuffs not make an appearance, or will Caleb maybe have the luck on his side this morning? It's going to be a great match as our 2 players are still locking in.
And also the question will be, will Caleb in this day number 2 turn to the signature Pokemon of Bastiodon? He has brought it before. At this point, Caleb Peng is synonymous with Bastiodon Hoffman in a game number 1, and there it is. Bastiodon finds its target in the Mandibuzz.
And it's not a really great spot for Rubik's Master because he has 2 Pokemon on his team that aren't going to be great. The Trevenant is not an amazing answer for Bastiodon as well. We see that Caleb does not have a great answer to the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. Did not being Poliwrath into this team, and we've talked about it a lot. Safe swapping something that is double weak to counter is so risky, and here it seems to maybe have paid off for Rubik's Master.
We do see Caleb going for the X-Scissor bait here. This will not be enough damage to knock out. Decision point in the match for Rubik's. Rubik's is going to be shielding up that X-Scissor bait.
That is a slightly consequential choice. Getting to this next drill run, will Caleb decide to shield here? It is going to be 2 shields used for Caleb, recognizing that Bastiodon versus Mandibuzz is a extremely dominant matchup.
Now going for another X-Scissor. At this point, these Volt Switches have continued to add up on the Alolan Sandslash. Sandslash is going to double shield, understanding that switch advantage. Going up against something like Bastiodon is very important. It's charge attack priority, and this drill run needs to knock out for Rubik's Master to take switch.
I think it's going to be just not enough, actually. I was going to say not it's just enough damage, but not enough damage. Caleb Peng able to hold on to switch advantage with Charger Bug. That neutral damage, not super effective because of that bug subtyping Charger Bug has, means that it's not enough to knock out. Trevenant now coming in, getting a bit of an energy advantage, which will be helpful. However, Gligar, even though it's the Shadow variant, I believe will be able to hang on after a Shadow Ball lands. The question is, will Rubik's Master maybe be able to catch an Aerial Ace on that Mandibuzz, which really does not have a great place to go with Bastiodon still on the bench for Caleb Peng.
And we do see the Aerial Ace thrown by the Gligar. No Protect Shields left for the Trevenant, and there's nothing left to save the Mandibuzz from the Bastiodon. In comes the Bastiodon. These smackdowns absolutely tearing through the Mandibuzz. And Caleb, the decision to bring the signature Pokemon works out amazingly in game number 1.
If my memory is serving me correctly, in the matchup against Rubik's Master day number 1, I don't think he brought it, and I think he ended up losing 2-0, securing himself the first win. We see Rubik's Master maybe doing something a little bit of a joke across the table, recognizing that there is no way out of this matchup. Completely undercharges the Aerial Ace to do maybe 1 or 2 damage to that Bastiodon. Is kind of hard to tell.
You like to see the competitors having fun with it. Smiles across the board, and that's just an acknowledgement that the game is in fact over. But what a bold choice by Caleb Peng, choosing to bring that Bastiodon into a team that does have a Registeel, getting the lead call correct, getting 2 X-Scissor shielded in the mid-game, preserving switch advantage, and the Bastiodon absolutely inevitable against that Mandibuzz.
Yeah, I was honestly a bit surprised by the way that Alolan Sandslash matchup played out versus Charjabug, being able to land the very hard-hitting Drill Run with neutral Shadow Claws adding up. I thought it might have been enough to win out that matchup, but Caleb Peng, a master of his matchup knowledge, recognizing, I think Rubik's Master is going to feel threatened to shield. I'm going to be able to throw these baits, pull the shields, and be able to land the harder-hitting neutral discharge. As you see it here in the replay, discharge going to be well more than enough. I actually think maybe at this point, X-Scissor might have been enough to knock out.
Definitely possible here, and then Rubik's Master, unfortunately, no shields left to protect the Trevenant from the Aerial Ace, and in the back, the Bastiodon. Rubik's Master unable to win switch advantage, and you see there a sigh of relief from Caleb Peng, understanding that the Bastiodon pick has paid dividends, and the undercharged Aerial Ace from Rubik's Master, understanding that for Mandibuzz, there is no escaping the Bastiodon.
So going into game number 2, Rubik's Master is going to have to account for the Bastiodon, and that's just like how it goes when you play into Bastiodon. A much better lead here into game number 2. Shadow Alolan Sandslash into Bastiodon. I think Caleb might play this out. I think Bastiodon can hold on, maybe tries to catch a Drill Run at some point, but actually staying in, Drill Run coming through. Let's see if Caleb decides to shield this charge attack.
This is double super effective damage onto that Bastiodon. The no shield, that does big damage, but Bastiodon is extremely bulky, able to withstand the damage and make it to the double super effective Flamethrower.
This Flamethrower will be enough to knock out Bastiodon, able to comfortably win the Zero Shield matchup here. Shield comes up from Rubik's Master. A quick swap into the Charjabug, met by Trevenant. Trevenant now able to avoid that matchup against Bastion, but we don't really see a great answer for Rubik's Master in the back if he realigns that Shadow Alolan Sandslash with that Bastiodon for Gligar. Gligar looks really free for Caleb if he gets the if Rubik's Master gets the alignment incorrect.
And we do see the Shadow Ball being fired off by the Trevenant here. Caleb is going to use the Protect Shield, and that is a big shield, as Charjabug does have the pacing advantage here, fires off the X-Scissor, and Caleb Peng has been able to win Switch Advantage.
Switch Advantage is going to be key if Rubik's Master reveals his third Pokemon, Registeel. Registeel not having a very good matchup against Shadow Gligar. Both of its charge attacks will be resisted, doing about the same damage. In comes Registeel, so it has been revealed. Caleb Peng now knows that he needs to keep the Gligar away from this Registeel. However, it looks like, or not away from the Registeel, away from the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. However, it looks like Caleb was looking to potentially swap in the Gligar, which would allow Rubik's Master to switch in the Shadow Alolan Sandslash and regain that alignment, and comes in with almost 2 Ice Punches loaded, and I think this is going to do a massive amount of double super effective damage to the Shadow Gligar.
And this is where the energy management by Rubik's Master, storing that energy earlier, is going to come in clutch as Ice Punch number 2 is thrown. Caleb maybe not anticipating just how much energy was stored on the Sandslash. No shields remaining for the Gligar. That's a one-hit KO, and Gligar goes down, losing quite a lot of energy.
It's a tough spot. His team of 3 did not have an amazing answer for Registeel in the 2 Pokemon that had been on the field already. Bastiodon and Charjabug both really not able to hit back Registeel for hard-hitting damage. Even the super effective Flamethrower does, I think, about 40% health to 40% damage to that health of that Registeel.
And we do see the discharge fired off here by the Charjabug. The final shield going to be used by Rubik's Master. Rubik's Master continuing to farm up here. Can he get the farm down? He does! The Charjabug unable to make it to a move, and no shields remaining for the Bastiodon. Rubik's Master got farmed down by the Bastiodon in game number 1, but it's Registeel's revenge to even the series in game number 2.
A really great transition into game number 2 for Rubik's Master, bringing the Registeel, getting the alignment. Caleb Peng maybe making a bit of a misstep with bringing in that Gligar, underestimating the Shadow Alolan Sandslash's energy, only having 1 shield remaining for those 2 nearly loaded Ice Punches. It was a lot to overcome there. And this is his best and worst placement is second for Rubik's Master. It's honestly a really great place to be. You know, second place is really not that bad.
I mean, it means you are beating a lot of other trainers along the way. And speaking of, let's hop into the highlights here of game number 2. The Alolan Sandslash had so much energy. You can see there from Caleb, he was hoping he was going to be able to outpace with the Gligar, but the stored energy from Rubik's Master picking up the one-hit KO. Down goes the Gligar, and the Sandslash in the end game here is now going to get knocked out, but the Registeel looking for the farm down. Caleb looking to switch out, but he was in the middle of a Volt Switch, unable to switch. In comes the Bastiodon, but Bastiodon will get knocked out by the Focus Blast here as Rubik's Master gets the equalizer, and it all comes down to this, Phoebe, our favorite, a decisive game number 3.
And what a game number 3 to behold. Caleb Peng, just some guy with a podcast, you know. Maybe check it out if you'd like. We are going into game number 3. This is not a great lead for Rubik's Master. He's transitioned from bad lead to good lead to bad lead. Registeel into Shadow Gligar. However, the Trevenant in the back is going to be able to avoid this matchup, but Lickitung lurks in the back for Caleb Peng.
Yeah, this is definitely some difficult alignment here with that Trevenant also being weak to the Gligar. Rubik's Master in a very difficult position here. The Dig will connect. That does massive super effective damage, and both charge attacks here by the Registeel are going to be single resisted by the Shadow Gligar and only going to do about 40 to 45% of its HP.
The question is now for me, does Rubik's Master decide to try to pivot to catch one of the Digs onto one of his 2 Pokemon in the back that take resisted damage? An attempted catch, no throw by Caleb Peng, pivoting in the Charger Bug to answer the Mandibuzz.
And that is very unfortunate for Rubik's Master there, trying to go for the catch, but the patience by Caleb Peng to hold on to the energy, firing off the Dark Pulse, and here's where we talked about the difference between Dark Pulse and Foul Play. The Dark Pulse will add up quite a bit onto this Charger Bug.
We see optimal timing from Caleb Peng there, throwing 2 Volt Switches. I think Rubik's Master maybe could have made Caleb's life a little bit more uncomfortable by throwing before that second Volt Switch came through, so that Caleb would have had to overfarm in order to throw on optimal timing. However, throwing this next Dark Pulse going to threaten a shield away from Caleb Peng, recognizing that he wants to maintain that alignment of Gligar onto Registeel.
We see the continual farming by the Mandibuzz. Can't quite get to the Dark Pulse. One single turn short. And this discharge is going to be doing quite a lot of damage to the Mandibuzz. Doesn't pick up the knockout. No, the Mandibuzz is too bulky. Able to withstand that damage. Go for another Dark Pulse. And this will be no-shielded by Caleb Peng.
It's really great game knowledge by Rubik's Master there. If he had thrown a Snarl, he would have taken the damage from that Volt Switch and not been able to get that energy usage there. Rubik's Master going to now have to take this discharge. Unfortunately, I don't think he's going to opt for the shield, not able to get the farm down, but he's unfortunately going to meet Lickitung in the back, and that is going to spell disaster for Rubik's Master. Seed Bomb is neutral, however, it's not going to be enough damage to make it through this thick Lickitung.
And we do see the adjustment here by Caleb. He led Bastiodon those first 2 games, so Rubik's Master brought the Registeel, but instead it meets the Gligar. Gligar, a massive core breaker to this team, and now Trevenant, it didn't have to deal with the Gligar, but there's the secondary counter of Lickitung in the back. These Seed Bombs beginning to add up, but if you're Caleb, I mean, the lick damage here is just tearing through the HP of the Trevenant.
Yeah, in comes the Power Whip. This is resisted damage, but is going to be more effective than those Body Slams. Able to not actually opting for the lick down. I thought he was going to, but Body Slam is going to be thrown. Honestly, with the amount of health that's left on Caleb Peng's remaining Pokemon, I think he can quite comfortably handle the rest of this Registeel. The Registeel does have 100 energy now, throwing the Focus Blast, which would pull the shield from the Lickitung, but instead opting to save it for the Gligar later. Gligar still has a bit of energy, will be able to throw a super effective dig into the Registeel if it so chooses.
Back in comes the Gligar. The dig is loaded, and this is going to be a 2-1 victory for Caleb Peng, as he is going to advance into Top Cut here in the top 8.
A bit of revenge for Caleb, getting victory over the person who knocked him down into the loser's side of the bracket. Really great adjustments there from both trainers from Game 1 to Game 2 to Game 3. They both recognized the Pokemon that they needed to bring in order to overcome their opponent's team's composition. Bringing in Registeel, Game number 2 was Rubik's, and in Game number 3, to answer that Registeel, Caleb brought in Gligar.
And this is high-level Pokemon Go. We see the adjustments from the players. Caleb trusting in the Bastion in that game number 1. The adjustment by Rubik's bringing the Registeel, and in game number 3, the further adjustment by Caleb saying, Bastion, it's done well so far, but I'm putting it on the bench. I'm bringing in the Gligar, and the Gligar handles that Bastion counter perfectly. And Caleb is able to, as you mentioned, get the revenge and move into the top cut.
Let's rewatch some of that footage to remind ourselves of these great battles. This is going to be game number 1. The Shadow Alolan Sandslash able to land that very heavy-hitting drill run into the Charger Bug, but it's not enough to pick up the knockout. Charger Bug returning with a discharge to pick up and win switch advantage for Caleb Peng.
And the Trevenant in the end game, no shields remaining. The Aerial Ace picks up the KO, and all that's left in the bag is the Mandibuzz and the Bastion. And there's just nothing that Mandibuzz can do in this matchup, making it to the Stone Edge. And we do see the undercharged Aerial Ace there by Rubik's Master. A bit of gamesmanship between the two competitors here, having some fun with it here in Portland.
And then going on into the game number 2, the double ice punches loaded for Rubik's Master, able to pick a critical knockout into Shadow Gligar here. Caleb Peng wincing in pain as that punch lands into his Pokemon, feeling a bit of empathy for his Pokemon there. And then later on, discharge into the Registeel, not enough to really threaten a knockout. The full farm down from Rubik's Master, landing the Focus Blast, double super effective into that Bastion.
And unfortunately for the Bastion, it may have been key in game number 1, but in game number 2, it has to get knocked out by the Focus Blast. So in game number 3, Caleb chooses to put the Bastion on the bench. The Charger Bug discharge, not enough to knock out, but Caleb Peng understanding the matchup as well. The Mandibuzz didn't get KO'd, but neither will that Charger Bug.
Yeah, Charger Bug able to hold on, and pivoting into the Trevenant is Rubik's Master, but is met by the Lickitung, the normal typing, able to very easily overcome this matchup. And in the end game, Gligar loaded with nearly 100 energy coming in to topple the Steel Titan of Registeel, and that secures game number 3 for Caleb Peng. And what a wonderful set. Caleb Peng going to make it into top cut here, and we are now ourselves transitioning into top cut as our winners finals, our winners bracket is now getting ready up on stage. Looks like we have Leo Geo versus Abhinav, a very exciting matchup to behold. I'm so excited to see some Skeledirge action. I'm so excited to see whether or not Abhinav will continue his bad luck streak with those Scalds.
Absolutely, and before we do get into that, I believe we do actually have an interview with the winner of the previous match, Caleb Peng, making yet another top cut here. So we're gonna get to hear from the man himself, Caleb Peng.
Thank you so much, and congratulations to Caleb Peng for getting top cut while actually using the Bastion. How do you feel, Caleb?
I feel on top of the world. It feels amazing, you know. Rubik's Master was definitely one of the toughest opponents I've ever faced, and definitely slept on our matchup a little bit. And looking back on it, Bastion's pretty good. It beats like 5 out of his 6 in zero shield, so I decided to bring it in, and it worked out quite well.
Yeah, you were able to take that bench pressure to actually be pressure inside the battlefield, and you split those games with Bastion. But that crucial game number 3, you decided not to bring it. Why did you decide to do that?
Yeah, so I think coming into set, I was ready, had my first, all 3 lines pretty much planned out. If I make it to game 3, I'm just gonna drop the Bastion. You know, it already did its work, got me that 1-game win, and I figured it was enough to scare him to bring the Registeel again, and Lickitung just proved to be a little too useful in the back.
Yeah, Charger Bug was looking really strong against that team, and you knew that Trevenant had to be out there, so you put the Lickitung in the back. So that was a fantastic call from you, Caleb. How are you feeling going into the rest of the tournament? I believe you just told me you only prepared for this first matchup. How are you feeling going the rest of the way?
Yeah, I mean, I was ready to just go 0-2 again against Rubik's Master and head home, which is fine because I have a flight to catch, but I'm totally down to rebook my flights if I make it any further. I don't know who I'm playing next, but I'll figure it out when I sit down.
If Phoebe wanted to ask this question earlier, how many scrims did you do preparing for this matchup? Because remember, this is a unique opportunity where yesterday you lost the matchup, and usually when you have rematches, it's on the same day. It's not the day after. So how did you prepare for this rematch today?
Yeah, great question. So big shout out to my podcast co-host Anna Core, as well as my teammate Kimmy Sui, who did some scrims. I only did 2 sets of 3. But I got a lot of insights actually from LNDS Hard Jeff as well. He gave me some words of wisdom and some encouragement. So big shout out to them to help me prep for this, because that's pretty much all I did. I just prepped for this one match and that was it.
Well, big shout out to you, Caleb, and big shout out to Bastian. I know we probably won't see it that much later on, but good luck the rest of the way, my friend. Back to you, casters.
Thank you so much, Butters, for asking that question. I really do appreciate it here. I'm stuck behind the desk. I can't go out there right now, so having another voice out there to ask the questions that I'm curious about, I do appreciate. We are back here behind the desk, about to transition into our Top Cut bracket. This is going to be your first Top Cut. How excited are you to see some of these battles? I mean, we've been talking about Skeletor's so much. Are you excited to get back into that Skeletor's action?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, to start the show, I was able to track down a Fuecoco Plus, so I'm clearly a big fan of Skeletor's, and we have a Skeletor's in Top Cut here from Leo Geo, so I'm very excited to see what it can do, as Leo Geo is going to be going up against Abhinav here in the winners semifinals.
Yeah, and we can see those teams at the bottom. Leo Geo's team is Skeletor's, Azumarill, Defense Form Deoxys, Registeel, Wishcash, and Lickitung. One of the few Defense Form Deoxys that we've seen perform very well, but obviously it's working great with this team, able to cover some of the steals that might be threatening to something like Azumarill. If Registeel came up on the bench, you know, if Vigoroth was there, Defense Form Deoxys is going to have a really great matchup. And speaking of Vigoroth, I think I see that on Abhinav's team.
Absolutely. Abhinav does have the Vigoroth, the Whiscash, also going to have the Shadow Gligar, the Azumarill, the Lickitung, and the Charjabug. Now, of course, a big story for Abhinav day one was going to be that Whiscash and the, well, maybe the lack of Scald debuffs for you.
Yeah, I can't recall the exact number that we saw on stream, but I believe the number that did not debuff was, that did debuff was exactly 0. I could be wrong. People in the chat, go ahead and correct me. I'm going to stick by that number because I think it's the best number to say. Here's the team with the moveset. Skeletor's running the standard set of Incinerate, Disarming Voice, Shadow Ball, Defense Form, Deoxys on Psycho Boost, and Thunderbolt for coverage against maybe something like Skarmory or Azumarill. Azumarill, his own Azumarill, running Bubble, Play Rough, Ice Beam, so no coverage with Hydro Pump, and Registeel, Wishcash, and Lickitung all on their standard move sets. You can see there on the screen now.
Yeah, so honestly, a pretty nice team here from Leo Geo. Quite a bit of bulk to help back up that slightly glassier Skeletor's. And now the team for Abhinav. We do see that Vigoroth, which has been making a name for itself here in Portland. The Shadow Gligar, the Azumarill, again, the Ice Beam Play Rough set, so no Hydro Pump. Whiscash running the standard moveset, Mud Bomb and Scald, Lickitung, and of course the Charjabug.
Yeah, Charjabug also making a name for itself back again, once again here in Portland. It had seen a bit of a lull for a while, but now recognizing, oh, you know, I'm so good against Poliwrath. I'm pretty decent into something like Azumarill or Lickitung, you know, really showing up, having those great coverage of Bug and Electric, and able to hit a lot of the meta, especially when a lot of the meta has not included ground types.
And it looks like the battlers have a lock in here. Game number 1, the Lickitung into the Vigoroth, and Vigoroth finds its target.
Yeah, Vigoroth is going to force that Lickitung out. In comes Wishcash, and we'll see if Leo Geo has the same luck of Abhinav. Instead, Body Slam coming in first from Vigoroth. Vigoroth Body Slam going to do about a third of the remaining health of that Wishcash. An immediate swap off for Abhinav into his own Wishcash. The first Scald coming through. Will we see a debuff?
The Scald connects. It's a no shield, and we do not see the debuff, and a slight smile there from Abhinav. He finally knows how his opponents felt all of day one. He's firing off his own Scald here. We will see the no shield from Leo Geo. The Scald connects. Do we see a debuff? We do not. The debuff still not with Abhinav.
All right, Leo Geo firing off his second Scald. This is not going to threaten a knockout from Abhinav. The debuff notwithstanding. Another no debuff. Abhinav, Leo Geo both cackling up a little bit on stage in recognition that we are currently 0 for 3. Lickitung comes back in, a fourth Scald coming through. 50% of the time it happens, but will it be none of the times on stage?
No debuff again. Oh my goodness. And now we are going to see Abhinav sending back in the Vigoroth, most likely into the Lickitung here, as it has a dominating matchup. In comes the Azumarill, and in the back, it is the own Lickitung here for Abhinav. So the alignment looking very favorable for Abhinav as we transition into the late game.
And we've talked about Vigoroth as a counter user being pretty decent into Azumarill. So Abhinav doesn't feel super threatened, in my opinion, to try to win this matchup completely with Lickitung. He does not need to spend shields, and he did this yesterday. He baited the body slam. Great call by Leo Gio, maybe recognizing that Abhinav might feel threatened, wanting to bait a body slam. Abhinav shaking his head a little bit. Oh man, if I had thrown Power Whip, that would have done so much super effective damage.
That is a great call here by Leo Gio. This player of is going to be shielded up by the Lickitung. Lickitung continuing to farm, has enough energy for the Power Whip, looking to overfarm. We see another bait, and this time the bait is successful. Leo Gio has to start using the shields, so Abhinav goes back to the same strategy, and this time it does get results.
Because of that bait, he's now going to be able to outpace its Power Whip. Great timing by Abhinav right before the Ice Beam was possible. The Lickitung is going to force the second shield, or the first shield, excuse me, out of the second shield out of Leo Gio. Leo Gio now having enough energy for the Ice Beam. Ice Beam might threaten a knockout here from Abhinav. However, as I said before, Vigoroth theoretically could clean up this matchup against Azumarill. Instead, opting for the shield, could probably cleanly reach a Power Whip, instead switching out, making sure that that energy is used on that Azumarill later.
And now we have the Lickitung versus the Vigoroth matchup here. Vigoroth, of course, is going to be double resisting the licks, so there's very minimal fast move pressure here from this Lickitung, whereas these super effective counters are tearing away at the HP bar. Another body slam will be reached, but this is not going to be enough to knock out the Vigoroth.
Yeah, you might be thinking, wow, that body slam from Vigoroth did a ton of damage into that Lickitung, and it doesn't seem like that Lickitung is not doing as much damage with that same exact move. It's because Vigoroth's attack stat is significantly higher than Lickitung, so these body slams are significantly more impactful. You see the first body slam able to knock out the Lickitung. Another body slam is loaded. Great timing by Abhinav, making sure to stick to his basics. One counter, body slam, able to likely pick up the knockout into this Azumarill.
The body slam connects. It's not quite enough to KO. Can Azumarill get the farm down? It cannot. Body slam number 2 reached by the Vigoroth. And Abhinav able to capitalize off of a very favorable lead, and he converts, and he gets the Game 1 win here in winter semis.
Now, Leo Gio is going to need to better account for that Vigoroth. We saw how much Abhinav favored it there, and it does so well against many of Leo Gio's team. Abhinav talked about yesterday in the interview that we had with him about how he feels like Vigoroth is now going to be a losing matchup against Registeel, so we could see maybe Leo Gio pivoting to that. Skeledirge is going to be a good matchup in that body slam and counters are all double resisted. Azumarill's neutral defense form Deoxys is going to be the premier answer. Let's go back into game number 1. We can see the Scalds going back and forth from one Wish Cache to another.
Well, on the bright side here, we did have parity in terms of debuff luck. There were no debuffs to be found anywhere on the field in this game. Going for another Scald, it is going to connect. Not going to get the debuff here. Leo Gio firing off another Scald, and Abhinav able to make the last second Scald into the Lickitung here. And once again, no debuff to be found.
And going into the end game here, the body slam not quite enough to pick up the knockout. The second body slam coming in. This is going to be more than enough damage to knock out the rest of that Azumarill, and Abhinav secures game number 1. So I've got a question for you in chat, and for you, Henry, next to me. Wish Cache will cash in on that first Scald debuff. Will it be Abhinav's or Leo Gio's?
And Abhinav, who has made, as you can see on the accomplishments, top 8 in Portland this year, so doing very, very well in this tournament, but the Scald luck has not been with him. I would have to guess Leo Gio. I mean, at this point, you feel like Abhinav is maybe due for a Scald debuff, but at this point, I am definitely going with Leo Gio here on who gets the first Scald debuff in this one.
I mean, we were talking about it last night. We were saying, wouldn't it be funny if Abhinav just sweeps this tournament but never gets a Scald debuff for the whole time? So far, so good. Here we go into game number 2. It's Lickitung into Wish Cache. A better lead for Leo Gio, not landing this Lickitung onto the Vigoroth, and actually, Vigoroth not being brought into game number 2 by Abhinav.
And we do see this Scald reached by Abhinav here. This will be the no shield by Leo Geo. If debuffs can come through for the Whiscash, then it can potentially survive a move. The Scald connects, and there it is! He gets the debuff. We see the save switch into the Lickitung, and that's answered by the defense Deoxys.
Yes, this is going to be actually a typically winning matchup for the Lickitung, although they're both doing super effective damage. Lickitung actually outbulks the defense form Deoxys because defense form Deoxys is not defense and HP form Deoxys. It's just defense form Deoxys, and one-turn attacks, especially those that are super effective, really melt away at the health that that defense form Deoxys has.
Absolutely. It has a monster defense stat, but not a lot of HP, and each fast attack here is guaranteed to do at least 1 damage minimum. So as we see, the health of this Deoxys rapidly diminishing to the point where Leo Geo is forced to use a shield on this body slam.
And that shield comes through, the counter damage starting to add up. This Psycho Boost is going to come through and threaten a shield for Abhinav, actually opting, as we called out yesterday, he's Mr. I don't care about switch advantage, not taking switch advantage, letting that Psycho Boost go. Going to get a big farm down on the Charger Bug here. 2 volt switches coming through. I think this next one might still not quite be enough to knock out, so he might get a 3rd volt switch for the cost of his very ineffective Psycho Boost.
And we do see a nice energy advantage here for Abhinav, but unfortunately, that energy is going to be answered by the Whiscash. The X Scissors are neutral, and they will add up over time, but you're going to need multiple X Scissors if you want to inflict meaningful damage onto the Whiscash.
In comes the opposing Whiscash, which is met by Leo Geo's Lickitung. The first Power Whip comes through. This is double super effective damage, and there is a bit of chip damage on that Whiscash. No shielding the Power Whip. It is going to be a one-hit KO. In comes the Charge Bug. It has an additional shield, but it has 2 nearly full health, 50% health on this Lickitung, but 2 extremely healthy Pokemon left on Leo Geo's side.
Abhinav trying to call the body slam bait there, but Leo Geo able to connect with that Power Whip while shields are still available, and Leo Geo may have just found the equalizer here in these winter semis.
X's are not enough to pick the knockout. Lickitung able to reach an additional body slam. Abhinav now questioning, do I need to shield this or do I need to save the shield for that Whiscash? Unable to make that decision, decides to no shield, farms down, but even with 2 X Scissors loaded, this Whiscash is way too healthy. X Scissors not super effective here, and Whiscash is a fairly bulky Pokemon. The first shield used on the first X Scissor here, but the Mud Shot down. Abhinav recognizing 1 X Scissor not enough to knock out, might as well just let my Pokemon go.
Absolutely. So we do see a game where he finally does get the Scald debuff, but unfortunately, Leo Geo is the one who ends up getting that victory here. So we are going to see now, as it goes down to a decisive game number 3, what adjustments are made. The Lickitung save switch being answered by the Deoxys. Abhinav not opting for switch advantage instead of opting for shields, and then trying to make that bait call. But unfortunately, as we'll be able to see here, it was the Power Whip.
Yeah, in comes that first Scald. It was the attack drop that has never happened before for Abhinav, switching out into Lickitung, answered by Leo Geo's defense form Deoxys. You can see he was probably a bit frustrated by this because it presented Abhinav an opportunity to win switch advantage. Unfortunately for Abhinav, calling the bait, it was not the bait, it was the Power Whip, 1-hit knockout into the final matchup here, Lickitung versus the Charger Bug.
And we do see the X Scissor reached here by this Charger Bug, but Charger Bug doesn't have the highest attack stat ever, and Lickitung is very bulky, able to withstand that damage. We see the Charger Bug firing off the X Scissor. It does get shielded, and 1 X Scissor is not enough to knock out here, and Abhinav, understanding that, is just going to let the Whiscash get the farm down.
It's so interesting that the first time Abhinav gets a Scald debuff, he loses the battle. At this point, I have to imagine that he's crossing his fingers and hoping to not get the debuff because it's been bad luck for him so far.
Yeah, that was definitely a bit unfortunate. They're trying to call the bait, but it looks like we do have a lock-in for the Battlers. Game number 3, Skeleturge on the lead, but it's leading into the Whiscash. A very tough lead for Leo Geo.
And we see Abhinav adjusting back again into the Vigoroth in the back, so he's looking really, really comfortable because he has 2 Pokemon in the back that do really well against Leo Geo's Lickitung. Leo Geo building up a bunch of energy, but the first Scald coming from Abhinav, threatening heavy, super effective damage.
And we do see another debuff and the catch of the Shadow Ball onto the Lickitung. Absolutely unbelievable by Abhinav.
Abhinav recognizing that I do not need to shield this charge attack. Neither Disarming Voice nor Shadow Ball will threaten my Lickitung. Leo Geo, however, able to get his Lickitung on Abhinav's Lickitung as opposed to the Vigoroth that is lurking in the back. So this is actually not too bad for Leo Geo here in the mid game.
The Lickitung getting to avoid the Vigoroth is a definite plus, and we saw there Leo Geo, an important thing before he switched into this Lickitung mirror was he re-banked and farmed up some energy on that Skeledirge, so he'll have a charge attack available for later, and then you can send in a Lickitung into a Lickitung mirror down energy if you do have a health advantage, and as we can see here, the health advantage is very important, as that means that Leo Geo will be able to, if he wants to, dictate switch advantage, although the switch timer is coming up soon for Abhinav.
And the other thing to pay attention to is the exact amount of energy that these two trainers have. It looked like potentially that Leo Geo is maybe one lick, or maybe it's exactly the same number of licks in terms of the amount of energy they have. So typically if you're switching in late, you're going to be behind energy, but it's usually less than a full body slam. But it looks like maybe because of the amount of incinerates that Leo Geo did, he might be exactly one entire body slam behind. So the charge attack tie that theoretically could happen between these two would be impactful. However, Leo Geo throwing that next body slam first, enough to knock out. In comes Abhinav's Vigoroth to get a full farm down.
And the Vigoroth does get the farm down. Lickitung getting close to the body slam, but it's not to be. In comes the Skeledirge, and Vigoroth going for the Rock Slide. Leo Geo committing the shield, as Rock Slide would mean a KO onto this Skeledirge.
Skeledirge is nearly maxed on energy, doing another Incinerate to get proper timing. In comes the Disarming Voice. I don't think this quite threatens a knockout onto the Vigoroth. Abhinav, recognizing this comfortably, no shielding, is going to get hit by a secondary Disarming Voice. Leo Geo recognizing I want this Vigoroth gone, potentially get another debuff onto Abhinav's own Wish Cache in the endgame. Instead, swaps out, preserving the remainder of that Skeledirge, taking a body slam on his own Wish Cache.
And this body slam will do some very impactful damage here, as Abhinav looks to continue to try and make it to another move, but the Mud Bomb is reached. Very important point in the match here. Does Abhinav protect the Vigoroth, or does he leave it all up to the Wish Cache? He lets the move go. He's putting his life in the winner side of the bracket, all up to this Wiz Cache.
In comes the first Scald. We've talked about it maybe a little bit too much at this point. Will this Scald get the debuff coming through? Good, meaningful, neutral damage. No debuff. A Scald from Leo Geo coming in return, but Abhinav has more than 60% of its health remaining on his Wish Cache. Very comfortably able to no shield, no Scald back.
And we are going to see a very careful overfarm here by Abhinav. He understands the opposing Wiz Cache is very low. He can go for the Mud Bomb here, and with this energy advantage, he's looking to try and make it to a charge attack versus the Skeledirge. Back in comes the Skeledirge, but it's bad news for the Skeledirge, as it does not have any shields. The Scald is reached, and Abhinav is going to be taking the 2-1 victory here and moving on to the winners finals here in Portland, Oregon.
And with a shield still on his side, Abhinav recognizing I just need to get to the Scald. I'm not really threatened to get incinerated down at this point, so very comfortably reaches the Scald, throws it, picks up that knockout, and secures his way to the winners finals. Congratulations to him. He's got a while to wait. We have so much more of the bracket to go through, but for Leo Geo, he's not out of the tournament yet. He does still go down to the losers side of the bracket, and we'll keep him in our thoughts for Skeledirge Gaming so that we can see that Skeledirge a bit more moving its way through the rest of the tournament.
Absolutely, and Abhinav again trusting in that Wiz Cache, and the Wiz Cache delivering very, very good results. With the most recent update, of course, it getting access to Scald. Scald, with or without a debuff, does have very, very good damage per energy here. So even without a debuff, it's still able to do very impactful damage, and he's able to book his spot in the winners finals here. Also trusting in that Vigoroth in that decisive game as well.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and see how Vigoroth played in games number 1 and 3 in these replays. It's game number 1, the first Scald coming through. You see the chuckles between Abhinav and Leo Geo as no debuff lands. Abhinav up energy in this matchup, able to land a secondary Scald before Leo Geo throws the first.
Another Scald connects, not quite going to be enough to knock out here, able to make it to one final charged attack, but that's not going to be enough. And in the end game, the energy on the Vigoroth just too valuable for Abhinav. He's able to make it to a second body slam here, and for Azumarill, it's just too little, too late, as the body slam picks up the knockout and takes game 1 for Abhinav.
And going into game 2, both players pivoting. LeoGio bringing the defense from Deoxys, Abhinav leaving the Vigoroth on the bench. Actually, very interestingly enough, LeoGio ends up winning this game, even though he didn't get that matchup. And he made this incorrect swap, the swap he was not very happy with. Defense from Deoxys not being able to do very well into Lickitung. However, Abhinav not fighting for switch advantage, no shielding, this super impactful one-hit KO power whip leading into the end game here.
And we do see the Charjabug doing its best in this endgame, but X's are not going to be enough to pick up a knockout onto the bulky Lickitung. Lickitung going to be able to withstand this damage here as the X-Scissor connects. Lickitung not worried about it. Abhinav ends with the back-to-back X-Scissors, but with the shield remaining for LeoGio, one X-Scissor will not be enough to KO, so he just lets himself get farmed down to focus on game number 3.
In game number 3, the lead of Skeledirge into Wishcash was not great, and even worse was the Shadow Ball catch into Abhinav's Lickitung. Either charge attack, not very threatening. Abhinav able to take out the opposing Wishcash, farm up additional energy, and land the Scald in the end game to knock out LeoGio's Skeledirge.
So very nicely done there by Abhinav. As you can see there, the energy management on that Whiscash and in game 1 on the Vigoroth proved to be extremely impactful there in helping to secure him a ticket into these winners finals.
It's so interesting to see the Vigoroth dance that he and LeoGio did. Vigoroth in, no defense form Deoxys, Vigoroth out, defense Deoxys in. Vigoroth back in, defense Deoxys out. LeoGio could not get that defense form Deoxys onto its intended target. It didn't actually matter in game number 2. He ended up winning that anyways, but it'll be curious to see maybe if we do end up getting an interview about their thoughts about that placement of Vigoroth and defense form Deoxys. You know, the counter user that loses to counter users avoided the counter user that typically beats almost every other counter user.
Absolutely, and it seems like the core that he has really liked here has been that Vigoroth and Whiscash core that we've talked about. They're able to cover each other decently well, because there are a couple flyers that Whiscash doesn't have the best time against, but if you're flying type, you're probably going to be weak to that rock slide coverage on the Vigoroth. You can see there Abhinav really taking advantage of 2 Pokemon that were given updates in this most recent update patch and putting them to great use here. And he's honestly a little bit putting this core on the map, so to speak, and the Pokemon Go world will be taking notice.
I guarantee it. It'll be so curious to see how things go into Charlotte. Of course, trainers here can't update their teams at all, but that's a lot of analysis from us on this past game. Let's see what the people out there in the world have to think about things here in Portland, Oregon. Sussy Susie, I'll have a busy month ahead hosting local tournaments in Italy. So if anyone here who is watching is living in Italy or close to Italy, take a look at these lists. That is an enormous list of Go challenges and Go side events and cups. Go to your local tournaments, earn those championship points, and maybe we can see you over in Honolulu for Worlds at some point.
That is absolutely fantastic. I've gotten the chance to go to a couple local tournaments, and they were quite a lot of fun. So I definitely got to enjoy that. Next up, we have from the North Star here. Got to love the perfect combat power. No power up needed. The shiny Decidueye. Oh my goodness. Gotta say, Phoebe, that has to be one of the best shinies out there. The colors on that are amazing.
It is a great owl Pokemon. We haven't had the opportunity to play the Pokemon Pokedex guessing entry. I think we do have one for Decidueye, and it's something about using arrows as its unique sniping attack. But hey, if you ever get that in the future, now you'll know. We have another picture here, some nice cosplay from Team Rocket. Team Rocket's double the trouble here in Pokemon and Pokemon Go. We have plenty of Team Rocket stops here at the venue. Make sure you get those Rocket radars ready so that you can maybe I'm grinding myself the Shadow Dratini from Cliff because I want to make sure that I can eventually get myself a great Shadow Dragonair to maybe bring to one of these tournaments in the Play Pokemon Championships series.
And that's interesting. I'm actually going after one of the other Rocket leaders there. I'm going after a good Shadow Sableye. I was able to get a good one that I could purify, but I think having the Shadow as well, getting that little bit of extra damage. I mean, we've seen some great plays by Shadow Pokemon so far today. So I'm saying, you know what? If I can get some Shadow forms, I will be pretty happy with that.
Speaking of great plays, our players on the stage are ready to put on some great plays for us. It's going to be Bopper versus Kobe. This is the other side of the winners semis. Bopper is running Azumarill, Registeel, Lickitung, Defense Form, Deoxys, Gligar, and Wishcash. No Guzzlord! No Guzzlord, no Guzzlord.
I know, Phoebe. It's tough. It'll be okay. It'll be okay. For Kobe, we have the Shadow Poliwrath. So we do have two counter users here, one from each trainer, the Whiscash, the Registeel, the Mandibuzz making a second appearance here, the Gligar, and the Cresselia.
We have very different teams here between the two trainers, not a lot of overlap. They both have a counter user here. Let's look at the, before we get into the teams too much, let's look at these previous titles. Bopper having a very solid set of go finishes, Sacramento Regional finalist, Arlington Regional top number 8. In addition to that, I believe he has a good amount of experience in the VG scene as well, and I'm sure he has some accolades there to add onto that list. The movesets on these Pokemon are all very standard. Azumarill, Bubble, Play Rough, Ice Beam, so no Hydro Pump. Defense Form, Deoxys, Counter Thunderbolt, Psycho Boost, so no Rock Slide there. Wishcash, Gligar, Lickitung, and Registeel all on their standard movesets.
And an interesting choice here as well, as we do move over to Kobe, and let's take a look here. Accomplishments, as we had mentioned, Kobe competed last year at Portland in 2023, was not able to make the top cut, but this year making the grand return back and better than ever in the top 8. And let's take a look at the teams here. We have Shadow Poliwrath, the standard moveset, Icy Wind and Scald, the Whiscash, the Mandibuzz, running Dark Pulse again. So a bit of an interesting choice here. Both trainers using Mandibuzz that we've seen opting for the Dark Pulse.
Yeah, and then on that Cresselia, it's going to be Psycho Cut, Grass Knot, and Future Sight opting against Moonblast. Another pretty common pick for this meta. Deciding I don't need that fairy coverage, but you know what that does, Henry?
What's
Makes
that?
Guzzlord really good in that matchup.
Fantastic. And Bopper does have a Lickitung, and that's one of the matchups where having Future Sight can be very advantageous. Getting that same type attack bonus move, it can allow you to do very, very well into the Lickitung. So Bopper, if he had the Guzzlord, might have been very happy to see that moveset, but he is instead opting for the Lickitung here. And it looks like, Phoebe, we do have a lock-in. Game number 1, Bopper versus Kobe.
Yeah, and this is going to be a great lead for Bopper. Lickitung into the Cresselia. We'll have to see if Kobe decides to switch out, staying in a bit, and we've talked about it a lot, the Zero Shield matchup. This Cresselia can go straight Future Sight in order to secure a heavy hitting, same type attack, bonus charged attack. And it's not like in the VG. In Future Sight, the damage doesn't play right away. We see the damage immediately here in Pokemon Go, putting the Lickitung down into the yellow after a few more Psycho Cuts.
Body Slam deployed by the Lickitung. We already see the No Shield by the Cresselia. Body Slam is going to start to add up here, and of course, these constant super effective licks from the Lickitung are continuing to chip away at the health of the Cresselia as it builds up closer and closer to that second Future Sight.
The next Body Slam is still being built up to. However, the Future Sight is reached. This will be doing super incredible, lots of damage is what I was going to say. They're definitely not quite able to pick up the knockout, and the third Body Slam is just about to be reached. And it seems as if maybe for Bopper's specifically trained Lickitung, he's able to reach this final Body Slam and pull a shield off of Kobe's Cresselia, switching in the Azumarill very quickly, which is a bit unfortunate because now giving up switch advantage in this way means that Kobe could very easily swap into the Registeel, which has a very great matchup given that there is no Hydro Pump on that Azumarill side.
In comes the Registeel, and as you mentioned, no Hydro Pump here means that Azumarill's energy is going to be walled. Kobe, of course, with open team sheets, is aware of this, so this is a very safe no shield. Kobe continuing to farm. Will get to go for a massive, super effective Zap Cannon. We see the no shield by Bopper. Do we see the full charge? We do.
Not quite enough to pick up the knockout, so a bit of extra farm there for Kobe. Maybe if he undercharged a little bit more, he would have been able to get a bit more farm, which would have been nice coming into this next matchup. However, he's still very cleanly able to reach this next Zap Cannon before Gligar's able to get off a charge attack. The dig unable to come through. The attack drop does occur. However, I'm not sure how impactful it will be because I think maybe the Registeel is just outside. Actually, it's a Shadow Gligar, so maybe it would have been able to pick up a knockout here. The extra farm that Bopper gets here might be nice so that he can take that energy into the final matchup, but Gligar versus Mandibuzz is not a great matchup for Gligar.
That is not, and as well, this Gligar is still debuffed. It will have to switch out if it wants to reset the debuff here. So now Bopper in a difficult spot where do you want to give the Mandibuzz energy, and that's what he's going to do. He banks the energy, switches into the Lickitung, and resets the debuff on the Gligar.
Gligar throwing the Aerial Ace immediately, no shield coming in from Kobe. Recognizing Aerial Ace is not going to threaten a knockout, I don't need to use my shields quite yet. Throwing the Dark Pulse immediately, and Bopper recognizing I am too far behind in this matchup. Even if this was an Aerial Ace, I don't think, or a Dark Pulse, I don't think I could win. Letting it go and conceding game number 1 there. 1-0 to Kobe.
And one thing we talked about beforehand that ended up playing a pretty big role was the Future Sight on Cresselia, able to get the Lickitung low. Bopper looks like he did train his Lickitung to be very, very bulky, able to withstand the damage, make it to a third move, and the decision by Kobe to play for switch. Bopper switches into the Azumarill, giving up that alignment, and then the Registeel able to get a bit of a lock-on farm down, outpace the Gligar, debuff the Gligar, force it to go for multiple moves to get a knockout, and overall, Game 1 goes in the way of Kobe.
And here we see it, that heavy hitting Future Sight, not quite enough to pick up the knockout, but Kobe is now in a position where he decides who wins switch advantage. Kobe opted for switch advantage and is very well rewarded for it, able to align the Lickitung back up onto the Mandibuzz, get a farm down, but Gligar not in a position that it could, where it can shine. It's not a shiny, it is just a standard Gligar, and it does not shine well against Mandibuzz.
Yeah, so definitely a tough spot for Bopper after he did concede switch advantage in that game. So the question is, in the adjustments that he makes for game number 2, do we potentially see him fight for switch advantage, or does he potentially try and run more neutral Pokemon that don't necessarily need switch advantage?
Yeah, I think that's a great call out because transitioning between game to game, you don't even necessarily need to make very large adjustments to your team compositions. Changing the way that you play the game, changing the decisions that you make can often be enough. I think if Bopper had opted for switch advantage as opposed to shield advantage in game number 1, he would have been in a much more positive position. Aligning the Azumarill against the Mandibuzz and the Gligar versus the Registeel would have been very powerful. Going into game number 2, an unfortunate lead here for Bopper, switching for the Whiscash lead, but meets Cresselia, which is not a great matchup.
And the Whiscash is trying to make it to a potential Scald. Gets to the Scald, could have been charge attack priority, but Cresselia content with looking to overfarm in this matchup.
Scald comes through. Will it get the 50% chance at a debuff? No debuff. The Grass Knot will still do heavy hitting damage either way, but because Cresselia's attack value is not very high, I don't think it would necessarily quite threaten a knockout. The Grass Knot is shielded up though. Now Bopper has a decision. Do I try to catch the next Grass Knot? He does onto that Gligar, which is great. This is now only neutral damage and does not even put the Shadow Gligar below 50%.
And we do see the counter switch into the Mandibuzz, the battle of the Flyers. But the advantage in terms of bulk definitely goes to the Mandibuzz here. As this Aerial Ace, I mean, we see an immediate no-shift for the Mandibuzz, understanding this damage is not threatening.
The one thing Bopper has going for him, this game is honestly looking very similar to game number 1. We're going to have the Gligar on the Mandibuzz, and later on, I expect Registeel on the Azumarill. The one thing Bopper has going for him in this game that he did not in game number 1 is the health on his first Pokemon. Whiscash still has nearly all of its health. Cresselia is now energy dry because of that caught grass knot, so he has the ability to potentially maneuver around in the late game to still eke out a win, even though things are looking a bit dire for him now.
Absolutely. That is a great call out. The stored energy and the health available on that Whiscash, very important. In comes the Azumarill, and Azumarill will be met with an Aerial Ace, but this Aerial Ace onto a bulky Azumarill is not going to be threatening whatsoever, so Bopper can look to try and get energy on the Azumarill as well as he tries to play out of difficult alignment.
And I like this call from Bopper. Sacrificing the health on this Azumarill, Azumarill is much more able to survive the attacks from Mandibuzz. Now Mandibuzz cannot opt for the harder hitting Dark Pulse because that is resisted damage. Bopper going for an immense bubble down, taking this third Aerial Ace, going to probably put the Azumarill just into the yellow, under 50% health, over 100 energy going into this next matchup.
And it looked like he may have been looking to potentially switch out here. In comes the Registeel, gonna switch into the Whiscash, and we do see the Scald thrown, anticipating the switch into the Cresselia. That is very lightning fast reaction time by Bopper.
Yeah, good anticipation. The Scald does not get another debuff. You can see him shaking his head. Another charge attack tie. Great counting from Bopper, but he is a shield down. I would have actually maybe preferred a Mud Bomb here because it does threaten the knockout, but maybe he was looking for the attack debuff. He gets it this time. 1 out of 3 times, 4 to 50% is still reasonably well within odds.
Definitely. We do see the grass knot get shielded up here, and fishing for that debuff is very impactful. Looks like it may come down to charge attack priority again, but the decision by Bopper this time to not go for it, instead goes for the cheaper Mud Bomb. Kobe needs to land damage onto this Whiscash here, and we do see the clock not up for Bopper, unable to get a catch. No shields left for the Whiscash. Double super effective damage, single debuff. Will it KO? It will not. The Whiscash holds on.
Yes, the Whiscash is now able to build up extra energy. Will he decide to catch the grass knot onto the Azumarill? That is a great catch for him. He has so much energy loaded on that Whiscash. This will not quite knock out the Azumarill. The question is, does he have enough gas in the tank of his final 2 Pokemon to knock out a nearly full health Registeel as well as the Cresselia? The Cresselia is energy dry. This Registeel has its full health and no energy. There is more than a Mud Bomb stored. Can the Whiscash be able to take out the remainder of this Registeel? There's so much for Bopper to do here.
This is going to be an incredibly close end game. Does Kobe potentially try and go for a farm down here? Can the Azumarill get this Registeel into a range where 1 Mud Bomb can knock out? And the timer could be a factor in this game. The Ice Beam is thrown, and this could go down to the timer, Phoebe. This Ice Beam will burn time off that clock as well. Continuing to farm is the Registeel. The match timer counts down here. 3, 2, 1. The game over, but the Whiscash wins charge attack priority.
The Whiscash wins charge attack priority. Will it knock out? This will be so impactful, and it does!
Who has more health? Whiscash versus Cresselia. And Bopper takes it! Unbelievable scenes here in Portland! Bopper, against impossible alignment, does magic here in Portland and stays alive on the winner's side of the bracket. Phoebe, I cannot believe my eyes.
I am shaking back here. What a ridiculous end to that game. No one could have predicted the final 10 seconds of that battle. The countdown into the charge attack, into the knockout to take the victory.
Unbelievable. I am almost at a loss for words here, Phoebe. I cannot wait till these highlights come through here. Honestly, how do you pick highlights from a match like that? It feels like the whole game was non-stop.
That's exactly it. You just picked the whole game.
The farm down at the end, the clock hits 0, but the charged attack priority for the Whiscash here, and all that stored energy on the Azumarill, able to get it into range where a Mud Bomb knocks out, and it comes down to health remaining. Cresselia versus the Whiscash, and barely by the tiniest of margins, Bopper gets the equalizer.
Henry, We need a break.
Let's
take a deep breath, reset. You know, the players on the stage take a deep breath, reset for game number 3. We need to do the same. Breathe in, breathe out, just like that Metacham video from Speedy. Game number 3, Wishcash, so impactful in game number 2, able to do so much in the end game, picking up that knockout, that stored energy, so impactful. How do both of these players pivot into game number 3?
It's going to be tough to see what adjustments can be made. The alignment looks so good for Kobe, but Bopper able to leverage energy and shield advantage even in the worst alignment there. And it's something we have seen as a consistent theme among players who have done well. You mentioned Abhinav. He doesn't care about switch, and he's in winners finals, and Bopper did not have switch advantage, but the decision to go for the aggressive farm down with the Azumarill, resisted charge move after resisted charge move into that Registeel, and eventually the resisted damage adds up to where a Mud Bomb picks up the knockout, and on timeout he wins. An unbelievable game, and I feel like one of the luckiest people in the world to get to watch a game 3 between these two trainers.
I cannot agree more, and the number of charge attacks that came through from Bopper's Azumarill onto that Registeel, I think it was 3. I think it was Play Rough, Ice Beam, it was exactly what it took to get that Registeel down low enough for Mud Bomb to knock out. It is game number 3 here. A great lead for Bopper. Registeel into Mandibuzz.
We do see the Mandibuzz staying in this matchup to start with. Mandibuzz will be able to outpace here and get some valuable chip damage with this Dark Pulse. However, this is a very comfortable no shield for Registeel, as the damage output from the Mandibuzz not going to be a lot, whereas that Zap Cannon will make its presence felt.
Zap Cannon coming through. This is the super effective charge attack with the chance of a attack drop coming through, dealing massive super effective energy, forcing the Mandibuzz out. In comes the Wishcash. I like this play from Bopper, building up energy, recognizing Mud Bomb's going to not threaten a knockout, actually going for the Focus Blast before deciding anything from here. Will he switch in his Lickitung?
The Focus Blast connects. In comes the Lickitung, but now this is a much more manageable health range. We've seen Wishcash up energy potentially be able to flip the Lickitung matchup, but with this health advantage, now the Lickitung can opt straight for the Body Slam, and even with these debuffs, this is still extremely manageable for Bopper.
Yeah, no longer needing to go for the heavier hitting, more expensive Power Whip. No shielding the second Scald, so much health on this Lickitung. No debuff this time, means that Body Slam will be doing good, meaningful, neutral damage here. I don't think it'll be enough to pick up the knockout because of that first debuff. However, I think Bopper can now very comfortably maybe use one shield, get a Lick Down, or, as we were talking about, maybe he opts for losing switch advantage and getting energy on a different Pokemon.
And we do see the Scald connect into the Lickitung, and it does pick up the knockout. So even with the chip damage from the Focus Blast, energy lead, Wishcash just so strong here, getting that debuff, surviving the Body Slam. In comes the Registeel to get an energy advantage.
But where does Kobe go? Both of his Pokemon in the back don't want to take energy from Bopper's charged attacks. The Registeel looks so great, putting up a shield here for the Dark Pulse. This is the charge attack you would like to shield, and Bopper's going to have to maybe play this endgame a little bit carefully. Defense Form Deoxys cannot throw any super effective charge attacks into Registeel, and if it ever opts to throw the Cycle Boost, it will be debuffing its hardest hitting counters.
This will be very interesting in the endgame. Opting to go for the Focus Blast. We see the switch into the Deoxys, but this could be the edge that Kobe needs. This is going to be massive, super effective damage. This is where running Dark Pulse, the harder hitting move, comes in clutch, as that does big damage onto that Deoxys.
Farming up to an additional Dark Pulse, Bopper unable to get the counter down. Does he decide to use his last shield here? He does. Preserving that defense from Deoxys. In comes Kobe's Registeel. Bopper does have the Thunderbolt here. This will be good neutral damage. He is not forced to throw a Psycho Boost. If he was running the Rock Slide, he would not be able to do neutral damage here. He would have to, honestly, you'd probably end up throwing the Rock Slide because you don't want to debuff your counters quite yet. We're seeing Focus Blast's reach. Zap Cannon comes out. Bopper is going to have to let the defense form Deoxys go here.
And this Focus Blast is resisted. The Deoxys hangs on. Does it make the move? No! No, it does not. Falls just short. And with a shield left for Kobe, this is looking like Kobe's underdog story will continue here on the winner's side of the bracket as the Focus Blast is reached. Bopper, magic in game 2, but Kobe will not be denied.
Yeah, even with the Focus Blast not knocking out, Bopper recognizing he did not have enough health to still reach that Thunderbolt. What an impressive win to push himself into the winner's finals, even with the incredible comeback that Bopper had in game number 2 there. Kobe pushing his way to the winner's finals. Congratulations to him.
Massive congratulations to Kobe. As we mentioned, his only time competing prior to this was Portland in 2023. So a newer competitor taking Portland in 2024 by storm here as he makes it to the winner's finals. But before we talk about any of that, Phoebe, I have to see these highlights. What an unbelievable series.
It's going to take my breath away again, even though we know exactly what happens. We know exactly how it plays out. Just game number 2. I think it beats Luster Purge. I think it beats Luster Purge.
It does. That was absolutely unbelievable. The worst alignment ever, but saving energy everywhere, making the catch to waste the energy from Kobe. The farm down with the Azumarill, trusting in those 3 resisted charge moves to get it to a point where Mud Bomb can knock out and winning on timer. Unbelievable gameplay. And here's the thing. That wasn't the finals. There's still more after this, which is amazing.
And we're ready. It may be unbelievable, but I'll believe it when my eyes see it right here. Let's get into the replays and watch the footage from those 3 impressive battles. Game number 1, Bopper not getting alignment. Gligar onto the Mandibuzz, not able to do enough meaningful damage. Trying to go for a catch there to try to push his way back into the game, but Kobe recognizing I can go straight Dark Pulse here, pull the knockout. I have so much health left here on my Flying Dark Pokemon.
And in game number 2, the Whiscash going up against that Cresselia, the catch here, saving that energy on that Whiscash for later, catching onto the Gligar. Kobe ends up switching out into the Mandibuzz, not rebanking that energy on Cresselia for later. Azumarill taking heavy damage here. The switch into the Whiscash, back into the Cresselia. But as we see here, he went for the Scald, anticipating the switch, and due to the debuff, the Grass Knot does not knock out. And this allows Whiscash to over farm here and go for a potential catch onto the Azumarill. And due to this being debuffed, this Grass Knot is not threatening. The Registeel in the end game, looking for the farm down, gets the farm down, but guess what, Phoebe? Charged attack priority.
So close. In the end, the timer hitting 0 as the Mud Bomb goes off. Able to pick up the knockout. If it had not, the Zap Cannon or Focus Blast, I forget what was clicked, would have come through. Bopper popping off at that game 2 victory into game number 3. Scald picking up switch advantage for Bopper. The charge attack being shielded into the Mandibuzz, allowing the Mandibuzz to build up more energy. That's the problem with Registeel. You can't farm down, so he was forced to switch into this not so great matchup, take a super effective Dark Pulse, which put his defense form Deoxys way down in health.
And the decision to go for the Focus Blast here, getting that 1 extra lock on, able to let him comfortably outpace here. And the Focus Blast picks up the knockout, and Kobe advancing to the winner's finals. I mean, we've said it before. I'll probably keep saying it, Phoebe. What an unbelievable series, and what an absolute pleasure it is to be here in the booth and get to see those battles live here in Portland. The level of competition is unbelievable.
We gotta go grab him some a dress and some glass slippers. This is a Cinderella story, and let's hear from Cinderella himself out there. Take it away, Sophia, with the interview.
All right, I'm here on the floor with the Cinderella story of Portland right here. Kobe taking down some absolutely huge names and some huge matches just now against Bopper. Kobe, how are you feeling?
To be honest, it still just hasn't all sunk in. I mean, I think Bopper played his absolute heart out, so I'm just glad that I was able to come out on top, to be honest.
And I think everyone was holding their breath during that game too. We all saw that timer come up. What was going through your mind when you saw that timer? Did it even register? Were you thinking about timeout win conditions? Because that doesn't happen a lot of the time in Go.
No, to be honest, if you roll it back, you'll see I pumped my fist because I swore my Cresselia had more health than the Whiscash. And the second it came up, I was waiting for it to load up and see what it said, and it said good effort. I was like, oh no, you know, so I mean, it was a crazy ending. You don't see a men like that very often. We both brought some pretty bulky teams, so a timeout doesn't really shock me.
Yeah, it is pretty crazy. We don't see that a lot in the play Pokemon scene, but sometimes it happens in GBL, and I definitely know the feeling of, waiting. You see the time's up, and then it says good effort or you win. It's really crazy. But you were able to bounce back in that Game 3, right? What was going in your head between those two games? Because obviously, disappointing Game 2, but you played incredibly well in Game 3.
Yeah, I think I just had to tell myself, brush it off, keep the composure, don't let anything get under my skin, or don't think about it too much. I knew I had the recipe with the team that I brought to be able to take down Bopper. It was just a matter of getting all the right chess pieces in the right places, and sometimes that just simply takes being patient, finding your advantages, and leveraging them when you can.
Well, you certainly leveraged all the advantages that you had there. Do you want to tell us a little bit about how you prepared last night for this match against Bopper?
A lot of sleep, to be honest. I actually didn't. I hopped on PB Poke and ran the simulations a little bit since I knew what I was going to be expecting, but. I mean, even on PB Poke, it was pretty back and forth. He had Pokemon that were really good into my squad. I have some that were really good into his squad. But we both had checks to those, so nothing was able to just absolutely run free. It just came down to the mind games and kind of trying to predict what he was going to bring, what was going to be in the lead, and what was going to be in the bag.
Well, I think you brought some really interesting teams, and it didn't even look like you had a great team composition advantage, but you were still able to play around that a lot. I know you also told Butters earlier that Amanda Buzz has kind of been your MVP this tournament. Do you want to talk about how you maybe came up with that? Did anyone inspire you or any particular teams, or are you kind of just looking through the meta?
To be honest, my original intention in bringing Mandibuzz was I thought I'd be seeing more Lantern. So I was going to use Mandibuzz to get the Lantern out because it actually doesn't have as awful as a matchup as you think on paper to free up my Poliwrath in the back, but I haven't seen Lantern. And instead, by looking at some of the teams I've been playing, there's not really a lot of good checks to Mandibuzz out there, save Charjabug. And even Charjabug, since it is bulkier, it doesn't hit Mandibuzz that hard, and Charjabug's gonna win no matter what, but you can still, once again, do some good damage to it, set up a Pokemon in the back. So, I mean, Mandibuzz, the bulk, the damage output from Dark Pulse, I'm really glad I brought it.
Yeah, I think your Mandibuzz has been finding not maybe the Lanterns that you were thinking about, but the Gligar and the Lickitung have been out a lot. And then finally, just before we go, do you have any shout outs you want to give for anyone who helped you prep or anyone who's supporting you right now?
Definitely still just got to shout out the Silph team, Gong Rippers. Everyone tuning in, watching me. Thank you for the support, and we'll try to keep doing it for you.
Well, you're on an incredible right now, Kobe. You've taken down a lot of big names. You're so far into the bracket now. But speaking of big names, let's hear from one of the biggest names on the Play Pokemon Championship series so far, Rise to Occasion.
I started playing the original main series games as a little kid, took a break for a while, started playing Pokemon Go in 2016, took a bit of a hiatus like a lot of people, and got into PvP in around 2020. My first competitive Pokemon memory, I did karate when I was a little kid, and my friend Patrick, he's actually the one that introduced me to like Pokemon Leaf Green and Fire Red, and we would battle before karate practice every day. My favorite Pokemon is Scizor. I like the sleek metallic look of Scizor. There's a lot of amazing people in the competitive scene. One person I look up to is 2-0 Butters. I think he's just a really good representative for the community, and he's so exciting with his shoutcasting. I don't think our competitive scene would be where it's at without him. Favorite Pokemon video game has to be Pokemon Go. I mean, it's what I spend a lot of time playing, and it's given me a lot of opportunities, so Pokemon Go. If I could battle one trainer from anywhere, it would be trainer tips in a YouTube video. I challenge you. My favorite part about Pokemon events is the relationships you develop with people. I mean, I've been fortunate enough to be successful at some of these regionals and such, but more so than winning prizes or accolades, having people genuinely excited to see you succeed and developing these friendships is what really usurps everything for me. Ice cream over popcorn. So many flavors, sweet treat, can't go wrong with a bowl of ice cream for dessert. If I won the World Championship, first person I call would have to be my mom. My whole family's been really supportive of me. It's not the traditional thing to say. I want to pursue Pokemon Go YouTube content full time, and they've had my back, so I appreciate them for that. Gotta go with Charmander as my starter. Charizard, another favorite. I mean, Charizard's one of everybody's favorites, right? So can't go wrong with Charmander.
you know, no matter the situation, it's high competition. Everyone's trying to have a good time as well. So if you can be nice to your opponent and just, you know, be courteous of their state of mind and, you know, things in the game, that's going to lead to a lot of maybe friendships and success in the games.
So an unwritten rule with Pokemon Go is that you always have to say good luck, have fun to your opponent before your battles.
An unwritten rule in Pokemon for me is if someone's having trouble setting up for a round, just help them out in any way you can.
Don't be rude. If you've ever played card games, video games, anything, you know what it's like to play against somebody who is not very gracious when playing the game. It definitely makes the match worse.
A good unwritten rule is like saying good luck to a player and giving them a good lip fist pump.
I think the biggest unwritten rule in Pokemon is if your opponent is on low health, you have to throw the nuke charge move and not the small charge move. So if you like return like a Carbink as a Sableye, that's goated.
Oh, the legends are told of the heroes who won the hearts of the world. They were born champions. The deeds were well known, and the word of them spread, and they vanquished their foes. Wherever they tread, they came for the glory, they went for the fame. They go down in the books. We'll remember their names. Content as they fight, but look in their eyes. They came to win. They came to be immortalized. 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 Immortalized.
Welcome back, trainers. We're in the top 8 of the Portland Regional Championships here in day 2. We just saw some of the craziest games I think we've had all tournament with Bopper versus Kobe. Butters, what did you think of those games?
It was absolutely incredible. First of all, the timeout ticking down there and then not knowing which Pokemon had more health. I didn't remember how much exactly the Cresselia had in the back. Did it have more health than the Whiscash? Then the Whiscash had more health in the end, so Bopper won that game. But Kobe won the series, and now he's taken out Rubik's Master, Beach, and Bopper, who I thought had the best chance on that winner's side of the bracket.
Bopper definitely maybe one of the bigger names on the winner's side, but Kobe making a huge run, maybe the Cinderella story of this tournament so far. Bopper, unfortunately, is going to drop to that loser's bracket. We'll see him in just a second in losers round 2. But first, we have to figure out who he's going to be playing, and that's going to be the winner of Ramberto and its Axon, who are getting ready on the stage right now.
And I just laughed because it's an incredibly tough losers bracket because
Right.
we had these losers finals at the beginning of day number 2, and the names that are moving on those losers finals was It's Axon, Ramberto, Caleb Pang, and Onion Frank. So the number 1 and 2 seed in the tournament, and then Ramberto and Caleb, who obviously have a history of battling against each other, where Ramberto won a regional championships and Caleb was a finalist. But here we are in this matchup. It is going to be 2 previous world qualifiers, and then, of course, the world champion, It's Axon.
This is an incredibly stacked losers bracket. Both of these trainers, like you said, so experienced, so ready, and I think they're actually almost ready to get into this battle.
And once again, It's Axon is facing that Vigoroth Whiscash core, the core that he has been most afraid of, and because that means he has to bring the Pokemon he is least comfortable with, that Shadow Poliwrath. And of course, Ramberto is the San Diego regional champion, taking down Caleb Pang in that regional. And then I want to point out also, he was 25th at the World Championships, which is quite impressive as well. Running a different team composition. The grounds have been the story, though, for Ramberto, running a lot of Shadow Gligar and Whiscash.
Right, that Shadow, Gligar, and Whiscash core, like we said, double ground, kind of an unconventional core, but ground is actually one of the strongest offensive typings in the game, and he's been able to trap things like Registeel with that. Taking a look at Itzaxen, every time we bring him on stream, the accomplishments list is just not long enough. Of course, reigning world champion, reigning Portland regional champion, still has a chance to repeat there. I believe he qualified for the World Championships last year by finishing second in Vancouver, and of course doesn't even have NAIC champion on here as well.
Yeah, of course. The trainer to win the international championships in North America, a North American regional, and the World Championship. He has to be considered the best player in the world, or if not the best, one of the best. Him and Wadaj are probably up there together. So Ramberto is used to facing this type of competition, though, because he did qualify for Worlds, got pretty far in the Worlds competition, but Itzaxen had a tough day one because of the alignment, but day number two, he has an opportunity to make a lot of adjustments, and he has that opportunity right now to continue in this loser's side of the bracket versus Ramberto. Here comes a ground type. It's that Shadow Gligar and Lickitung lead. No Whiscash in the back, though.
And this is one of those matchups where the Shadow status of that Gligar is so important. I think you actually take the same damage from Licks as a regular Gligar, but you're just dealing so much more neutral damage here.
That's a fantastic point there, and it depends how you train the Gligar. You can actually win this matchup as well against this Lickitung, and we know Itzaxen, when he was down 1-0 against Shadow Mimikyu, he went for that Lickitung lead. He feels very confident in this Pokemon. It's his favorite Pokemon, and when he's down, he wants to lead that Lickitung, but so that was actually a great call from Ramberto to lead that Shadow Gligar because it has a good chance here. But actually going for the Aerial Ace, which I don't believe is going to knock out.
Yeah, Aerial Ace does less damage than Dig, a little bit less efficient at the move, and I think the Lickitung was pretty much at the body slam here, so it looks like Itzaxen is going to be able to fire this off. If this takes out, then Itzaxen actually gets alignment here.
Yeah, and it looks like the Protect Shield does come up from Ramberto, wants to take the alignment, and when you got Skarmory in the back, you kind of want alignment, and both trainers have Skarmory in the back, so it is going to matter a little bit. It looks like you're going to go for a Steel Wing down. You're going to absorb this Dig and get some energy, but Ramberto's going to be able to easily bring in that Skarmory to soak it, and he's got two answers because he also has the Charge Bug in the back.
And I think that shield from Ramberto is signifying that he thinks Switch Advantage is very important, and I think he's right. Look at this, going to be able to align that Electric Tech Charge Bug onto the Skarmory, and then of course, doesn't know it yet, but he has his own Skarmory for that Gligar in the back.
And we're in kind of like a seesaw matchup where you're going to throw this energy, which lands the Brave Bird, and then you swap here into the Gligar, and then the Skarmory comes out. You're going to lose this matchup versus Skarmory, but can you bank energy to then double Sky Attack the Charge Bug later on? So this matchup isn't as important who wins between the Skarmory and the Gligar, it's who comes out with the advantage out of this next matchup.
Itzaxen was able to land the Brave Bird on that Charge Bug, so you see that Charge Bug in the back, very, very damaged here. So Itzaxen looks like he's happy, just like you said, to let this Gligar go. You know, maybe just farm up, you know, throw as many digs as you can, and then maybe try to go for a Stealing Jab. Actually, not even throwing a move here. Okay, waiting to the last second. Yeah.
I really like that play because if Ramberto let this Skarmory get too low, then you could give that window for the advantage for Itzaxen. So I actually thought Ramberto was just trying to get that Gligar out of there, but the Gligar did enough. Now it's going to be able to soak this damage, but it's so risky, and you have to Protect Shield because you don't want to take that Brave Bird, and it's actually the Sky Attack bait. And how are you going to take out this Skarmory and the Charger Bug?
Itzaxen's best friend right here is the fact that the Switch Clock isn't quite able to get the
Can he get it?
But Ramberto gets to a last-second Sky Attack here.
But the problem is, even if you endure this, you have to throw back-to-back Sky Attacks, and you can't take a Volt Switch, and you're guaranteed to take a Volt Switch. You don't even have the energy going for the Brave Bird just for fun. It gets Protect Shielded, and Ramberto is going to be able to take game number 1 against the World Champ.
Excellent recognition from Ramberto there. That Switch Advantage was going to be very important. Like we said, leading that Shadow Gligar into the Lickitung. Threw the Aerial Ace right and didn't actually take out the Lickitung, but was still able to get the advantage that he needed to close out the game down the line.
And Itzaxen had that alignment, like you mentioned, and he feels like he has an opportunity to play differently today, where he felt like it was more polarizing yesterday in day number 1. That's why he went down to Shadow Mimikyu, and now he's trying to play a little more flexible. And when he played more flexible and let Ramberto take the alignment, then it was just too tough with that back line of the double flyer of that Skarmory and of course the Shadow Gligar. You just couldn't do enough in the end.
Ended up having to spend the Protect Shields on these resisted Sky attacks from the opposing Skarmory. Definitely not what he wanted to do, but such a tough position there. I mean, I don't know if he had to try to maybe power through the Skarmory with his own Shadow Gligar up his shield, but definitely in this position, just a couple Steel Wings off, unfortunately, that double Sky attack that he needed.
And it looks like he was also going for an ABB team kind of against Vigoroth, running that Lickitung lead and then 2 flyers in the back because he is so afraid of Vigoroth. It was his demise in day number 1 with Shadow Mimikyu. But remember, its Axen was down 1-0 earlier today against Shadow Mimikyu, and he reverse swept. So the world champ is never out of it. Let's see the leads. It's going to be Skarmory in the Skarmory.
And this is a mirror matchup from the old days of Go Battle League. It takes so long, and it really comes down to who's able to win maybe that charge attack priorities. But look at these Steel Wings. They're actually starting to chunk away on both sides.
Yeah, it's doing a lot of damage. Steel Wing is a pretty good move now because you have the damage increased on that attack, and the energy generation is decent. It's not super fast, but it's a lot better than it used to be. Here comes the Sky attack into the Skarmory. That's not going to do anything, and it's just going to be Sky attack versus Sky attack here.
And looking at those back lines a little bit, just taking a peek down the line, I see that Whiscash on Ramberto's side doesn't really have a great answer from its Axen. So potentially, its Axen is going to need to maybe bank some energy here, maybe not throw these resisted Sky attacks, and maybe save them for something like that Whiscash later.
Yeah, and Ramberto has brought back the double ground that's been so good for him. Has the Gligar and the Whiscash, and actually drops the Brave Bird, but doesn't knock out. And once again, its Axen looks like he's gonna get the alignment here. In the Brave Bird, no, he does land the Brave Bird, so unlike last game, he gets the alignment, but the Protect Shields are even.
And here comes Ramberto trying to wing attack that Skarmory down. Has switch advantage, but I don't even know if that's that critical for Ramberto here. The Gligar up energy and along with that Whiscash in the back, which can deal super effective damage to both of its
brings in the Lantern.
But, oh my goodness, but that Whiscash is looking so strong there for Ramberto.
I thought that was a fantastic call, though. I mean, obviously, if we see the back lines, if he's expecting double ground in the back, this is the best decision because you would rather play Lantern versus Shadow Gligar than Lantern versus Whiscash, and you have that Gligar in the back with 2 Protect Shields. The key is you just can't let that Shadow Gligar, if you're at Saxon, get in range of Scald, so you can't really even take any wing attacks from Ramberto's Shadow Gligar.
That's a great point, Butters. You don't want to take these wing attacks, but its Axen, again, doesn't know that there's necessarily Whiscash. Doesn't shield this, though, so it's going to have to take this wing attack.
It's an aerial ace, and he hangs on. He actually banks a Surf there, and it's a simultaneous swap. And as we've seen earlier, a Shadow Gligar can actually endure a Scald from a Whiscash, so actually just going straight for the aerial ace. Shielded by Ramberto, he's hoping for those Scald debuffs.
Yeah, gets a shield on that cheaper charge attack there, which could be huge down the line potentially, depending on how this pacing goes. Like you said, the Scald is coming through, and I think the Gligar can take it, but remember, Ramberto does have just a little bit of the Gligar in the back. Gets the debuff as well.
Gets the debuff here, and now you're just doing less damage, so it's tougher, and it is going to be charge attack priority once again. Will he get back-to-back Protect Shields? He gets the second Protect Shield, so 2 Protect Shields on the aerial aces here, and it's going to be charge attack priority. You have to expect the Protect Shield is going to be coming in from its Axen. The key is you actually don't need to knock out the Whiscash. If you're its Axen, you need to get it in range of Surf.
That's right. Remember that Axen did bank a Surf on that very, very low health. Actually gets another debuff here, but I don't know if it actually matters. Like, you get off this dig, and then I think the Whiscash is in range of that Surf.
Yeah, but the problem is if you try to combo play, it could be a swap by Ramberto as well. So this is very tricky for its Axen, and there's no room for error.
That was charge attack priority, though.
Yeah, I think its Axen actually had the opportunity to throw before charge attack priority, but he didn't go for it. And if he goes for the combo move, and if he's wrong here, he loses the game. Here's the swap. Ramberto tried to anticipate, and now it's going to be a Surf, and the Surf is going to be able to land into the Whiscash, and its Axen is going to be able to tie up this series 1-1.
Incredible. Oh, but the Whiscash actually hangs on.
He hangs on with 1 health remaining. The the bulk of Wizcash, Ramberto, he wins 2-0.
The bulk of Wizcash and the luck of those Scald debuffs to not take the damage from the Gligar. What an incredibly close game. We're getting timeouts here. We're getting 1 HP wins here. It's an incredible day 2 so far.
And you know, we haven't seen too much of Wizcash in the championship series. I assumed he was getting knocked out by that surf and the world champ was back in it. There's so much to break down there. When we look at the in-game, especially right before those Gligar swaps, we need to slow that down because Ramberto tried to call out the combo play.
Yep.
And then the combo play didn't work out. And then Axen was able to bank the surf, but you brought up the best point is because Ramberto hit every one of those Scald debuffs, the Gligar didn't do enough damage with the wing attacks or digs to put the Wizcash in range of surf.
It was incredibly close there. Let's take a look at these replays. I want to see the end of that game as well. Like you said, there's so much going on. I think this might still be from that first game where it's Axen, you know, has the Gligar against the Skarmory, just not quite able to get it. But like you said, looking at that end game from game 2, there's like 3 layers of strategy going on, right? It's Axen, has the surf, doesn't go for the combo play. Ramberto anticipating that and swapping. And it's Axen anticipating,
yes.
Ramberto trying to anticipate and just goes for the wing attack down on that Gligar.
So many layers of strategy from the best of the best out there, and It's Axen decided to think that Ramberto would call the move, and Ramberto thought that It's Axen would go for the combo play, but the delicate part was the reason I don't think It's Axen went for the combo play, there's no room for error, because he was at no health on that Lantern. If he took a fast attack while swapping, then he could have got knocked out as well. So I feel like It's Axen was just being the patient one because of how low the Lantern was.
I think that's right. He was probably maybe afraid of swapping on swapping and maybe catching a fast attack. I think though, because it was right after a charge attack priority, potentially It's Axen could have been able to throw that surf before fast move registered. But here it is. Here's that wing attack down that we were talking about. Now they both bring in their Pokemon, and this Wizcash just barely out of surf range there.
Yeah, no, and you're completely right. You just have no time. If it is on a combo move from the last charge attack, you can get the combo play off, but if there was a swap too and you took a wing attack, you didn't go for it, but there in the end, look at that health. There's literally nothing. I don't even see the health.
There's 1 HP and a dream there for Ramberto. You know, we've talked a couple of times throughout the day about, you know, sometimes you want to train your Pokemon to actually have higher attack and win those charge attack priorities. But what about Ramberto's Wizcash just barely hanging on by a thread there?
Yeah, I mean, stat product, I guess, just won a victory right there, because It's Axen, who's been known for changing up how he trains his Pokemon in the World Championships, making a Metachamp that beats other Metachamps, and then we saw a crucial Gligar versus Gligar charge attack priority earlier in this tournament that won him a game. But in this scenario, I think the stat product from Ramberto caused that Wizcash to hang on, but what also caused it to hang on was those Scalds. I think was 3 for 3 on the Scalds, or at least 2 for 3.
Yeah, at least 2 definitely on that Gligar, which they were both locked into that matchup for a very long time, right? And of course, It's Axen can't swap out, not only because the switch clock isn't up, but like you said, such low health, if you switch on a fast attack, that surf is gone.
And I believe It's Axen had Dig before the Scald was available. He could have actually thrown the Dig before the charge attack priority, which he threw on, and then tried to go for a combo play and didn't have to take the Scald damage on to his Gligar. That was a possibility there, but he decided to go on charge attack priority, which I've actually seen him do multiple times in this tournament. I believe he threw on charge attack priority versus a Charjabug, which is very risky, and then he threw on charge attack priority against a Dugong as well on a 3-turn interval. So the world champ trying some different strategies. It didn't quite work out in the end, but congratulations to Ramberto. That was an amazing performance.
And Ramberto powering through that loser's bracket here, taking down It's Axen here. Huge victory there. And we're going to see Ramberto later on as well in losers round 2.
And he's had some amazing games to those back-to-back end of the game charge attacks that he said he didn't count. But
just the vibes.
Yeah, the vibes led him there, and he just felt the moment to throw the charge attacks, but then the moment was absolutely perfect. But he has had some entertaining games for sure. But now we have another amazing matchup. We have Caleb Pang, of course, a 2-time Worlds qualifier qualifier last season, but both times he was the runner-up in his regionals versus Onion Frank, the #2 seed in this tournament in multiple top cuts, but I believe he hasn't made it all the way to a grand finals before.
I think that's right. I think his highest placement last season came with a 3rd place finish. So like you said, hasn't made it to grand finals, but has made a lot of these top cuts here. I feel like we usually see Onion come in on the winner's side here, so it's going to be a long road for him in these losers rounds. But like you said, #2 seed, extremely experienced player. By the way, has even qualified for Worlds before in TCG. So really just an incredible Pokemon player all around.
Wow, that's interesting. I did not know that about Onion Frank, but one thing I do know is Caleb Pang and Onion Frank have not battled each other. But I know for a fact that Caleb Pang has watched Onion Frank battle a lot of times because, of course, Caleb Pang is a commentator for the championship series. Oftentimes, I'm sitting next to him, and we are watching Onion Frank battle, and I know for a fact he has watched Onion Frank battle over 5 different series, probably more like 10 or 15 because Onion Frank has made so many top cuts. So Caleb hasn't battled Onion Frank, but he's much more aware of Onion Frank's game than Onion Frank is aware of Caleb's game, in my opinion.
Well, Caleb is a content creator, so Onion potentially having a lot of opportunities to watch Caleb, and I know he was watching Caleb earlier today, but let's get into this first game. Caleb's got to lead Lickitung into Skarmory.
And this is not the greatest lead, but it's not terrible. And they swap into the Azumarill, met by the Charge Bug here, but this does open up his Poliwrath in the back. Looks like he was trying to bait out that Charge Bug with the Azumarill so that his Poliwrath could have an easier time in the back.
And this is something we see a lot from Caleb. He loves those ABB team compositions. Like we said, baiting out the Charge Bug, one bubble and throwing perfect timing, and just trying to do as much damage with this Azumarill as possible. Probably then going to absorb the Charge Bug's energy on Lickitung, and then come with that Poliwrath and see what it can do.
And here comes the next discharge right before the Ice Beam or Play Rough is available. And it's going to be not easy to counter down with the Poliwrath, so you have to assume after... Oh, wait a second. He actually protects shields on the Azumarill and doesn't throw the bubble, just throws the Ice Beam without throwing the bubble first and trying to get shields down, because I think he wants shields down for his Shadow Poliwrath.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right, because Caleb might be potentially thinking that thinking correctly, by the way, that there's a Gligar in the back, and in that case, Poliwrath definitely needs shields down, but Onion also recognizing maybe switch advantage is kind of important. I'm going to go ahead and shield my own Charge Bug. I got that entire Volt Switch as well. Throws the X-Scissor here, and that's some nice chip damage on the Lickitung, but Caleb comes in right away with that Poliwrath.
That was so risky there. And remember, he didn't throw a bubble earlier against that Charge Bug. And if that didn't pay off and the discharge was available, that would have been a huge mistake. But now he's matched up against Shadow Gligar, and Shadow Gligar can take this matchup, but it's charge attack priority here. And Onion Frank knows he needs the Protect Shield. If you let that go, it's going to be a one-hit knockout. Here comes the Protect Shield.
And I think that's a great shield from Onion. Frank does get that charge attack priority off. And the great thing is for Onion that once this Poliwrath is out of the way, the charge attacks from that Lickitung are really not threatening. Actually, Caleb letting his Poliwrath go here. How is he planning to take out this Skarmory?
I don't know, but he has to take out 2 flying type Pokemons with this Lickitung. I know Lickitung is really good, probably the best Pokemon in the meta just because of its consistency, its safety, and its bulk, but it's not a closer. I don't know how it's going to be able to get through this Gligar and get through a Skarmory.
Lickitung incredibly safe, but like you said, doesn't really have the pressure of those charge attacks that you need to close out the game. A lot of the time you think about Pokemon like Cresselia, like Registeel, that have these really hard-hitting charge attacks. Lickitung just, if you come out of this with energy, what's that going to hit? A Skarmory? No. I think that is unfortunately not going to be a good victory for this Lickitung.
And lets the dig go, and here comes the Skarmory. The Skarmory is going to easily steal him down, and Onion Frank takes that game #1 very comfortably against Caleb Pang here. And no Bastion on game #1 for Caleb Pang. I don't feel like there's a great spot for Bastion against Onion Frank's team because you have double ground in that Whiscash, Shadow Gligar, and then the Vigoroth as well.
Yeah, if we think about that matchup that Caleb played earlier against Rubik's Master, that was actually a really unique opportunity for Bastiodon because I don't think Rubik's Master had a great answer, right? Just had the Registeel that he had to rely on. So unfortunately here, I don't think it's going to be Bastiodon's moment to shine, but Caleb, I'm sure, will think of another strategy. And here's this Poliwrath versus Gligar matchup. I think, Poliwrath just barely didn't get enough counters to outpace the Gligar, which I think is why Caleb didn't shield that aerialist. If he just got one more counter, or maybe two more counters, I think you can actually outpace that Gligar there.
Yeah, that's the tough part there, because you need 7 to get to that first Icy win, and then you need 6, I believe, right? So it would be tough still to get before the double aerialist. I guess we're just back in it, and here comes the adjustment.
Oh my.
It's the Bastion on. He brings it out when his back is against the wall. He brings his favorite Pokemon, and it's leading versus Charger Bug. But guess what? Onion Frank's ABA weak the Bastion on, so he can't even swap out.
And we did not see this coming. We were just talking about how we didn't think the Bastion was coming, and here it is, exactly where he wants it against this Charger Bug. You know, Onion Frank has the Vigoroth in the back, which has a great matchup. Skarmory with that Steel Wing is certainly better than it was before, but not a great matchup still because of that resisted charge attack pressure.
I think he's just gonna smack down this Charger Bug. I don't even think he's gonna throw a Stone Edge. No, does decide to throw a Stone Edge. He could have thrown it before that discharge and could have saved some health on that Bastion. I'm not sure how valuable that is, or if you're worried about having too much health, because if you get countered down, instant pivot into the Azumarill, and the Vigoroth is just staying in here, and this looks like a really strong team composition adjustment from Caleb Pang.
What a read from Caleb. You know, unfortunately for Onion Frank, Charger Bug was his only Azumarill answer. So Caleb, you know, noticing that Onion Frank had to stay in that lead matchup, noticing the usefulness potentially that Bastion would have in the back, I think that's why he's preserving the health and why he's preserving that Bastion now by bringing in this Azumarill.
You're exactly correct, because you could feel that the opponent is ABA weak to that Bastion. And of course, Caleb Pang is a Bastion expert. He knows that that can be useful even at such a low health against the other thing that will be weak to Bastion, either a Skarmory or maybe he thinks it's a Shadow Dragonair. Either way, it's going to be valuable. This looks like it was charge attack priority between that Body Slam and Ice Beam. And here comes a Protect Shield from the Azumarill.
Yeah, Body Slam typically doesn't do a lot of damage to Azumarill, but again, Caleb has that extremely bulky Bastiodon in the back, typically doesn't need Protect Shields. Azumarill, like we said, extremely flexible against Onion Frank's team, actually shielding up this Vigoroth
simultaneous swap though, that's huge. So that means you're pacing to the Scald at the same time as Sky Attack. If you didn't simultaneously swap, you would be down energy against the Skarmory, and then the Skarmory could outpace, and Onion Frank identifies it and just lets the Scald go.
Caleb definitely on top of these swaps, not giving Onion any room to breathe here, even with that huge advantage that Caleb got off the lead matchup.
And Caleb is a trainer that's not afraid to pivot, even with a Bastion on team. He will often pivot straight away, try to keep Pokemon at low health for the end game, and then just try to find little advantages. And this was a huge advantage in this game, because that is a 3-ball flex from Caleb Pang. He has 3 Pokemon remaining, and he ties up this series 1-1.
My goodness, Caleb having the gall to bring that Bastiodon. You know, we talked a little bit earlier yesterday about Onion Frank changing up his strategy, you know, kind of based on the tournament structure. We know he used to be a very alignment-based player, often bring Pokemon such as the Bastiodon or Shadow Victory Bell even. But think about Caleb. He's changed a lot too. He used to almost never bring Bastiodon except, you know, maybe in a hopeless Game 5 situation. But here he is. He brought it so much against Rubik's Master, and even had the bravery to bring it into this Whiscash Gligar Vigoroth team here.
Yeah, and how about Onion Frank with the ABA weak to that team with the Bastiodon? And Onion Frank is actually a trainer that goes for alignment, but he also runs some weird ABA teams often. And you can see it here in the lead. You have Charger Bug, but in the back, there's Skarmory. So you can't even pivot to Skarmory because it's also going to lose. And you don't want to go into Vigoroth because that's your only answer for Bastiodon. So you had to play out that matchup.
Yeah, Onion is actually known for running those ABA teams a little bit like Arrow in some ways, actually. But unfortunately here, the ABA weakness was there in the lead by Caleb with that Bastiodon. What a call from Caleb.
Caleb always wants you to respect that Bastiodon. I think he won't bring it to game number 3 when his tournament run is on the line. And we're going to see this team composition here. It is going to be the Skarmory, but it is against the Shadow Gligar. And there's no Bastiodon in the back, and there's a Lickitung in the back. So now Onion Frank has a chance to get that alignment. He actually doesn't really have a clear swap in. He shakes his head and stays in with Skarmory.
And he doesn't have an answer. Remember, his only answer on the entire team of 6-4 Azumarill is that Charge Bug, and he didn't bring it here, so not going to be really able to capitalize as much off of that good lead. But we'll see what he decides to do. Maybe you stay in and throw a Brave Bird before swapping. It looks like that's what he's going for.
And if he maintains alignment here, and if he matches up Vigoroth into Lickitung, this is going to be so tough for Caleb here. Lands that Brave Bird, but then swaps into the Vigoroth here, and now the Vigoroth has an opportunity to just body slam and counter down. So that Brave Bird chip and dip is going to be really useful to maintain alignment. But Soph, here's the Vigoroth. This was the worst case scenario for the Lickitung in the back, but you baited it out.
Now the Vigoroth has a lot of play into this team, but it's not going to see the Lickitung, and instead we're going to end up seeing that Whiz Cash on the Lickitung late game. Again, that matchup isn't bad without shields, but late game there aren't going to be many shields in play.
Yeah, and it's going to be the Whiz Cash versus that Lickitung, and the thing is, how do you finish off this Skarmory as well? Because in the back, you're so weak to that Skarmory. You have Shadow Gligar, and you have Lickitung remaining. It's going to be really tough to even do damage against the Skarmory. As you land this Body Slam, you're going to get to one more Body Slam, and this is just going to do so much damage, it's going to be hard to even wing attack down.
I think Caleb's formula to taking out that Skarmory is just going to be with those licks. The good news is because that Azumarill was able to land a move on that Skarmory, it's only at half health. Caleb forced to throw a charge attack here. Doesn't want to take another Body Slam, it looks like.
Yeah, it looks like he didn't want to put himself too low, so he couldn't throw a charge attack or get knocked out by that counter or let a Body Slam go through. Here comes double pivot, and here comes the Whiz Cash, and Onion Frank's kind of shaking his head a little bit. He's just reaching for that Scald debuff, and if he doesn't land this Scald debuff, that gives a lot of play for the Power Whip to one-hit knock out, and can he land it? Here comes the Protect Shield. Will the coin flip in Onion Frank's favor? No!
Doesn't get it. Is going to have to shield with this first move unless he wants to call this Body Slam from Caleb. It's kind of an odd... Oh my goodness, he calls it!
He calls the Body Slam bait, and it shakes his head knowing that that was coming, and that could have been Caleb's opportunity to land a Power Whip in between two Protect Shields, but it doesn't happen.
That could have been game for Caleb, taking out this Whiz Cash and then having enough health on that Lickitung to take out the Skarmory, but he's not out of it yet. He still needs to land another charge attack on this Whiz Cash.
And here comes the decision from Onion Frank to use a Protect Shield. There comes the Protect Shield onto the Body Slam. Looks like Caleb at this point will just go straight Body Slam here. And the Skarmory is less than half health, so you can take it down eventually. Do you go for the Body Slam before the Scald? Do you try to swap on a Scald here? Can you get the last Protect Shield? Now Onion Frank suddenly out of Protect Shields.
Out of Protect Shields, but like you said, still has that Skarmory. Looks like Caleb is going for the combo play, but anticipated by Onion Frank. Look at that, catching this Aerial Ace onto the Skarmory.
Great anticipation all game from Onion Frank, and now it's a resisted Aerial Ace, knowing that was going to be incoming into that Whiz Cash, and now he can get that Steel Wing down, and there's only one Protect Shield remaining for the Lickitung. Your only chance is to what? Lick this down, or you have to Protect Shield here.
Lick down and power up the Whiz Cash.
Yes, lick down and power up the Whiz Cash, but how much energy does Whiz Cash have? Does that Whiz Cash have a attack banked here? You will definitely get this lick down, but you won't get to the Power Whip. You're one lick away. Is there attack already available? And no, the Power Whip comes first. No way! The Power Whip is coming out here. This Power Whip is definitely gonna knock out the Whiz Cash, to Caleb out of nowhere takes down Onion Frank.
Lickitung really powering through the end of that game, and it looked like Onion Frank actually might have a Scald loaded at the end there. Was that before the charge move came through, or what? Did he just get the energy for that?
He went for a Mud Shot when he had Scald. I don't know if he already had, and if he went for two Mud Shots, we could slow down the end of game number 3, the very end, Lickitung versus Whiz Cash. We can look at that again to see if the move was already banked, because if the attack was already banked, you throw the Scald. What are you messing around with a Mud Shot for? You can just win the game and move on in this loser side of the bracket. So I'm actually fascinated to see if Onion had the Scald loaded or not.
Yeah, Caleb really pulling that win out of nowhere. We were thinking, how's going to take out the Skarmory? How's going to take out this Whiz Cash? After Onion called that Body Slam bait, it looked pretty much over for Caleb.
Yeah, exactly. That was his win condition maybe, and Onion Frank was confident. He shook his head knowing that Body Slam would be coming through, and we thought that was the winning decision from Onion Frank, but Lickitung out of nowhere. Maybe you actually don't want to throw the Brave Bird there too, because then you could have maybe gone to double Sky Attack, because you lower your defense and give the perfect fast attack window.
That's actually a good point. I think we're going to look at these highlights in just a second, but if Onion can get to that double Sky Attack, and with the Steel Wings, I think that might have barely been enough. I think this is still the Game 1 highlights, though. Remember, Caleb, I think, let this Aerial Ace go, and let the Poliwrath go down, and then just couldn't take out these Pokemon at the end.
Yeah, and the Skarmory was looking so strong for Onion this entire time. In game number 1, Skarmory was too good. There was no way Lickitung was going to take it out in that game, and that is why Caleb made the huge adjustment into game number 2 and brought that Bastion on. We see that Bastion on the back. It's not on the battlefield right now, but it was the win condition for Caleb in that game number 2.
Yeah, that was a great team read from Caleb. You know, Bastiodon is no longer just bench pressure, right? He's actually bringing it sometimes, and it's finding the matchups that it wants to.
Yeah, and then that game number 2 was pretty comfortable for Caleb there. And a lot of trainers, including me, think that Caleb, when it matters most, is not going to bring that Bastion on. So I really like how Caleb manipulated that thought from opponents and from the assumption that you're not going to bring Bastion on because it's too risky. You're down 0-1, you need to win, you won't bring the Bastion. And here is this game number 3. And I can't wait to get to this in-game because there was a couple decisions that could have been different. And this next decision, I believe, is going to be the no protect shield from Onion Frank here, and this was absolutely huge. We thought that Onion Frank was going to win the game after this.
That was absolutely huge because if you think about it, Caleb needs to land a power whip still or another charge attack on this Whiscash. That's basically an entire charge attack, and here's another great anticipation from Onion Frank. Catches the charge attack on his own Skarmory to keep that Whiscash alive. But then, here comes the Lickitung.
Could you double Skytech? Oh, we don't see that there. The Scald was ready. The Scald was ready. He didn't go for it. He went for a Mud Shot. He went for a Mud Shot there. I'm not sure why he went for the Mud Shot, but the Scald was available, and Scald, it looks like Lickitung was in Scald range.
Right.
I know Lickitung's bulky. Whiscash doesn't have the most attack, but I think it was in Scald range.
I think it was, and I think that was actually Onion's plan, right? He throws the Brave Bird, gets that last shield. He knows that the Steel Wings are going to be just enough to put it into Scald's range. I think he might have gone for the Brave Bird, hoping that that would give the Lickitung a little bit less farm. Right,
yes.
So it couldn't come out with a power, but it ended up being the perfect amount of farm for Caleb there.
Literally, but no, he actually did need that one lick to get to that power whip. So even if Onion Frank paused for half a second upon entering the battlefield, he still could have pressed the Scald before the power whip. So he had the opportunity, but went for the Mud Shot, maybe thinking Scald's not enough, I need one more Mud Shot, or maybe losing track of exactly where the Lickitung was. Either way, that's as close as it gets in the in-game, but Caleb really pulled it off at the end out of nowhere. So congratulations to Caleb Pang on moving on the loser side, and of course, another fantastic run from Onion Frank.
Of course, Onion Frank with yet another top cut to add to his accomplishments. Caleb, like you said, moving on, and let's take a look at that bracket because we've seen a lot of close games. We've seen a lot of people pulling wins out of nowhere. This is the winner side of that bracket. Remember, we saw those insane games between Kobe and Bopper. Kobe will be facing off against Abinov in those winners finals.
Yeah, I cannot wait to see how the rest of that winner side is going to play out, but the loser side is the one that is so stacked. You have Ramberto, Itzax, and Caleb Pang, and Onion Frank. We're at the bottom there, but now it's going to be Bopper, Ramberto, and then Leo Gio versus Caleb Pang. So these losers battles are going to be absolutely so fun to watch. I believe up next we are going to have Bopper versus Ramberto, two trainers that have been in similar tournaments but have never battled each other.
I think that's right. Like, both trainers have been playing in a lot of these California tournaments, for example, but I don't think I've seen them play, you know, on the big stage quite yet. And of course, Bopper is fresh out of that matchup with Kobe. Those games were so close. I'm sure he's still reeling, pulling that game 2 out of nowhere. And then that game 3, I think, had the team composition advantage, but then just some little things at the end didn't quite go right. And then Roberto, of course, also pulling out some insane games against Accent, right?
Yeah, and we actually have a nice surprise for you. We have an interview with Scrap and Pete, a wonderful judge, and one of the friendly faces you can expect to see when you come to one of these tournaments. So go ahead, take the interview.
Alrighty, well, I am here on the floor with the only Scrap and Pete. He is our tournament lead for this tournament. Can you talk to us a little bit about what that means and what you do here?
When you're a tournament lead for Go, you actually end up figuring out the schedule for the floor to make sure it runs efficiently and everything stays on time. And that also involves figuring out the schedule for Stream and trying to give Stream the best access to the best matches possible for all you viewers at home, so you're thoroughly entertained throughout the day.
So in charge of the big picture, the overall flow of the event, and honestly, I have no complaints. It's gone super smoothly. You've been a professor for quite a while. You're one of our most decorated professors. Can you talk to us a little bit about actually what made you decide to join the professor program and to start working these events?
Yeah, so the first season of play for Go, I actually competed. But as many players know, we had our struggles during season 1. And once season 2 started, I decided I wanted to staff at some point. But then when I arrived in Baltimore 2022, they actually ended up being short-staffed, so I actually walked on last minute to help, and I absolutely loved the experience. And decided it was a very good use of my time, so I just wanted to keep doing it, and look at where we are now.
Yeah, look at where we are. This is going to be season number 3 for the for Pokemon Go within the Pokemon Championship Series. We've had such a journey from the beginning all the way to here, from Indianapolis in year number 1. The journey, the places you've traveled. Can you talk to us about maybe your favorite event that you've ever been to?
Favorite event, I guess would probably just be Worlds in Japan this year. It's just, I've never had a chance to experience Worlds before, and maybe that's a little biased, but I just thought it was an amazing event with amazing competition, and being able to see that over 3 days was just incredible.
I have to agree, Worlds is an amazing experience. We have it in Honolulu this year. You might not know yet, but can we expect Scrap and Pete at Worlds this year?
Yes, I'd like to say I would be there in some aspect. I don't know what if I'm going to be spectating, staffing, or maybe even playing, who knows, but I'd like to be there one way or the other.
Oh, playing. Well, you're going to have to get on that championship point grind, or maybe just come and attend a regional and win it yourself.
Exactly.
We do this for the players all the time. Anyone you'd like to shout out or maybe throw a thank you to?
I'd just like to shout out my whole Go team this weekend. We had a lot of logistical issues just in general. Everybody worked their tails off this weekend, and this event would not have been possible without my Go staff.
All right, well, thank you so much for everything that you do at these events. I'm sure the people at home hear this from us on the stage all the time, but these events just don't run without the professors. So thanks again, and let's go ahead and throw it to the stage where the players are ready for the next set of battles.
Thank you so much, Phoebe. And I want to give another thank you to Scrap and Pete and the entire group of judges we have, because if you're at home thinking about competing, we highly encourage you to take that leap, because you will be welcomed by these friendly faces who will meet you at these tournaments and guide you through the process. And Scrap and Pete has some of the best positive energy I have ever seen. So if you're a new player thinking about it, just come on in. It's going to be such a great experience.
It's not just these regional tournaments as well. These judges and professors are really helping those local tournaments run as well. And speaking of local tournaments, I think Bopper has played quite a few of them. He's actually amassed quite a few championship points as well. I think of the trainers remaining, he has some of the most. Let's take a look at his team once again really quickly. What stands out to me here is that Deoxys defense form. It's a pretty hard answer to the Vigoroth that we've kind of seen tearing through the bracket, which is on Ramberto's side.
Yeah, we haven't seen any fighting type against that Vigoroth besides, or a pseudo-fighting besides that Poliwrath. Now you have more bulk to try to go through that Vigoroth. This was the unique choice from Bopper in the past in Sacramento when he was a finalist. His unique choice was the Guzzlord, and I thought Guzzlord looked really strong right now, but he obviously made the best decision in his team composition, deciding for that defense form Deoxys. And of course, on Ramberto's side, he was the San Diego Regional Champion, number 25 in the World Championships. And like I mentioned, he's been often at tournaments with Bopper in them, but they haven't faced off yet. And he has that famous Vigoroth and Whiscash core, but he's been really leaning on Shadow Gligar Whiscash.
Yeah, and like you said, they've played at a lot of similar tournaments, but I feel like they're kind of making their runs in different places, right? Bopper, of course, second place in Sacramento, Ramberto first place in San Diego, but the other player was not in the top cut at the time, so they never matched up. But here it is, finally maybe a long-awaited matchup, you could say, and I'm really excited to see how it plays out.
And I actually think this battle in particular is going to be very neutral. We've seen a lot of polarizing battles throughout this day, and sometimes if you don't win the alignment, you have to scrape your way back. And here it comes, actually, maybe not. I thought it was going to be so neutral, but this is the lead that Bopper wanted right now. It's the defense form Deoxys into the Vigoroth, safe swap into the Shadow Gligar, but there's no clear answer, so you got to do the famous Psycho Boost and get on out of there.
And that's what Deoxys defense does so well, and that's why it's actually usually often in the lead there. So risking the Vigoroth lead was on Ramberto's side, a little bit risky. Bopper able to chip and dip into the Lickitung, going to be able to absorb this damage very, very well, and then probably knock out with a body slam.
And the key thing is, can Ramberto get to another dig? He'll for sure get to another aerial ace before that body slam is available. But no, actually, maybe not. The body slam is already almost available. You don't even get to the aerial ace, so now you're in range of knockout. So that was a perfect chip and dip if you get that knockout. But this does give you a ramp to get a lot of energy on Vigoroth.
Now Vigoroth loves just farming down Lickitung here, and here's Ramberto actually waiting at the switch clock a little bit because remember, it's only been a couple of charge attacks since that last swap happened, and here comes that Vigoroth going to probably go for the full counter down and then try to come out with some energy to hit back at that defense Deoxys later.
Yeah, and it looks like waiting the switch clock didn't matter because Boppers wouldn't be back up yet, but I actually thought that was maybe a little mistake because you don't want to give Bopper the opportunity to pivot out, but it still doesn't matter because the clock isn't back up, so it looks like Vigoroth will easily get that fast attack down, and now it's pretty loaded with energy. It's going to be able to unleash the body slams into the defense form Deoxys, but he's going to be met with another counter. Once he throws the body slams, probably swaps into the Skarmory, he's going to be met by Whiscash.
Yeah, and this is looking like an uphill battle for Ramberto. A lot of the times, you know, try to come up with whatever advantage you can, right? He doesn't have the team composition advantage here. He doesn't have shield advantage, but he did have a little bit of an energy advantage, and he's getting this Deoxys quite low as well, so could come in handy down the line.
And here comes a swap into the Skarmory, and no swap yet because you have the opportunity to throw a super effective Thunderbolts first, and also, actually going for the bait. This is huge here. Getting the Protect Shield on the Psycho Boost. You have to imagine he's going to swap out of this, but that is huge there.
Does shield, and that Deoxys defense is very low, but I think you're right, that's actually huge because if you look at that matchup that's going to happen later, Deoxys defense versus Vigoroth, the Deoxys defense is very, very low. You're only going to get a couple of counters off, so that saving that Psycho Boost could be huge.
Yeah, and does this put Skarmory in range of double Scald? Because I don't think you could have put it in range of double Scald with Mud Shot, but you could do it with the neutral counters from the defense form Deoxys. So staying in there and then baiting was pretty brilliant from Bopper because now you can Protect Shield here on the Skarmory, and this is the Brave Bird. This is a big call for Bopper. Does he use the Protect Shield? No, he lets it go.
Lets it go, and that's actually some huge damage here because like we said, Skarmory was already in Scald's range, so it didn't actually matter too much that the defense on Skarmory was dropped with that Brave Bird, but is forced to shield up this Mud Bomb now.
And does Protect Shield the Mud Bomb, has the timer available. The Mud Bomb is almost available. Does he swap on the Mud Bomb? How does he do all of this by feel? But Bopper was patient. I mean, he's not counting, but he knows exactly where the energy's at by the opponent. Here comes the Scald. It's going to be able to almost knock out the Vigoroth. The Vigoroth does get knocked out by the counter, but does this give a runway for the Skarmory? Can the Skarmory go ahead and Steel Wing down? It's going to be able to take the Psycho Boost, but this is resisted, but I don't think the Skarmory can hold on.
It's going to be so close. I don't know if the Skarmory can hold on either, but if it does, it's going to get that Steel Wing through. Looks like it's barely not able to hang on, and Bopper barely gets the win there with that defense form Deoxys.
Wow, the defense form Deoxys lead. Like you mentioned, it was kind of risky for Ramberto to lead Vigoroth because when you're playing a defense form Deoxys team and when that defense form Deoxys is looking very safe against everything pretty much, except for Charger Bug, you would think that Bopper might have the strategy of leading it, Psycho Boosting, swapping out, having that versatility, having that optionality.
And I want to commend Ramberto because that lead was so difficult to come back from, but it actually ended up being an incredibly close game there. Remember, Bopper didn't have an answer really for that Shadow Gligar, and Ramberto was able to get a bit of an energy advantage and able to land a Brave Bird later in the game, which got this Whiscash very low. Here it is, and look how low this Whiscash is right now. It's going to be forced to throw a charge attack pretty much almost as soon as it gets it later.
Yeah, and it does a ton of damage. We haven't seen too much Shadow Skarm, actually no Shadow Skarm, but it seems like a Shadow Skarm probably could have knocked out a Whiscash there. But the bulk of the Vigoroth, but just gave a little bit of an opportunity for that defense form Deoxys, and we talked about earlier how important it was to Psycho Boost bait because now you had that energy. If you threw the Thunderbolt earlier, you wouldn't have had that energy for the second Psycho Boost, and then maybe Skarmory gets the double Sky Attack. So if you didn't land that bait, maybe you don't win that game.
A lot of precise plays from Bopper there. It's not just that those counters, right, also put the Skarmory into double Scald's range, like you said. Also earlier in the game, didn't have an answer for that Gligar, but did just the perfect chip and dip so that his Lickitung could get to that charge attack before the Gligar reached the second dig.
And here we are locked into game number 2. Bopper was on the winner's side, dropped down. Ramberto's been going through an absolute gauntlet to get to this moment, and it's going to be Whiscash as Bopper chuckles a little bit. It might come to which Pokemon gets that debuff on the Scald.
Yeah, I think that's what this matchup often comes down to. I don't know if switch advantage is all that important from Bopper's perspective, because you do have that defense form Deoxys, which performs pretty well against both of those back Pokemon though.
And gets that drop here and is able to go ahead and go for the Scald and see if we get a double drop on this. And here comes the next Scald. Can you get the drop also? No. So actually one trainer getting the Scald drop, the other one not. But Vigoroth doesn't really have a great place to go here. And swapping into the Azumarill, a great catch by that Azumarill.
Takes as the resisted damage, but do you have to be locked in here with a debuff? Now here comes the Scald and actually does get it. So look at that. This Azumarill is now locked in against the Skarmory, and it's going to be debuffed. These bubbles and these ice beams doing a lot less damage now.
Yeah, now the Skarmory has opportunity to gain momentum out of this matchup, but the problem is you're still going to have that defense form Deoxys in the back. Bopper deciding to not lead it and keep it in the back. Ramberto has the Vigoroth in the back, so if it's going to be a backline matchup between Vigoroth and defense form Deoxys, I like defense form Deoxys' chances.
Defense form Deoxys definitely has the advantage versus Vigoroth, but this is such a tough position for Bopper. But coming out of that lead matchup, I mean, he lost charge attack priority, first of all, so then his Scald already did less damage, and he also missed the debuff. So he was kind of forced to make a play there, try to swap and catch a Scald, but unfortunately just another debuff came through.
The clunky thing here is you don't want to throw energy, but I don't know if you can Steel Wing down. So you're forced to throw energy. So that's actually really unfortunate for Ramberto. In a best case scenario, he would bank all that energy or maybe try to pivot, but his timer wasn't available yet. So he actually had to waste a bunch of energy on a no health Azumarill.
Oh, I think Bopper might have miscounted a little bit. I don't think he wanted to take this charge attack. He actually had the Scalds loaded there, and now he's just going to be forced to use one of his first Protect Shields. Probably needs to farm up just a little bit more. Maybe we can throw the Mud Bomb here.
Yeah, and over farming past 100, but just trying to throw before the Sky Attack is available. And both the traders chuckling a bit. It's been a little bit of a silly game between these two trainers, and having the energy for this Vigoroth, and Bopper really wants this attack drop here, as this Vigoroth is gonna no Protect Shield the Scald.
I don't think Ramberto has seen that defense form Deoxys before. And here comes that Scald's debuff. Here comes that swap as well. Great positioning for this defense form Deoxys, but now you're met by this Whiscash, and this is actually quite an awkward matchup, right? You take this Scald, but what charge attack do you throw? Thunderbolt is very expensive and it's resisted damage. Psycho Boost is going to drop your attack by 2 stages.
And you might get your attack drop by 1 stage right there with the attack drop, and that is huge because I don't think Thunderbolt plus counter would be enough. So now you have to commit to the Psycho Boost, and now Ramberto Protect Shield to Psycho Boost, so this guarantees the next Psycho Boost will be 3-stage drop, and it's a back-to-back. I don't think this will knock out, but Ramberto shields it anyway, and now this defense form Deoxys is 4-stage attack drop, but there's no timer available for either trainer.
And I think that's what these trainers are chuckling about. This defense form Deoxys is so crippled. I think the maximum you can drop your attack by is 4 stages, so luckily this defense form Deoxys is probably already at that limit. Here comes that 3rd Psycho Boost. I don't think this is going to be quite enough to take out, but maybe with a couple more fast attacks.
It's going to be close, and the timers are going to come back up. Can you bank an attack? There's a swap into the Whiscash, trying to swap into the Vigoroth. Do you throw an attack? You needed to throw a charge attack priority. Somehow you get that charge attack priority, but Ramberto doesn't love that, but I think he should, because if he knocks out this Whiscash here, he should have an easy time just getting to another Body Slam.
And even if this Body Slam doesn't take out, I'm pretty sure Ramberto actually banked a move on that Whiscash before swapping out. So Ramberto really able to pull this game back. That game was absolutely all over the place. Switches everywhere, energy banked everywhere, but Ramberto able to take that and tie up the series 1-1.
That game was like a brain teaser. If you showed that footage to someone, okay, if this Scald debuff happens here and that Pokemon's in the back, what do? There was so many options that these trainers could have done, and they just kept bouncing around the battlefield and then stuck with Pokemon in the back with Protect Shields remaining, having the Protect Shield 4-stage debuffed Psycho Boost, and then enduring another one, swapping out, banking energy. That was an absolutely insane and confusing game. I'm not gonna lie.
It was definitely a roller coaster. A lot of attacks being dropped by, by the defense Deoxys dropping its own Whiscashes. I think Bob Reno really did his best there. I think this is that lead matchup. He doesn't get the attack drop, and then eventually is forced to try to make a catch here on the Azumarill. but that Azumarill also ended up getting debuffed.
Yes, it did. It seemed like the Scald debuffs tended to happen when they needed to happen, and that was the time that you wanted it to happen against that defense form. Actually, maybe it didn't even matter. Or actually, no, because that Whiscash did endure with a very little amount of health, it probably mattered a little bit if he needed to throw that Scald in the end, which he didn't need to do.
Actually, this is something interesting, Butters. You notice that Bopper is throwing his Psycho Boost there and starting to drop his attack. I wonder if he could just do a couple more counters, because that Whiscash, remember, just survived with a little bit of health at the end. So maybe just doing a little bit more fast attack damage there could have been helpful.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe trying to get those more damage counters, and then trying to throw the Psycho Boost, then swapping out and having a little bit more energy to maybe throw a Psycho Boost on the Vigoroth in the back. But I think even both these traders were kind of confused by the complications of this game. I don't know how many times I just saw them chuckling back and forth to each other. So I think even they were kind of out of the moment a little bit because of how ridiculous the game got at times.
There was so much to keep track of. I mean, I think at some point when you're in these positions of stress, you just can't even keep track of it all. These players are maybe even playing on autopilot just a little bit. And you see on the stage, they're just taking a few more seconds to lock in. I think Bopper was trying to clear his mind a little bit. You see him there taking some notes, getting into his rhythm. And I think they're locked in.
And that was the game I was expecting, game number 2, with the neutral play. Can we get another neutral matchup? And here it is. This is a mirror. This is as neutral as it gets. And the Azumarill, oftentimes in the mirror, does come down to charge attack priority. So that's one thing to key in on early on.
Right, so in that last game, Ramberto's Whiscash won charge attack priority. It looks like they're not going to be revealing who wins charge attack priority there. I'm not sure what they're talking about, but maybe they're talking about their attack on the Azumarill.
Yeah, he's like, you didn't want to go for it, did you? You don't want to reveal that you don't have as much attack as I do. And Ramberto doesn't want to reveal it. He could have revealed it right there if he wanted to, but decided not to. Bopper wanted that intel. I feel like Bopper always wants the intel by the way he prepares and by the way he writes notes, and I don't think Ramberto is going to give that to him. So Bopper tried to wait another bubble to try to get that intel, but he still doesn't have it.
Well, it's not just withholding intel, but it is generally good to overfarm as much as you can.
That was a little mistake. Yeah, he missed bubbles. That was a great play rough instead of an excellent, and that is actually, it seems small, but that means that the next play rough might not be enough to knock out the Azumarill, if I'm not mistaken. It's going to be really close. We're going to find out right now at the next play rough versus play rough. But look, one Azumarill's in the red, one is not in the red, and this play rough is going to be coming through. Ramberto didn't want to reveal that he does win charge attack priority.
Oh, but it doesn't take out anyways.
Oh, and it holds on. Wait a second, but Bopper was the one that missed the excellent, and he misses the excellent again. He does 2 greats.
Was it on purpose, Butters? We'll never know.
I think it was.
Just now I think it was on purpose. I don't think the first one was.
No, I don't think the first one, but the next one was on purpose. He was expecting more mirrors to be happening, and in a mirror, you would rather just have the energy advantage. So that was smart to throw the great play rough after the mistake great play rough. He's like, wait, that wasn't a mistake. That's actually a perfect idea.
And if you look at Ramberto's team here, the Whiscash is actually incredibly strong against everything that isn't Azumarill. Of course, there is that Vigoroth, but it looks like Ramberto didn't bring it this time. So Bopper, oh my goodness, but his attack is dropped. Got that energy advantage, but now the Scald isn't going to be enough.
And I believe Bopper missed the attack drop, right? Ramberto got it, Bopper missed it, and now the Scald is not going to knock out here, and he misses it again. He goes 0 for 2 as Bopper, I mean, he acting like he loves it, but I know deep down he doesn't really love it.
Deep down, he's probably in pain right now. Here comes another Scald.
Another one, too.
Oh, and he catches the Mud Bomb.
And then he catches the Mud Bomb, and Ramberto's thinking about it, and he's looking up, and now he decides to no shield the Mud Bomb into the Shadow Gligar, and that's absolutely huge here, but the Whiscash isn't out of it yet, and now it will be, but has to protect shield on that aerial ace.
And all of a sudden, that genius play from Bopper in the lead, those Scald debuffs are really turning it around here. I mean, I don't think you even have enough health to really throw enough Scalds at this Gligar.
And here comes the Scald. He is due for an attack drop. Can he get the 50-50 here, or will he miss again? He finally gets it, and does he try to swap out on attack into the Azumarill? He does have that banked up, but no, the aerial ace does land, and this will knock out the Whiscash.
Yeah, and I don't think that this Deoxys defense is going to have a great way to get through this Gligar. I think that Gligar is just one stage debuffed, but Ramberto does still have a way to clear it. Here comes maybe that first dig that Ramberto is going to throw. Is he afraid of a catch? He keeps farming.
Yeah, I think he doesn't want to throw yet, and here comes the dig into the Defense Form Deoxys. But remember, like you said, it is debuff, so double dig doesn't knock out. You would rather clear the debuff and then swap. Here comes the no Protect Shield on the Psycho Boost, and Bopper's not out of it yet. He's gonna land the Psycho Boost. Gligar does absorb it, but do you try to swap on attack? If you're the Azumarill swap, the patience from Ramberto.
Yeah, and he gets that wing attack down on the Azumarill, has so much energy now. I don't think this dig quite takes that. Maybe he could have gone for double aerial ace, but still has a Protect Shield. Very comfortable position for Ramberto here. And my goodness, another back and forth game here between these two.
And this looks like it's going to be back-to-back Psycho Boost, but I believe Ramberto
just got the energy.
Just got the aerial ace energy, so he can win the charge attack priority, something that we've seen so many times in Portland. Charge attack priority with Shadow Gligar. It looks like Ramberto is going to take this series 2-1.
And that game was almost as confusing as the last one, but Ramberto continues his stampede through the losers bracket, taking down its Accent and now taking down Bopper. What a series.
I think we have to address it. That mid-game was really tough for Bopper.
Right.
Ramberto had a whiz cash, Bopper had a whiz cash. Bopper actually made a decision to throw a play rough and undercharge it to get 2 extra mud shots for the mirror. You would think that would help you win the mirror, but what really helps you win the mirror
Scald debuffs.
is Scald debuffs. And Bopper went 0 for 2, and Ramberto went 2 for 2.
And I think Bopper might have been a little bit rattled by that. Let's take a look at these replays really quickly. But remember, Ramberto also ended up catching a Mud Bomb on his Gligar, double resisted damage. And that game actually ended up being pretty close. You have to imagine if Bopper was able to land a Scald there instead, might have been the difference.
This game got pretty ridiculous. I mean, this series got pretty ridiculous. In this game number 1, I thought the entire series would be very neutral, very fluid. Game number 1 was a little bit more alignment based, and Bopper was able to align that Defense Form Deoxys into Vigoroth and then get that game number 1. But this is when it got chaotic. And once it started getting chaotic, Ramberto started getting the momentum.
It did start getting very chaotic here. Bopper was up 1-0, but here's that second game. Ramberto forced to use his Protect Shields on these very, very weak Psycho Boosts, but still able to take this game with this Body Slam on the Vigoroth, and of course has just a little bit of Whiz Cash in the back as well.
And when you're just floating on vibes, when you're counting, I think those vibes were helping the debuffs as well in this chaos. Ramberto was just able to succeed, and I don't know how many of these highlights, both these trainers are just a little bamboozled this entire series, because game number 2 and game number 3 were kind of ridiculous, or game number 2 especially, but game number 3, it really came down to those debuffs, but it also came down to this mirror.
Well, if you look at the Pokemon they're using, Azumarill, Whiscash, I mean, these Pokemon are incredibly bulky. You're throwing a lot of charge moves. It's giving them a lot of chances to swap and bank energy, and I think that just makes these games even more confusing. There's the undercharge from Bopper that we mentioned, followed by the swap into Whiscash to get a little bit ahead on energy.
And you would have thought that would win him that matchup. And then Ramberto knows it. As soon as he lands that debuff, and then the Scald comes in, no debuff for Bopper here. And then, of course, Ramberto made that big swap into the Gligar on the Mud Bomb. And actually, Bopper didn't need to throw the Mud Bomb. He could have registered, or also he could have seen that it was actually not a true catch because that Gligar swapped in, and Bopper, I think, is just out of it in this chaos. He's like, I already lost 2 debuffs. Like, this is kind of over, and it felt unfair. Then he tried to go for a last-second catch, but it just wasn't enough. And Ramberto reverse sweeps Bopper, and Bopper, who I thought could have been the trainer to get to the grand finals, is suddenly 0-2 in day number 2 and is out of the tournament.
Well, anything can happen in this tournament. Remember, one of the stories of Portland so far has been these big names kind of getting upset. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily call that an upset because Ramberto, of course, is a former regional champion. But, you know, anything can happen, and no matter how many accomplishments you've had, you can miss all the Scald debuffs in the world. Who knows? But, you know, we've had a lot of great moments in Portland so far. And you know, another way to celebrate some magical moments is by drawing them. So let's stick around and learn about this amazing TCG art contest.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. Let's flash back to the 2015 Pokemon World Championships in Boston, Massachusetts. This classic moment happened in the Seniors Division Championship match between Mark McQuillan from Great Britain and Koki Honda from Japan. VGC 2015 was a season most remembered for two things: Mega Kangaskhan and Japanese trainers dominating the metagame.
Japan this year came in full force. I mean,
it really did.
Yeah, they just took the junior division championships in the Masters division. They're pretty much guaranteed. I mean, 7 out of 8 top cut players in the Masters division were Japanese. So Japan's here to play, and I'm pretty sure Koki wants to be able to.
So this will
try to set up a clean sweep.
This will be what decides the
divisions.
clean sweep.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness.
Mega Kangaskhan was the queen of VGC in this era, as nearly 67% of all top cut teams across all 3 age divisions had Mega Kangaskhan on their team. Mark was the last trainer who could stand in the way of Japan claiming all 3 VGC titles in Boston. Mark was also aging up into the Masters division for the 2016 season, so this would be his final match in seniors and his final chance at redemption. Mark had been on the world stage before. At the 2014 World Championships, he fought through the tournament only to lose in the seniors finals match. So with the weight of the world on his shoulders and the fear of finishing second 2 years in a row, Mark had to find a solution for Kangaskhan, and his answer was Machamp. But before game 1 could start, the casters had one simple question.
Mark M, does that M stand for Machamp? Question.
Mark felt incredibly confident in this matchup. He even winked at the camera when he correctly predicted a Landorus switch in. Cresselia disrupted much of Koki's game plan by setting up Trick Room and skill swapping away key abilities. When it was finally knocked out, it was time for the crowd favorite to join the fray.
There's the Machamp, the crowd is going wild right now.
Machamp's ability is No Guard, which disregards accuracy and ensures that all attacks hit without fail. Mark used Dynamic Punch as the main attack because without its dubious 50% accuracy, it is now 100% a problem for Kangaskhan.
That's a no guard Dynamic Punch, a move that normally has 50% accuracy, but thanks to that ability, never gonna miss.
Mark finished up game 1 in convincing fashion and was now 1 win away from fulfilling his dream of becoming world champion. The crowd was captivated by Cresselia and Machamp, realizing they were the ideal brains and brawn combination that was capable of defeating Kangaskhan in a format ultimately warped by its success.
Did you ever think that you'd see a Parental Bond Cresselia and a Machamp in the Senior Division Final Championships here?
I don't think that ever crossed my mind once.
As game 2 progressed, Mark built up momentum by making all the right plays. The will of the crowd had been determined, and Mark was eager to give them the Machamp sweep they so desperately wanted.
We're gonna see Dynamic Punch into that same slot. Ladies and gentlemen, will it pick up the knockout? It picks up the knockout. It's a crit. That is a critical hit on an incoming Mega Kangaskhan. Lost its Parental Bond and now lost its will to fight. Dynamic Punch is just gonna punch this Heatran right in the dome. Is it gonna pick up the knockout? It picks out another knockout.
Mark breathed new hope into VGC by showing that no Pokemon can exist without counters.
The match was forfeited. Ladies and gentlemen, say hello and congratulate, applaud, give a huge hand to your new Seniors Division World Champion, Mark Machampion McQuillan.
Mark and his Machamp played a flawless set in the finals and brought a title back home to Great Britain. He also redeemed himself from his 2014 loss and gave VGC trainers around the world one of the most dominant and memorable Pokemon matches of all time. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to the Pokemon Championship Series for Pokemon Go here in Portland, Oregon. My name is Alpha Phoebe, joined by Home Slice Henry. I love watching those videos, getting to see the different Pokemon that are utilized in the different games, and honestly, a lot of overlap in that last video. Machamp, Cresselia, Heatran, although Heatran and Machamp aren't necessarily as used in the Great League format that we see here in the Pokemon Championship Series, those other two are definitely used in the Master League if you are playing some Go Battle League. Henry, how are you feeling? And talk to me maybe a little bit about any Master League Pokemon that you like to run as well.
Well, I am honestly feeling great. The battles so far have been unbelievable games decided by the tiniest of margins here. Just absolutely unreal stuff. And as far as Master League goes, I'm a big fan of Kyurem of all things.
Oh.
Kyurem definitely, I mean, it is base form. We don't have a black and white in Pokemon Go yet, but in its base form, I do really enjoy getting to use it. Unfortunately, I don't believe it's Great League eligible, so not able to bring it to one of these tournaments, but we have seen a Pokemon with a similar typing be used in the tournaments in the past, and that of course being Arctobax.
Yes, Arctobax is really fun to use. I don't have one myself quite yet, but watching it be played, Dragon Breath adding up really interesting typing, Dragon and Ice, great coverage, only taking neutral damage from Ice type back. But no Arctobax here today. Let's focus back on the stage. Our players are ready as we continue through this tournament. Returning to the stage are both Leo, Geo, and Caleb Peng, faces we've seen a number of times before, and you and I are living our best lives. It is going to be another Skeledirge gaming set. Skeledirge, Azumarill, Defense Form Deoxys, Registeel, Wishcash, and Lickitung. We were talking a lot, you and I, backstage in that last set about how I think Bopper maybe would have preferred to have Vigoroth on his team instead of Defense Form Deoxys. We'll have to see if Leo Geo is forced into similar positions here in this matchup against Caleb.
Absolutely. And for Caleb, we already know about the Bastiodon. The Bastiodon has definitely made its presence felt here in day number 2. And adding to that Bastiodon is going to be the Azumarill, that Lickitung, the Shadow Gligar, the Charjabug, and that Shadow Poliwrath. So again, a little bit of a difference in terms of counter users. The Poliwrath for Caleb, and of course, as we see here, that Defense Deoxys with Thunderbolt for Leo Geo.
And that Defense Form Deoxys is going to be running Psycho Boost and Thunderbolt so it can fight back against Caleb Peng's Azumarill, and the Skeledirge on the standard set there with Incinerate, Shadow Ball, and Disarming Voice on the other side is going to be Caleb's team. We've seen it before, standard sets all around. Azumarill opting for dropping Hydro Pump so he has the Ice and Fairy coverage, which means that Skeledirge feels a little bit more comfortable in that matchup. We've talked a lot about Skeledirge, and without access to Hydro Pump, Azumarill doesn't have any really threatening charge attacks.
Very true. And it looks like we do have a lock-in here for game number 1. Leo Geo versus Caleb Peng. And the Bastiodon returns to the field, and it finds a target in Lickitung.
And looking at these teams, Leo Geo seems in a very strong position. Although this might not be the lead that he wants to see. In the back, he has Defense Form Deoxys and Azumarill. Both Pokemon looking to potentially not line up against Caleb Peng's Shadow Poliwrath. A really dominating position team composition wise, but he might not feel that right now because he's currently in a matchup and has no idea what Caleb has in the back.
Absolutely. The Lickitung into the Bastiodon matchup is a difficult one for the Lickitung, as the combination of the Smackdown and the Stone Edge damage is continuing to add up, whereas Lickitung is forced to go for the non-same type attack bonus move. We see the save switch into the Defense Deoxys, and that's going to be answered by Gligar.
Yeah, but I was talking about how maybe Leo Geo would want Vigoroth, but here Caleb Peng has a counter user in the back, so forced to swap in the Gligar. Thunderbolt goes no shielded. Caleb Peng recognizing if this is a Psycho Boost, he's going to lower his attack. So I really don't mind if it is a Thunderbolt or a Psycho Boost at this moment in time. Going for the dig, this is going to do a lot of good neutral damage. Leo Geo not being threatened to knock out yet, actually reaching for the Psycho Boost at this point. It's going to be a lot of good, same type attack bonus, neutral damage, pulling Caleb Peng's first shield.
Grabbing the shield here is quite nice for Leo Geo. The Gligar is going to be hit with another move if it tries to go for the farm down, and Caleb knows that. Firing off this Aerial Ace just before Leo Geo is able to make it to a -2 attack Psycho Boost.
I might have preferred to see in a full farm down because the energy would have been pretty solid into Leo Geo's Lickitung. It's still not wasted here against the Azumarill. They're going to do a nice little bit of a chunk. The question becomes, does Leo Geo opt for a full bubble down? At this point, actually, Caleb's looking really strong. The the Bastiodon, no longer paired up against the Lickitung, is going to have a really solid time against this Azumarill that has no access to Hydro Pump.
And we are going to see the full farm down here from the Azumarill, but this is where not having Hydro Pump could be a bit of a problem, as in comes the Bastiodon. This is not a type advantage matchup, but due to that Ice Beam Play Rough moveset, the Bastiodon is a complete wall to charge moves from that Azumarill.
The bubbles are super effective and do slightly more damage at this point, but Caleb Pengs, the Poliwrath, it was in a awful position at the beginning. Azumarill and Defense Storm Deoxys, the two possible opponents later on. It's now going to be able to rematch itself up against against Leo Geo's Lickitung and get a massive farm down. And even though it's completely walled by the Azumarill, it's going to leave with almost an Icy Wind's worth of energy.
He makes the body slam. This is not enough for the power whip, and the counting by Caleb, understanding this cannot be the power whip. We do see the no shield there, and the body slam not very threatening. And now Poliwrath gets to go for the Icy Wind. Leo Geo going for the no shield, conceding that this game number 1 has concluded.
A bit unfortunate there. Leo Geo swapping out of that negative lead actually put him in a worse position later on, giving up his theoretical alignment in the future. He would have had either of his back 2 Pokemon against that Poliwrath, but Caleb recognizing, oh, I can now align my Poliwrath onto that Lickitung, putting himself in a very positive position going forward. That's going to be game number 1 going to Caleb. Leo Geo's going to need to figure out how to maybe better maneuver around the Bastiodon and Poliwrath core. Going into the replays, we see the bubble down coming in from Leo Geo, but this energy is walled by that wall-faced Pokemon of Bastiodon.
That was a very consequential decision there to realign here, putting the Bastiodon on the Azumarill, and here the Poliwrath on the Lickitung, and the knowledge of counts. That cannot be the super effective power whip. And with that no shield, Azumarill has no way to get to back-to-back charge moves here. So Leo Geo is going to no shield, and game 1 goes to Caleb Peng.
Yeah, great knowledge of the counts. Like you said, no shielding that body slam, recognizing it's not the power whip. Body slam will not threaten a knockout. I know that there is a play rough stored, and that play rough landing would be incredibly impactful against my Shadow Poliwrath, likely get the one-hit knockout and potentially put me on the back foot depending on the final race between Bastiodon and Azumarill. But, you know, Caleb paying attention, knows his counts, great at the game. What can I say?
Again, very nicely done there by Caleb. The knowledge, understanding where that Lickitung's energy was at after it went for the power whip, because the Lickitung had switched out previously, so that is keeping information in your memory throughout the game, and it helps deliver a game 1 victory. But here we go, game number 2. We've got lock-in, we see Lickitung, and we see Shadow Gligar.
Now this is a very neutral matchup, but Lickitung has a slight edge in that it has got significant bulk over the Gligar. We actually see an attempted catch of, I think, a body slam into the Charger Bug, but good patience by Leo Geo, still opting to throw this and deciding how he wants to play from here. His 2 Pokemon in the back don't want to see this Charger Bug, which is great for him. His 2 Pokemon in the back do want to see that Poliwrath, which he doesn't know about yet, but he's going to be very happy to see later on.
Absolutely. So this honestly worked out about the best that it could for Leo Geo, being very, very weak in the back to that Charger Bug, and we are going to see the body slam fired off here as the Volt Switch comes through for the Charger Bug.
Body slam landing, not going to threaten a knockout. It looks like one more body slam will do it, and I believe we are well outside of X's range. Caleb Peng recognizing that Charge Bug wins charge attack priority against that Lickitung, throwing at the same time the body slam is reached. Body slam, or X's are not knocking out. Body slam is going to come through as well, and this Lickitung has a little bit of health left for a farm down from, I'm assuming, Caleb's Gligar, so that he can get a bit more energy.
And this Gligar, up a lot of energy, has not taken a lot of damage, and that energy, even if it is in a negative matchup like going up against the Azumarill, this energy is still very threatening. We saw in game number 1 that Shadow Dig can do quite a lot of damage here. And now Caleb, despite the fact that he is pretty weak to the Azumarill in the back, has put himself in a position that he can potentially succeed with this massive, massive energy lead on this Gligar.
Great call by Leo Geo, recognizing that the first charge attack is not likely going to be a bait, opting to no shield the second one. Dig is going to do a good amount of neutral damage here. The question is, does Caleb decide to pivot after this to avoid the bubble damage? Opting to stay in. 2 more bubbles thrown by LeoGio into the Ice Beam. This would be a knockout into the Shadow Gligar. Caleb, opting to shield, is going to stay in even longer, take more super effective bubbles, and you can see how much damage it's starting to add up to on the Gligar deep, just into the red.
And we do see the no shield from the Azumarill. Dig will not be able to pick up a knockout, but it will get the Azumarill very low. In comes the switch into the Poliwrath, and it's answered by the Defense Deoxys.
And this Deoxys is running Thunderbolt, so it has 2 options for super effective damage against this Poliwrath. Poliwrath's counters are going to be resisted by the Psychic typing of that Defense Form Deoxys, and look at how much damage those that Scald does, putting that Defense Form Deoxys deep into the red. Psycho Boost coming through, trying to pace a bit quicker. Caleb opting to shield, recognizing if this is the Psycho Boost, it would do the most amount of damage. Back-to-back Psycho Boost thrown. We'll see exactly how much damage this reduced attack Psycho Boost does.
The attack has been lowered to -3, and it feels that that's not enough to pick up the knockout here. Defense Deoxys continuing to farm. Caleb going for the Icy Wind here, and Icy Wind would pick up the knockout unless LeoGio shields, but he is not. He's leaving it all up to Azumarill, but Azumarill is extremely low on HP.
Very low on HP. Counter is a very solid move. LeoGio throwing an Ice Beam at the same time as the Icy Wind comes through, and no shielding, recognizing that if he throws that energy, the Gligar would be able to get the wing attack down, and Caleb Peng in a worst case lineup scenario actually is able to win game number 2 and come out victorious.
Fantastic energy management there from Caleb Peng. As you had mentioned, he didn't have the alignment that he was looking for. He was very, very weak to the Azumarill in the back, but the decision to bank energy on the Gligar, send the Charjabug into what is not an amazing matchup for it, but again, using it as an opportunity to get more and more farm. Exiting with a Dig's worth of energy and not really much of any damage, so he could withstand those super effective bubbles, continue to apply more and more pressure onto the Azumarill, and then in the end game, that Shadow Poliwrath, that sure did look like a bad matchup when he played it out there. That was some serious damage from that Scald.
It goes to show you how powerful Counter is as a fast attack. Let's go back into the replay here. Here is game number 1. The bubble down, the play rough into the Bastiodon. This is not going to do much damage. Power Whip from Lickitung, also not able to knock out. Barely reaching this final body slam. Again, not threatening a knockout. Caleb Peng, no shield after no shield after no shield. Saves that shield for the potential play rough from Azumarill, but not gonna happen. Icy Wind gonna take out that Azumarill.
And then we do see here, as we transition into game number 2 between LeoGio and Caleb Peng, again, the energy on the Gligar so threatening, getting that Azumarill deep into the red. In comes the Poliwrath, sending in that Defense Form Deoxys. But at this point, if he can get a debuff, then the charge attacks here are a lot less threatening. Goes for the Scald, it connects, does big damage, and gets that debuff. So the attack is already at -1, and after a Psycho Boost, it goes to -3. That allows Poliwrath to tank the energy here, goes for the Ice Beam, but it's on charge attack priority. And at this point, LeoGio no longer sees a win con. The writing's on the wall for this one, and the Icy Wind picks up the knockout and takes Caleb into the next round here.
As I was saying before, it shows you how great Counter is as a fast attack. Both fast attacks are resisted. A fighting one into a fairy, resisted. A water fast attack into a water type Pokemon, resisted. But Bubbles not doing enough damage to threaten the knockout. Counters are doing enough damage to threaten the knockout. I think LeoGio might have been able to play that endgame a little bit differently, maybe use his resources on the Defense Form Deoxys. The counters are still resisted, but Defense Forms Deoxys' counters are not resisted, so he could have gotten a bit more fast attack damage, or even potentially could have pivoted around playing for a Thunderbolt into a Psycho Boost, so that the second Psycho Boost was not lowered in its damage value and would have been able to pick up the knockout. The only question that would remain after that is how much energy the Gligar would have been able to get. Would it be able to come out with a charge attack? Because I think it was very low on energy, whereas the Azumarill had the Ice Beam loaded.
Yes, a very complex endgame, as you mentioned, a lot of moving pieces there. The Poliwrath landing that Scald, getting the debuff, And as you mentioned, Psycho Boost can do quite a lot of damage, but there is a cost. The Psycho Boost, of course, lowering the attack again by a further 2 stages, choosing not to go for the more expensive play energy-wise in terms of a Thunderbolt and a Psycho Boost, but instead in that end game there. And Poliwrath doesn't really like to see a Azumarill, but after your Gligar has put in a lot of work there, again, the teamwork works out, and again so far at Portland, we're seeing these successful trainers not necessarily playing for switch advantage, but instead going for energy and shields and going for a more flexible playstyle, and that's being rewarded here in a massive way.
You're talking about the Psychic type Defense Form Deoxys, and I'm going to pretend to be a Psychic type myself here, and I'm going to predict that we have an interview set up with Spicy, a judge, on the floor. Take it away, Sophia.
All right, I'm here on the floor with one of our superstar judges, Spicy. Spicy, how are you doing?
Doing well. It's been a great tournament. I'm looking forward to the finals and seeing how this all ends.
All right, I did just call you Spicy, but I know you have a couple of nicknames in the community, your in-game name, your real name. Do you want to talk a little bit about what each of them means to you and how you came up with them?
Well, my real name is Shivam, and I didn't really have much of a say in that, but Dijon's comes from my IGN, which is Dijon the Jin, which is kind of just like, I like mustard, and I was just alliterating one day, and I was like, oh, that sounds cool, let's go with that.
And what about Spicy?
I just like hot sauce.
Solid reason. All right, so you're here today as a judge. Do you want to talk a little bit about what you specifically been doing? Because I know there's a lot of different roles that the judges have while they're running around.
Yeah, so this is actually my first regional as head judge, so I've been very excited about that. It's been a great opportunity, learning a lot, but for the most part, usually I've been a floor judge, so we help out in the tournament that most viewers don't see, which is out in the chairs at the stations, and then obviously we have some of our floor judges up on stream to handle the stream with stuff as well, so it's kind of everything a little bit at once, but today I'm more of a manager.
All right, that sounds pretty fun, kind of maybe moving up the ranks a little bit. What's been your favorite part about judging, though? Like, what got you into it, and what have you enjoyed the most?
Honestly, when I did my first regional, it was just the interaction with all the players. It's a different dynamic than like being across the table from them. You actually get to like engage them from a more of a friendly like camaraderie aspect. So I thought that was really fun. And then honestly, being up on stream and like being able to talk to players through the mic, and sometimes you can hear how they're playing the battles out, it's a blast. That's the best part by far.
Well, you talk a lot about interacting with the players, and I know you kind of are one yourself sometimes. You were even leading the leaderboards, I think, earlier this season in championship points. Do you want to talk a little bit about your plans for maybe competing later this season as well?
I might compete in like one more regional. I still participate in local tournaments because it's fun. I also try to organize them, but if I could get the points for Worlds, that's kind of like my goal, but really, if I get the invite, I'm taking that over competing regardless of anything else.
All right, you talked a little bit about your local tournaments. Do you have any tips out there for trainers who might not necessarily have local events near them that they can attend?
Yeah, so, I mean, first thing, sign up to be a professor. Maybe you're the one that can kickstart it. But really, you can talk to your TCG judges. There's usually a lot of TCG tournaments in areas, so find your TCG, your VG judges, talk to stores to see if they have any professors, and maybe if they know the game, they can start running tournaments for you. It's just more about getting out there and asking the stores if they want to run them.
All right, and what about for the store's perspective? If they can run TCG but haven't quite had the chance to run Go yet, do you have any advice for them?
Yeah, so if you guys, like all the stores, I assume there's like Pokemon Go in the area, so during community days, if you guys get out there, or raid hours, there's obviously the Niantic Community Ambassador Program. A lot of big communities have ambassadors, so just reaching out to the player base to see if anyone PvPs and wants to start competing at a play level, that would be phenomenal.
All right, well, it sounds like one of the keys to succeeding in Pokemon Go is engaging with the community, whether you're a judge or a player as well. Are there any shout-outs you want to give to friends or supporters at this tournament or at home?
I mean, shout out to the rest of the staff. Like, you know, they're the ones that really helped me in my first time as being head judge to make things easy for me. So hugely appreciate them. And my lead, Pete, who we saw earlier, he's been a great help and mentor throughout the time I've been staffing. So big shout out to them.
All right, well, thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for helping run the tournament as well. And I think we're going to get back to some of that gameplay really quickly now.
All right, well, thank you so much for that interview, Sophia and Spicy. It's so great to hear all different sides of these tournaments. You know, we have our perspective as the casters. We hear a lot from the battlers themselves, but the judges is another essential part of these tournaments.
And speaking of these tournaments, I believe our next matchup is ready on the stage, and this is an absolute heavyweight bout here. Two incredible battlers, Rumberto versus Caleb. And if I'm not mistaken, this is a rematch of the 2023 San Diego Regional Championship Finals.
It is, and this is where both of those two trainers actually qualified for Worlds. Caleb opting to cast Worlds as opposed to participate, but Ramberto earning his qualification off of that championship win.
And oh my goodness, taking a look at the teams here, I cannot wait for this matchup. Ramberto, of course, running the Vigoroth here, the Azumarill, the Skarmory, the Charjabug, the Whiscash, and the Shadow Gligar. And for Caleb, a different counter user of choice, that Shadow Poliwrath.
And it's going to match up really well into Ramberto's Vigoroth, so we'll have to see how those two players play around that. The rest of Caleb's team is going to be that Charjabug, that Gligar, Lickitung, Bastiodon, and Azumarill. We saw it not too long ago. We'll see it again here. As it is very frequently with Bastiodon, where will it line up? What Pokemon does it want to avoid? Obviously, it doesn't want to see the Whiscash. It doesn't want to see the Vigoroth. The Azumarill here is on the Play Rough and Ice Beam set for Ramberto, so that is a more neutral matchup than if that Azumarill was running Hydro Pump.
Absolutely. And for Caleb here, Caleb, I believe it's now been a couple rounds in a row that he's felt very comfortable leading that Bastiodon in game number 1. So the question will be, will the trend continue here? Does he continue to bring that Bastiodon lead? And it looks like down on the stage, the battlers are locked in. Game 1, Caleb Peng versus Rumberto. Skarmory for Rumberto into the Bastiodon. There it is.
In the back, we see both Azumarill and Gligar. A quick switch into the Gligar, pulling out the Azumarill. It would have been an interesting position if Ramberto had swapped in his Azumarill. The best answer Caleb would have had was his own Azumarill, because Gligar would be taking super effective damage from those bubbles, and he could theoretically stay in with the Bastiodon, but then he would no longer have the alignment of Bastiodon versus Skarmory.
Absolutely. And the Gligar able to grab an early shield here, and we see Gligar shielding back. Rumberto would love to try and make a play for switch advantage here, but Caleb has already shielded once and may look to expend resources here. He's actually going to let this move through, but a future dig could be threatening.
With the change to Bubble, you can see just how much better this matchup became for Azumarill. Very comfortably able to get the Gligar down deep into the yellow, almost into the red, just with this bubble damage. Both charge attacks have been shielded by Ramberto. The question now becomes, is he going to bait with Aerial Ace? He does bait for Aerial Ace here. This is not going to threaten a knockout, but if Caleb shields, maybe the next Aerial Ace after will be threatening a knockout.
This will be incredibly close. Rumberto continues to farm. These bubbles are adding up, making it to the Aerial Ace. No, he does not get there. And Rumberto is unable to flip switch advantage, which means the Skarmory will be stuck against the Bastiodon.
Yes, so I have to imagine that the Skarmory comes back in, but the one thing Ramberto does have, oh, actually, no, it's the Azumarill. Azumarill is going to be taking this Play Rough. This is good. Neutral damage will do maybe about 20% of the health of that Azumarill. The trouble is that Ramberto's energy here that he's getting won't be very useful. I think Caleb could honestly bring in either the Gligar or the Bastiodon. It doesn't matter if the Gligar gets taken out, because Bastiodon is in such a great spot. No super effective charge attacks coming from Azumarill. We do actually see that he's putting it all on Bastiodon. I don't actually expect Caleb to bring that Gligar back in for the rest of this game.
Absolutely. And Bastiodon is going to be able to withstand the Play Roughs here. We see the shake of the head for Rumberto firing off this Play Rough. The Play Rough connects, but again, not having that Hydro Pump is proving to be game impacting here in this game number 1.
Great counting by Caleb, throwing this next Stone Edge before the next charge attack could be thrown by Ramberto. I actually think this is going to be shy of picking up the knockout. The next Play Rough is going to be able to come through. I'm curious if Caleb will try to catch it on the Gligar. No, as I had predicted earlier, just staying in, taking this chip damage. It's going to put the Bastiodon deep into, or not deep into the yellow, barely into the yellow. But now, Skarmory comes in, and there's plenty of energy loaded on Caleb's Bastiodon.
This Bastiodon looking incredibly threatening in this endgame. No shields remaining for the Skarmory. The Flamethrower connects, and that does quite a significant amount of damage. These Steel Wings do hit for neutral neutral damage. But the Bastiodon, it's so close to another charge move, and it will get to another flamethrower. And this should just about do it here. Super effective flamethrower damage into the Skarmory. Skarmory survives with a small amount of HP left. It may be able to get the knockout onto the Bastiodon, but there's still a full health Pokemon for Caleb in the back.
We were talking about it a bit earlier, a long time ago, before Skarmory ran Steelwing, before Skarmory ran Brave Bird, it used to run Flash Cannon. Do you think there's any shot in the world that we see Flash Cannon come back just for the niche case of against Bastiodon?
So far, honestly, Bastiodon usage at these tournaments has not caught on much past Caleb using it. So, I mean, if Caleb's not attending the tournament you're going for, it feels like you're pretty safe to be running the Sky Attack and Brave Bird as we hop back into the action there, and the bubble picking up the knockout, and Caleb being able to reposition this Bastiodon onto the Azumarill. Azumarill in this tournament favoring that Ice Beam and Play Rough moveset, and that is just opening the door for Bastiodon.
Yeah, that's why I generally like Play Rough plus Hydro Pump, because it shores up those Steel-type matchups. Play Rough into Play Rough, going into the Bastiodon, not able to take it out. The second Flamethrower, not able to take out the Skarmory. Brave Bird coming through, but even though this is a very good damage per energy charge attack, because it's double resisted by Bastiodon, it's not able to pick up the knockout, and the next Smackdown picks up the KO for Caleb. 1-0, going into game number 2, Ramberto's got to be thinking, man, I gotta get my Skarmory somewhere else besides that Bastiodon.
Most definitely. The Skarmory does have neutral play to positive play into several of Caleb's Pokemon, but being stuck against that Bastiodon was very, very difficult. And now it's up to Ramberto to make the adjustments here. You've made it this far. You made it to day number 2. And now you need a win to stay alive in this tournament. Game number 2, looks like the battlers have reached a lock-in here.
Yes, and locking in is Ramberto with Charjabug into Caleb Peng's Shadow Poliwrath, a positive lead. We see a switch out into Lickitung. This is going to be hard answered by the Vigoroth. Caleb's thinking, okay, this is great. This Vigoroth's no longer going to be on my Bastiodon, but as long as Ramberto is able to maintain alignment, which it's going to happen. It's got to happen. Lickitung doing no damage with his fast attacks. The Body Slam's not adding up nearly enough. It's going to be a Gligar against the Bastiodon later on in this battle.
Here's the thing, though. Don't count out Bastiodon. It is a ground type, but it has the flying subtype, so it will be taking neutral damage here. But in the interim, we see Vigoroth continuing to farm. Caleb opting for the Power Whip here. Power Whip does do slightly more damage, but it is not going to be getting that same type of attack bonus.
Yes, it's going to put the Vigoroth into the red. However, no damage being done by these licks. Vigoroth able to farm all the way down, come out with multiple Body Slams. I imagine it's going to be the Poliwrath. Actually, he has options. He could come in with the Bastiodon if he wanted. It would reveal his third Pokemon, but these charge attacks would not do any damage. Instead, coming with the Poliwrath, getting the counter through, but I don't think it's going to be quite enough to pick up the knockout, and a second Body Slam is going to land. That second counter going through will pick up the knockout on this Vigoroth, but this damage is very meaningful. The Poliwrath is deep into the red.
And now in comes Gligar. I love that play, the anticipation. Poliwrath would be switching no matter what. And now we have Bastiodon versus the Shadow Gligar. But importantly, the Shadow Gligar is not behind on energy.
And we see surprise on Ramberto's face. He accidentally let a Smackdown through improper timing. It's always so hard when both trainers have switched. Sometimes it can feel a little bit off, a little bit clunky. Your counts might not be exactly perfect because that switch costs a turn for Caleb on his side. We see another dig is about to be reached from Ramberto's end. The first dig was shielded up. The second dig, will it get shielded? I think he has the opportunity to reach a third.
And he will be able to reach a third before the second Stone Edge is thrown. And this is very important timing-wise. Switch Clock not up for Caleb Peng. This is double super effective damage. But in this matchup, Gligar has almost no fast move pressure. So this double super effective move is survivable. And now we see the switch into the Charjabug as Charjabug needs to make a discharge to pick up a knockout.
Stone Edge being thrown, shielded correctly by Ramberto. these charge attacks are super effective, even though Bastiodon does not have a very high attack stat. Ooh, Caleb going for the catch. Ramberto going for extra farm, knowing he needs 2 charge attacks anyways. Great patience from Ramberto, throwing the discharge now into the Bastiodon. Bastiodon's extremely bulky, but this is neutral damage and will be almost enough to knock out.
And the Volt Switch picks up the knockout. Caleb bringing the Bastiodon in game number 2, but Roberto has the answers and amazing patience in that end game there, understanding Caleb's win condition, expecting him to play for it. The pause there, not tapping the screen. Amazing, amazing prediction by Roberto. He gets the equalizer here, and like all good series do, we're going to a decisive game 3, Phoebe.
And I cannot be happier. These two trainers are well versed with each other's battling style. They've battled each other before, they've battled each other now. Going back into the replays, we see the decisive counter switch into Vigoroth, able to get the massive farm down, double body slam into Poliwrath, no shielded, the smart switch into Gligar to make sure that you're not going to be behind by accidentally throwing a Volt Switch and then maybe not allowing the Bastiodon to get a few fast attacks through.
And that switch ends up being so important as it allows 3 digs to be reached before 2 Stone Edges, and then at the end game, the patience of Roberto. Perfect wait there as Caleb tries to play for the win condition. Bastiodon did so well for him in game number 2. Sorry, in game number 1, but in game number 2, Roberto has the answers, and Charjabug, which typically does not enjoy seeing Bastiodon, able to take that win.
So he talked about it in his interview earlier in the day about how he had prepared for his first matchup. He had said, okay, I'm going to bring Bastiodon game 1 and 2, but I'm going to leave it on the bench game 3 because it did its job. It got me a singular game win. Will we see Caleb continue with that thought process, think, hey, I brought Bastiodon twice. It didn't do its job in game number 2. It did its job in game number 1. I'm going to leave it behind. Or will he stick with his gut, stick with his best friend, and bring it into game number 3.
It's a tough call, but it looks like we do have lock-ins here. Game number 3, Charjabug into the Lickitung here. This is a slightly favorable lead for Caleb, and look what's in the back, Phoebe. It is going to be the Bastiodon for Caleb Pang.
And it looks like switch advantage will be important for Ramberto. It's maybe not quite as important for Caleb. As you said, Bastiodon versus Gligar, although double super effective digs do a lot of damage, it's able to withstand one and is able to hit back for neutral damage. We see the switch out. Ramberto catching a Power Whip on a Azumarill?
I believe may have wanted to try and catch a body slam there, but now this Azumarill not in a good alignment for it whatsoever, as the Lickitung is able to stay in here, farm up quite a bit of energy, and he's going for a body slam bait at the no shield by Ramberto. What a call!
I actually don't like this bait from Caleb because I don't think Power Whip was quite at the point where it would have knocked out, so it's a more comfortable no shield from Ramberto. Caleb actually staying in this matchup, being comfortable with it, probably saying, hey, if we end up both using our shields here, I can maintain switch advantage and align my Bastiodon on that Charjabug.
And we do see now the shield from Roberto trying to potentially make a play for switch advantage, but this is a range where Body Slam will be able to get a knockout, and we do see the overfarm by Roberto, and Caleb is able to grab that final shield.
Ramberto's a little bit over Ice Beam energy. I don't think he's actually going to be able to pace fast. Wait, he's 1 or 2 bubbles away now. I think that is all the difference. If he's 1 bubble away from the next Ice Beam, I think he will be able to win switch advantage. If he's 2 bubbles away, I think Caleb might reach his next Body Slam. It's 2 bubbles. Body Slam is just reached before Ramberto's able to reach that final Ice Beam.
The tiniest of margins deciding switch advantage in this game. Lickitung able to win switch advantage. Back in comes that Charjabug. Charjabug farming down the Lickitung, but Charjabug will not like what Caleb has in the back. In comes the Bastiodon. The Gligar enters the field, and it's the Azumarill. No Protect shields remaining for Roberto, so there is nothing to stop double super effective Ice Beam getting the knockout.
This matchup looks a lot different if there are shields on both sides. The bubble damage, although it's super effective, does add up a little bit, but we see the one-hit knockout. Ice Beam, double super effective, and although this is a good matchup for Charjabug, there's just absolutely no way that Charjabus could carry an entire Bastiodon on its way to school.
Unfortunately not. Roberto understanding here that the game is over. There are no more win cons, and Caleb Peng able to get a little bit of revenge here for that San Diego finals, able to take the win, and Caleb Peng continues a very impressive run here in the losers bracket.
Taking down battler after battler, well-renowned. It's impressive. It's impressive how he's done it, and he's done it with his signature Pokemon as well, and he didn't falter. He did not. He brought it into game number 3, and it worked out so well for him, able to line it on that Charjabug, which is such a strong matchup. It's a little bit dicey there in the middle game. If that final Ice Beam was able to be reached, it would have been game-changing, but not quite. Lickitung able to get to those body slams. A great call by Ramberto to no-shield at first, but Caleb recognizing, okay, I think 3 more body slams will be enough to knock out, and able to take the victory in that fashion.
And let's take a look at the highlights from that series that did go all 3 games. We have the realignment in game 1 by Caleb, putting the Bastiodon onto this Azumarill, being able to withstand charge attack after charge attack because the Azumarill is not bringing the Hydro Pump.
No Hydro Pump means no super effective charge attack damage. Stone Edge coming through, recognizing this Skarmory doesn't have enough in the tank, doesn't have Flash Cannon. I can't do anything. Throwing the Brave Bird for a little bit of fun, but it's still not even enough to take out this Bastiodon, and that seals the deal for game number 1.
As we move into game number 2, Caleb's decision to go for a Power Whip here. Power Whip means that Roberto gets the farm down. Had he gone for a Body Slam, maybe he could have made a second Body Slam there. Would have been very close. And then we see Charjabug, which typically does not like to see the Bastiodon. The patience by Roberto, not letting Caleb Peng get the catch. And then Bastiodon, unfortunately, getting knocked out by one of a Pokemon it typically does very well against, the Charjabug.
Yeah, Charjabug able to pick up that knockout after another Volt Switch, turning the tides against its mortal enemy. Game number 3 here starting off. We see Ramberto opting to switch out. It's not the Body Slam, it is the Power Whip. Caleb Peng thinking, how do I maneuver around this? Actually stays in, getting the alignment he needs in the end game. Azumarill onto Gligar, all shields off the table means Ice Beam, double super effective, able to pick the 1-2 hit knockout.
And masterful job there in this game, understanding that if you make a play for switch advantage, Bastiodon is a Pokemon that is very strong in alignment, getting the alignment needed, and at this point, Roberto understanding there is no defeating this Bastiodon and letting that play rough through to take the win.
What a day it's been, and we've pushed our way all the way to winners finals. This is where we start our best of 5 series, but we have a little bit of information now about what day 2 has been like. What is our usage in top 8? Let's take a look at that graphic.
And as we take a look here, we see the Whiscash at 75% usage. Oh my goodness. The Azumarill 62.5%, and the Gligar, which was number 1 on day 1, very well represented here in a 3-way tie for second.
And we see that Skeletor has made its way into slot number 12 at 12.5%. How fitting.
Absolutely terrific. And we do see another upstart here, of course, and is the Skarmory. Skarmory taking a bit of an interesting go of things here as a very good check to Gligar, and the counter users. We see Vigoroth and Defense Deoxys making an appearance here, and Medicham nowhere to be seen, and Poliwrath sitting at 37.5%.
I'm turning my head every which way, looking around, and I cannot find that fighting psychic type. It is not here in day 2. It is not here in top 8, and it is not here in the winners finals either. I'm fairly certain. Let me double check my matchup, and yeah, it's not there either. I got my eyes checked out. My vision is maybe not exactly 20/20, but it's good enough.
Whereas mine, I definitely do have some help here for sure. But yeah, the interesting thing about Gligar as well is on that top 12, the Shadow and non-Shadow were actually split up. So Gligar, if you combine the two, would actually have the highest usage of any single Pokemon. So Gligar being very well represented here, number 1 on day 1, and combining Shadow and non-Shadow, It's used on almost every single team here in Top Cut. Gligar flying high here in Portland.
And it's so strange. It's a flying and ground type, so you'd think it would maybe not be flying so high, but it is. It is. It is the premier flyer here in Portland, and it's definitely made a bit of a resurgence. Let's see how our two battlers in the winners finals have gotten here for today. Leo Geo knocked down by Abhinav and Bopper knocked down by Kobe are the two winners there. Abhinav and Kobe are meeting here in the winners finals. Best of 5 to move forward to the grand finals. Henry, take us through the losers bracket.
Absolutely. So we started the day with Rumberto narrowly defeating It's Axon and Caleb Peng taking a victory over Onion Frank. Then Caleb versus Leo Geo. Caleb able to take the victory. Rumberto able to take down Bopper. And then we just saw Caleb versus Rumberto, the rematch from the San Diego finals. Caleb Peng emerging victorious. He will be in the losers finals here. So he will await whichever trainer is not able to win in the winners finals.
Caleb Peng, I believe, is 2 for 2 in terms of top cuttings in getting second place. I'll have to get double checked on that one, but he is in a position where he could do it again. If he wins losers finals and loses grand finals, it'll be 3 for 3. But then he ruins the 2 magic number, so maybe he'll have his chance to claim number 1 here.
So Caleb, he's come so close to winning the regional championships here. As you mentioned, on 2 occasions coming up short. Is this the time? And is this the time he can make it out of the losers bracket and become regional champion? There are 2 people who stand in his way, and they're both on stage here. Abhinav, who has played masterfully with that Vigoroth, showing that a counter user that is not a fighting type can do very well. And on the other side, Kobe with the more traditional Poliwrath, but running a very interesting flyer here paired with the Gligar, Mandibuzz.
And Kobe's got to be flying high after that incredible win over Bopper. What an incredible matchup. I know you and I were needing to catch our breath after that, and we actually did get a break not too long after that. Let's take a look at Abhinav's team. It's going to be Vigoroth, Shadow Gligar, Azumarill running Play Rough and Ice Beam, Wishcash, Lickitung, Charjabug, and Vigoroth. It's really making a name for itself, as you'd mentioned. 25% usage here, and it's made it to the winners finals. That's no laughing matter.
And interestingly enough as well, it is a counter user that actually does have play into Gligar. Like we've seen something like the more traditional Poliwrath on Kobe's team. Fighters like that can struggle quite a bit versus the Gligar, whereas Vigoroth is not taking super effective damage there. And to round out the team with the Shadow Poliwrath, the Whiscash, the Registeel, the Mandibuzz, the regular Gligar here, non-Shadow, and the Cresselia opting for the same type attack bonus Future Sight over Moonblast.
I was going to say, out of all of the counter users, Vigoroth probably has a reasonably decent matchup into Cresselia, but it's still not all that good. The counters are resisted. Body slams are good, but Cresselia is just absolutely so bulky. The Vigoroth is able to withstand any charge attack from that Cresselia, even Future Sight, but I imagine 2 Grass Knots, 2 Moonblasts, able to take it out with those Psycho Cuts adding up. So it's still not that strong of a matchup, but significantly better than any other fighter that we see in this field.
Absolutely, and that's what you get from running a Pokemon like Vigoroth. It is incredibly flexible, and it's proved to be very advantageous as Abhinav has not been playing for Switch Advantage very often, but instead has opted to play for Energy and Shields. And it looks like we do have a lock-in here in the winners finals in Portland, Oregon. Game number 1, we see Lickitung on the lead versus Cresselia for Kobe.
This is a great lead for Abhinav, but we've seen it before. The Future Sight from Cresselia, sometimes able to take the Zero Shield matchup versus Lickitung, sometimes not. So we talk about things being set in stone sometimes here. Oh, this wins this matchup. Oh, this wins that matchup. But it's not always so clear cut. Kobe going to be going for that heavier hitting Future Sight. Going to do a lot of good neutral damage into this Lickitung. Probably take it slightly into the yellow. But the question becomes, can Abhinav's Lickitung hang on till that 3rd body slam?
And it looks like it was able to take that Future Sight surprisingly well here. We will see a 2nd body slam thrown by the Lickitung, and again the no shield by Cresselia. Cresselia, one of the bulkiest Pokemon, able to withstand damage, and it continues to farm as it makes it to Future Sight number 2.
Slate number 2 coming through. Lickitung opting to no shield, doing lots of good neutral damage. It hangs on and is going to be able to reach this body slam, but it is caught onto that Wish Cash. This will do nice chip damage, and I got to imagine that Abhinav is going to follow up with another Wish Cash mirror. The question becomes, which Wish Cash gets that attack drop first?
They'll pace identically here. It'll come down to charge attack priority, and Abhinav's Wizcash with the higher attack is going to be able to win charge attack priority here. Kobe going for the no shield. Do we see the debuff? We do not see the debuff once again from Abhinav.
See Abhinav taking down a note, and that note is going to be saying, no debuff on my Wish Cash. The second Scald comes through, and another no debuff. We are 0 for 2, but it is even ground here. We know that Abhinav's Wish Cash wins charge attack priority. However, this time, because of the health differences, now going for the Mud Bomb. Mud Bomb, I think, is going to get this knockout into the Wish Cash. Kobe now losing all of that energy, and in comes Mandibuzz. Mandibuzz is going to be outpaced by this Scald. It's going to do meaningful chip damage. No shield from Kobe. Will we see a attack drop?
The Scald connects into the Mandibuzz. Mandibuzz, again, no debuff here. Mandibuzz continuing to farm and going for a knockout with a Dark Pulse. 2 shields on the side of Abhinav. Abhinav choosing not to shield, and the Wizcash will get KO'd.
Bit of an interesting choice because that Wish Cash was not really threatened by those Snarls at all. Coming in with the Gligar. The Gligar has health advantage, but the Mandibuzz likes this matchup. Kobe going for the Aerial Ace bait, picks up the first shield from Abhinav. Abhinav's not going to be happy with that. That was not a very impactful charge attack. Now I imagine Kobe probably going straight for Dark Pulses afterwards. Good timing from Abhinav, getting off his Aerial Ace first. The Mandibuzz is now into the yellow, where Aerial Ace plus wing attacks will threaten a knockout.
The Gligar is still extremely healthy. Kobe now going for the harder hitting Dark Pulse, and it does get shielded. Abhinav will be baited once, but not twice. Shielding up that Dark Pulse as Gligar continues to get closer and closer to back-to-back Aerial Aces.
Patience from Abhinav here, over farming. I think he's going to want to make sure that he goes into a potential Cresselia switch here with energy, actually counter switching, catching the Grass Knot. This is great for Abhinav. A complete undercharge by Kobe, hoping that the Grass Knot does not pick up the knockout, but it still does. The Gligar comes back in. Will it be able to get a farm down? No, Abhinav opting for an Aerial Ace.
Kobe does still have a shield on his side here. He's not going to use it here. The Aerial Ace picks up the knockout onto the Cresselia. Back in comes the Mandibuzz, but the Mandibuzz does not have any energy. Mandibuzz continuing to farm, and it's taken quite a lot of damage here. This is a Shadow Aerial Ace. Can Gligar pick up a knockout here with a second Aerial Ace?
Aerial Ace comes through, gets shielded, a charge attack tie here. Aerial Ace, Gligar wins the charge attack priority. Aerial Ace coming through. I don't think it's going to be quite enough to pick up the knockout. Will the Mandibuzz's Aerial Ace pick up a knockout for Kobe?
This will be very close. Mandibuzz not known for its attack stat. Aerial Ace is going to connect. Gligar survives, and we see the Gligar wing attack registering before the Snarl, and the game 1 win for Abhinav.
It looked like neither of those trainers there knew who was going to win at that end game. A few HP for both Pokemon after the Aerial Ace coming through. Aerial Ace, not the strongest charge attack, but a very, very cheap one. Kobe, maybe if he went for a Dark Pulse, could have made it, but I didn't think that it was going to be able to survive another wing attack.
Absolutely. And as we go into the replays here, we see the Scald again, no debuff for Abhinav, going for the Dark Pulse to guarantee a KO here. And he's more than happy to let this through and trust in that Shadow Gligar to try and take the victory.
No fast attack pressure coming from that Wish Cache, so great choice there. Dark Pulse, no shielded, no shields remaining. A amazing catch by Abhinav to secure him a chance to win the game. Shaking his head, thinking, I cannot survive this Aerial Ace, but Aerial Ace getting charged up. All the bubbles hit by Kobe, not enough to knock out. One wing attack comes in faster than the Snarl and is able to secure Abhinav the victory.
And that can be the advantage of running these shorter turn duration fast moves like wing attack is in that situation. One fast move will KO either Pokemon, but 2 turns, the damage will register before the 3-turn fast move, and Abhinav, by the narrowest of margins, able to take the game 1 victory.
Kobe and Abhinav are resetting, thinking about game number 2. And as a reminder to myself, to you, Henry, and to those at home, this is a best of 5. So no backs are up against the wall yet. They still, Abhinav still needs to win 2 battles. Kobe needs to win 3 in order to secure victory and move on towards the grand finals. There's a lot of room here for adjustment. There's a lot of room for figuring out the best attack pattern in order to secure victory.
What adjustments will be made here on the side of Kobe as he looks for the equalizer here? Game number 2, we have the lock-ins. It's Whiscash on the lead into the Shadow Poliwrath, and Abhinav is ABA weak to this Poliwrath.
Yes, really forced to stay in here because Whiscash has the option to go for Mud Bomb, is not taking super effective damage from those counters. Maybe, I thought he was swiping maybe a little bit to pretend it was a Scald, but the Mud Bomb is shielded. That Shouted Poliwrath would have taken a decent amount of neutral damage, and with no debuff yet onto that Whiscash, shielding the first one makes the most sense.
Going for the Scald, we see no Protect Shield by Abhinav. The Scald does not pick up the knockout. The 1 HP survive, and Whiscash leaves with a parting shot here, able to connect with a Mud Bomb that does very valuable damage onto the Poliwrath.
The Gligar is now going to be able to come in and farm down, but will have to take at least 1 Icy Wind in return. Icy Wind double super effective damage is going to be the preferred move here. With the guaranteed attack drop, Gligar is going to get a little bit more farm. Instead, Kobe opting to save switch into the Cresselia. Abhinav not opting to switch into the Vigoroth is a bit interesting because his attack is dropped, so this dig will do less damage if he, than if he had saved it for later.
And there's the switch into the Vigoroth. 1 charge move will not knock out here for the Cresselia, so Cresselia is going to need multiple charge moves. Going for the harder hitting Future Sight here. Abhinav, 1 shield remaining. He will not use it here, and the Future Sight connects, dealing big damage to that Vigoroth.
Vigoroth farming up to multiple body slams. It is a charge attack tie. 2 body slams loaded at the same time as Cresselia's Grass Knot. This means that the Grass Knot will threaten a knockout, and Abhinav will need to shield if he wants to get that second charge attack off. Looks like he's deciding to not shield. Grass Knot is enough to pick up the KO.
Kobe with all 3 Pokemon still available, but for Abhinav, only 1 left, and it's that Shadow Gligar. Gligar farming up, going for the Aerial Ace to pick up the knockout. Abhinav still has not seen that final Pokemon for Kobe yet, and for Kobe, he's managed to get some very valuable chip damage onto this Shadow Gligar, because a Scald will not be enough to knock out a Shadow Gligar from full HP, but this Gligar has taken about 20 to 25% of its HP already.
And with no options for super effective damage into this Whiscash, things are looking dire for Abhinav. He gets the shield on the Aerial Ace bait. However, a singular dig or a singular Aerial Ace after this will not be enough to pick up a knockout. Shielding the Scald makes sense. This is going to do a lot of super effective damage. The attack drop does come in, I think, really settling this for Kobe as a victory.
Either way, the dig, as you had mentioned, will not be enough to KO, but it does help you feel a little more confident in this matchup here. No shields remaining for Abhinav. Abhinav able to take the 1-0 advantage, but Kobe with the equalizer here in this best of 5 series. And now, as we look ahead to game number 3, whoever wins this game number 3 will have a very big advantage in this best of 5 series.
Yes, only needing to win 1 more is such a great feeling. It's so comfortable. You know that you have some wiggle room. You have some room to adjust afterwards. I think game number 2 was a really great showing by Kobe in terms of team composition, putting that Whiscash in the back to thrive and survive. Scald coming into the Whiscash to pick up almost the knockout, 1 HP, and a Mud Bomb coming back, but it does not do enough damage to this Poliwrath to threaten a knockout, putting it just into the yellow.
And back in comes the Gligar. Gligar all by itself, whereas Kobe still has 3 Pokemon remaining. And the Whiscash in the back proven to be too much for the Gligar to handle. And Scald picks up the knockout, and we get the equalizer here.
Our battlers on stage are preparing for game number 3 here. It's almost as if we were now completely reset. in a best-of-3 match. Whoever wins 2 more battles will move forward. Abhinav, really unfortunate positioning for the Vigoroth in that last battle, with the positioning against Cresselia, not able to rack up enough damage. The timing of that switch meant that the second body slam came out at the same time as the second charge attack from Cresselia, which really limited that Vigoroth's damage output.
It looks like we do have lock-ins here for game number 3. We see that Vigoroth return to the field, this time in much better alignment, as it gets a neutral matchup here going up against Whiscash.
Whiscash versus Vigoroth is a solid matchup for Vigoroth. Vigoroth with a better attack stat, able to win charge attack priority, body slam, good neutral damage into this Whiscash.
And we will see the body slam connect. Kobe over farming slightly, going for the Scald. Scald not going to be enough to pick up a knockout, but as always, does it get that attack drop? The Scald connects into the Vigoroth, and Scald does not get that debuff.
That's going to be great for Abhinav, because now body slam might threaten a knockout. Instead, Kobe going to catch this body slam onto the Cresselia. Cresselia extremely bulky. Abhinav likely putting the Shadow Gligar onto this Cresselia because it does not take super effective damage or even double super effective damage from the Grass Knot.
Cresselia continuing to farm, going for the Future Sight here. Future Sight will not get a knockout, but it's going to make its presence felt here. Abhinav lets it through. The Future Sight connects, dealing big damage onto that Gligar.
I think that's going to put the Shadow Gligar into the range of a Grass Knot, so Kobe is very comfortable going straight Grass Knot from here on out. Aerial Ace Bait getting shielded up by Kobe. That's a sigh of relief from Abhinav, and they charge attack tie here. Great timing from Abhinav, throwing it as soon as that Grass Knot is reached. Dig is going to come through and not quite threaten a knockout, but put that Cresselia into potential farm down range for another one of his Pokemon. We know he loves playing for shield and energy advantage, and we actually see the shield come up playing for switch advantage here.
So Abhinav adjusting the playstyle a little bit. He does have the pacing advantage in this matchup. Can he get a farm down? He does get the farm down. The perfect farm down for Abhinav. We're going to see Kobe sending in the Gligar. Abhinav able to quickly react and fire off this Aerial Ace.
Question is, now that Abhinav knows all 3 Pokemon, does he switch out? Yes, he does, into his own Whiscash. Now, Kobe's Whiscash is at a significant health disadvantage. A charge attack tie here. The Dig going through at the same time as Scald. This Dig does not threaten a shield for Abhinav, but the Scald, I think, will threaten a shield for Kobe. The shield comes up anyways from the Scald, or for the Dig, excuse me. The Scald comes through, pulls out the second shield. We are now completely shields down.
Does this Scald get the debuff here for Abhinav? It does get the debuff, and now we're going to see a switch out because of that. Kobe switching into his own Whiscash, going for the Scald. He's managed to reset the debuff on the Gligar and looking to apply an attack drop onto that Whiscash of Abhinav.
Scald putting the opposing Whiscash into the yellow. Overfarmed by Abhinav. Really great play here, recognizing there's still time before Kobe reaches his next charge attack. I can build up extra energy to take back into that Gligar matchup. The Scald picks up the knockout, and will we see the simul pace here to the Dig? It is a charge attack tie.
Oh my, Kobe making it to the Dig. The shake of the head from Abhinav, as that is an incredibly important charge attack priority here. That Scald damage was needed. Abhinav's remaining Pokemon do not have a lot of HP left. We see the Gligar and the Vigoroth. Vigoroth can make it to a charge move, but this is a non-Shadow Gligar. An attempt at a catch onto the Gligar. Kobe goes for the farm down and gets the farm down.
The question now becomes, we see actually tapping the Rock Slide. Rock Slide is going to be neutral damage. I think it's just slightly more damage than a Body Slam. Rock Slide comes through into the Gligar, not able to pick up the knockout. The charge attack tie means that the Dig comes through for Kobe and is going to secure him a 2-1 lead over Abhinav in the winners finals.
What an incredible game there. The attempted catch at the end, even though the catch was not successful, those wing attacks were important to Abhinav, trying to get that Gligar as low as possible, going for the Rock Slide, does slightly more damage, but unfortunately, if that was a Shadow Gligar, maybe this is a different story, but as the regular Gligar able to withstand the Rock Slide, and Kobe, the underdog story here in Portland, 1 win away from the grand finals.
You can't understate it. To go from 48th to potentially top 2 is an incredible change from one year to the other. In the replay, we see the farm down. That was a great play by Avinov and an unfortunate charge attack tie here. The, not drill run, the dig coming through, able to pick up the knockout into the Wish Cache. Wish Cache is down, and now Avinov has a choice. Which Pokemon do I go into? It's going to be the Vigoroth, an attempted catch onto the Gligar. Gligar does not have enough health left to reach that aerial ace.
And right at the end here, the charged attack tie, the rock slide, hoping against hope that it's enough to knock Gligar out of the sky, but Gligar able to withstand the damage there, just not quite enough. And Kobe, as we had mentioned here, the underdog in this tournament, played last year in Portland, his first tournament, 48th, now in a potential position in a win and in game to the grand finals here. Avinov versus Kobe. The battlers have locked in. Take it away, Phoebe.
And we see the leads. It's going to be a great lead for Kobe. Cresselia into Wish Cache. Double super effective damage options available. A quick switch into Gligar for Avinov. And no great answer on Kobe's side. Gligar and Poliwrath in the back. You could switch it to the mirror, but you're going to be down energy. The play likely is going to be throw a Grass Knot, get a chip and dip or shield advantage, and then switch into your own Gligar.
We do see the shield advantage obtained by Kobe, but Avinov does have a pretty significant energy lead here, and baiting out the Gligar is potentially helpful here, as we do see that Charjabug lurking in the back. So the team comp from Avinov so far working out quite nicely as he makes it to yet another aerial ace. Kobe, with the shield advantage here, uses the first shield here.
The one thing I want to point out is because Cresselia paces to the first Grass Knot in 6 Psycho Cuts, Avinov's actually at an energy advantage because it's more than 5 wing attacks. He lost the shield to the Grass Knot, but he had 6 extra wing attacks because of that pacing and is going to be able to outpace the Gligar here. 2 additional charge attacks. It is, however, a Shadow versus non-Shadow. The aerial ace is not going to be able to threaten a knockout. The question is, as always, will Avinov go for switch advantage or shield advantage?
He's thinking about it here. This is a tough decision to make. He decides to go for switch advantage here. He is going to go for the wing attack farm down, leaving with energy. And if we take a look at Kobe's remaining Pokemon, he does not have a lot of fast move pressure here to remove Gligar from the field of play.
I think the counter down will be possible, instead opting to bring in the Cresselia. The Cresselia is going to have to take at least 1 dig. I think if it goes for a Psycho Cut down, the Gligar might be able to reach an aerial ace. It's going to be incredibly close.
Cresselia continuing to farm here, not opting to go for the farm down, instead going for the Grass Knot here. Grass Knot will be able to pick up the knockout, but with switch advantage, Avinov now gets to free that Whiscash from having to deal with a Grass Knot as in comes Charjabug.
And shields are equalized at this point. The one thing that Kobe has, and oh, the catch of the X-Scissor into Poliwrath. This is going to be resisted damage. The question is, does he stay in this matchup or does he switch out? He stays in for now, doing 2 more Volt Switches, not enough to get to the discharge. It is actually 3, but it comes before the Icy Wind. This is not debuffed. It's going to be enough to knock out. Look at how much damage those Volt Switches did.
Those Volt Switches tearing through the Poliwrath. Down goes the Poliwrath. Back in comes that Cresselia. Cresselia going for the Future Sight. This move does get same type attack bonus, but Charjabug is a very bulky Pokemon. Future Sight not going to be enough to pick up the knockout here. Continuing to farm is the Charjabug. Charjabug firing off the X-Scissor, and this is super effective damage onto that Cresselia.
The really hard thing for Avinov here is that he's using Charjabug. Charjabug is 4 turn fast attacks. It makes catching really hard, but he does it anyways. A Grass Knot into his Wish Cache. This is double super effective damage. It's going to not be enough to knock out, but the Cresselia is so low on health. It almost looks like a Mud Shot down will be possible. The Mud Bomb is not able to be reached because the Cresselia faints. That is going to be 2-2. A rare, decisive game number 5 here.
Unbelievable plays from Avinov. The terrible lead, but understanding the Gligar save switch. very, very strong and able to shield up because you saw Kobe wanted to go for the chip and dip strategy, but Abhinav said no. And as you had mentioned, Cresselia, 6 Psycho Cuts to a move here, and then in the end game, the Charjabug farming up, Kobe doing what he can. He's been core broken. He makes the beautiful catch, but we see Poliwrath 14 turns away from the Icy Wind, Charjabug 12 turns away from the discharge, picking up the knockout, and the Charjabug, the beautiful catch into the Grass Knot. Oh my goodness.
I'm not 100% convinced it was necessary at the point, but you know, you love to see it. I was talking about how hard it is for him to catch, but perfect timing, able to go into the Wish Cache, recognizing the Grass Knot's going to be enough to knock out. I can very comfortably take it. I will outpace the Cresselia afterwards and gets the farm down. I'm gonna send my steak back to the chef. It's rare, it's game number 5. We are locked in, Lickitung into Wish Cache. A reversal, a great lead this time. Abhinav having grass type damage to potentially go against Kobe's ground and water type.
And we see Kobe staying in this matchup to start with, as Wizcash does have the pacing advantage here. Going to fire up the Scald, and we will see a no shield from Abhinav. This Scald will do meaningful damage and potentially go for a debuff here, and gets the debuff.
We've seen it time and time again. Abhinav's been willing to bait with the body slam. He does it here. It'll help him pace to the next power whip a little bit quicker. Pulls the shield up from Kobe, nods in recognition. Okay, you got me, but I'm going to land another Scald before your power whip, and maybe I'll get a second attack debuff.
This Scald is going to be no-shielded. Lickitung, a very, very bulky Pokemon, able to withstand both of these charge attacks. We do not see the debuff continuing to farm up here, and this time it is going to be the Power Whip and the no-shield by Kobe. This is debuff, but this is double super effective damage.
Double super effective damage, not able to pick up the knockout. However, no shields have been used for Abhinav. Another no shield. This is going to knock out. He could have used one more shield to secure switch advantage for even shields, but instead, Mr. I don't care about switch advantage again, opting for shield advantage, gets the farm down with Gligar. In comes Cresselia, and this is actually so good for Abhinav. He got switch advantage anyways.
He did. We see the dig catch. Oh my, catching the dig onto the Gligar, able to store energy for later. Catch the dig. It does absolutely nothing, and in the back it is going to be that Wizcash. Wizcash up a shield, but the energy that's stored on Cresselia could be very game impacting later on.
It's double resisted by the flying type. However, it might put the Gligar within range of Scald and Mudshot. The attack drop comes through. Kobe shakes his head in frustration. Now this dig is going to be doing even less damage. Abhinav very comfortably, no shielding here, recognizing that, oh, I think I'll be able to reach another Scald before 2 digs are reached. It comes in 1 fast attack before Scald, going to do good super effective damage. I think it's going to still be a bit short of the knockout, as this is not a Shadow Gligar.
Gligar able to withstand that damage. We see another debuff here, and at -2 attack, this dig I don't believe is going to be enough to knock out the Wizcash here. The debuff for Abhinav, we've been waiting for them all weekend, and they arrive when they matter the most, making it to another Scald. No shields remaining for Kobe, and all that's left for him in the back is the Cresselia versus that Shadow Gligar of Abhinav.
Yeah, Abhinav opting to use the energy there because he wants to make sure that that Gligar is unable to be switched out of. Meaning that Kobe is now on his last Pokemon. A great no-shield by Abhinav, recognizing that it's likely going to be the Grass Knot first. If he happens to no-shield 2 Grass Knots and then gets hit by a future state, that is maybe a lose condition here. Throwing the dig, no shields are left for Kobe. It's going to be good neutral damage. Takes about half of Cresselia's remaining HP.
Another Grass Knot thrown by Kobe, but Abhinav, as you mentioned earlier, he has not shielded anything yet. 2 Protect shields still available. The Grass Knot does get shielded, continuing to farm up, making it to the dig on charged attack priority. And this means that Abhinav will be the winner of the Winners Finals in a 3-2 series and will advance to the Grand Finals here in Portland, Oregon.
Mr. I don't care about switch advantage, loses switch advantage, gets it back again, and pushes his way to the Grand Finals. Congratulations, Abhinav. I know he's been talking so much about India, the play Pokemon circuit in India, and how he wants great representation for those players. And look at him do it now. He's pushed his way to the grand finals, securing great representation by himself.
And what an amazing series there, going all 5 games. Abhinav, who, as we had mentioned, does have some previous experience here in these regional championships versus the underdog story, Kobe. It goes all 5 games. Abhinav is now going to sit in winners finals and await the winner of the losers finals matchup between Caleb and Kobe.
Let's go ahead and revisit that last matchup. Look at these highlights from all 5 games. Game number 1, Wishcash versus Wishcash. No attack drop. You see Abhinav chuckle, but the Dark Pulse from Mandibuzz, which we actually didn't see very much in those final games, I'd almost forgotten it was on the team, is able to secure a very solid survive of that attack. However, the Aerial Ace in return is not able to pick up the knockout, and Gligar able to get that wing attack through just before their Snarl, and is able to secure Abhinav Game 1 victory.
And in game number 2, the Scald into the Whiscash, but the Whiscash refusing to be removed from the field of play without landing a Mud Bomb. The no shield by Kobe, but this does very valuable chip damage here onto that Poliwrath. And later in the game, Cresselia versus the Gligar. Gligar committing to the farm down here, and the farm down is successful. It's Whiscash into that Gligar, but the Gligar winning charged attack priority. And all that's left in the back is that Vigoroth. Abhinav builds up to the rock slide, switches when the Aerial Ace is reached, trying for the catch, but the catch is unsuccessful.
And not enough health to reach an Aerial Ace of his own, meaning that he loses that game and is down 1-2. In game number 3, we saw the power of Charjabug, core-breaking Poliwrath and Cresselia. A great catch by Kobe. However, it was not enough because Abhinav returned the favor, catches the grass up, double super effective into the Wishcash, but able to survive and reach a Mud Bomb at the same time as knocking out with Mud Shots.
Very nicely done here by Abhinav as he gets the equalizer. And we move to the decisive game number 5. This is the decision point. Do you bring in Gligar? Do you bring in Cresselia? Bringing in that Cresselia, farm it up here. Getting the dig catch onto the Gligar. A beautiful catch here by Kobe, but the debuffs from Abhinav mean that dig is not going to be able to knock out. The Scald is reached, and in the end game, Shadow Gligar with 2 shields, proving why it's been so high in usage this entire weekend. And Abhinav is able to advance to grand finals here in Portland, Oregon.
And even with that great catch from Kobe, that strength of the Gligar, because of its great coverage, flying and ground, able to hit so many things for neutral or super effective, able to secure the victory. The Cresselia matchup is a little bit favored towards the Cresselia because of the bulk, but if you have 2 shields, it's very good for you.
And we've seen it again and again this weekend. Abhinav trying to run more flexible Pokemon, not necessarily caring about switch advantage. This is a meta where it looks like, at least in Portland, is being proved that flexibility is king. If you're able to get an energy lead or shield advantage, some of these more static matchups become a lot more fluid. And we're seeing, for example, Cresselia into the Gligar. Maybe a slight edge to that Cresselia just due to bulk, but if you're able to get that energy advantage, a shield advantage, that can potentially flip these negative matchups. And Abhinav, just an absolute mastery of that kind of play style here, as he's made it to the grand finals on the winner side of the bracket, which means he has not lost a best of series this entire tournament.
And I think that's a great point to make. This tournament, this season, this meta has been so much about energy management, and I think that's a great take home for those of you at home who are watching this and being like, oh, maybe I want to turn up to a tournament myself. You know, you haven't turned up to one yourself, so maybe you're taking your own notes and writing, hey, if I want to go to a tournament, I gotta fresh up on my energy mechanics, my energy management mechanics as well. So study it at home, bring that information with you to a tournament yourself so that you can be prepared for this very fluid meta, this very dynamic meta. Study the matchups, look for maybe some niche Pokemon of your own like Skeledirge or Guzzlord or Mandibuzz, and try to get advantages where you can in energy, in maybe some catches as well to get that energy advantage back or switch advantage back, which, you know, not as important as energy or shields at this point. I have to agree.
And honestly, we've had some unbelievable battles so far today, and the good news is there is still more to come. We have the losers finals, Kobe and Caleb Peng, and on top of that, eventually, the winner of that, gets to face Abhinav in grand finals. So we've had unbelievable battles all weekend. If you remember all the way back to the start of yesterday, we had Shadow Latios kicking things off with an absolute bang with that luster purge. And it's only gotten better from there, Phoebe.
Kicking things off and kicking us off, you're talking about champions. We still have to crown our champion here. But before we do that, let's listen to some 2023 NAIC champions themselves.
My name is Andrew Ford and I'm from Raleigh, North Carolina. When I was on stage and I won, I was just like really hyped up because it was like a super close game and I didn't think I was going to win. I've always wanted to show that I'm one of the best, if not the best player in North America. This weekend I never really doubted myself because I wasn't playing to win, so I had nothing to doubt. I mean, this game consumes a lot of my life, but it was like honestly changed my life. Winning Worlds, I'd probably like be considered the best player in the world, so it would be like what I've always wanted.
My name is Cyrus Davis. I'm from Niagara Falls, Ontario, Canada, and I just won the North American International Championships 2023. Winning this event is life-changing. It means everything to me. It means I've left a mark on the history of this game, and it means that my long time playing has all led up to something. It's the journey, it's the friends, it's going to other parts of the world. I will be at the World Championships. I think I'm definitely going to make day 2, and I'm sure with a little bit of luck, I can roll my way all the way to the top.
My name is Alex Gomez. I'm from Spain, and I'm the new North American International Champion. It feels great to win a tournament again. I actually cried. I was really emotional. I was happy, of course, but so long since I won an event. I thought I couldn't do it anymore. My advice to other trainers is keep trying, never give up. You gotta trust yourself and believe that you can do it. If a tournament goes badly, you can still try. You're gonna bounce back. Then I'm gonna try to win at Worlds.
There's never been a better time to get started with PvP in Pokemon Go. I'm Zionic, and today I'm gonna guide you through how to get started. Let's start with where you can PvP. Simply head into the game menu, and at the top right, you'll see a battle option. Here you will find the Go Battle League, an online matchmaking game feature with a blind 3 format. Before going into Go Battle League, you'll be presented with 2 options, a free basic rewards path and a premium rewards path, which requires a premium battle pass to enter. These reward paths represent a series of 5 battles, also known as a set. The more battles you win, the more rewards you will receive from that set. You are limited to 5 sets per day, which is 25 battles in total, and during special events like Go Battle Day, you can do up to 20 sets per day, which is 100 battles. As you compete in Go Battle League, you'll begin to unlock new ranks. These ranks unlock rewards such as catch encounters, cosmetics, elite TMs, and even a chance at a legendary Pokemon. Ranks 1 to 20 are progression based, meaning each time you win, it'll contribute to your overall journey to rank 20. Once rank 20 is unlocked, you will be measured through an ELO rating system, the highest rank being Legend, which is 3000 rating. Each positive set with 3 or more wins will increase your ELO rating. Each negative set with 2 or less wins will lower your ELO rating. Go Battle League also operates through seasons. These seasons rotate roughly every 3 months while providing weekly or bi-weekly leagues and specialty cups to compete in. These leagues are typically divided through the Great League, Ultra League, and Master League, which all have different metagames. While Go Battle League may be a different format to the Pokemon Go Championship, it's by far the best way to practice and learn the fine details of PvP to prepare you for a tournament you'd like to compete in. The Pokemon Go Championship is hosted in the Great League, which provides a wider variety of potential Pokemon to use in competition because of the lower level threshold for battle. These tournaments also provide a fantastic look at some of the top performing playing Pokemon in the Great League, giving you goals to work towards as you look to build your PvP roster. Speaking of building your PvP roster, here's some tips and tricks that you can use to quickly add powerful Pokemon to your team. Firstly, you'll want to do your best to know about the current events in Pokemon Go. They are by far the easiest and most effective way to gather Pokemon and resources you will need to build your teams. You can stay up to date on all the events and seasonal information from the Pokemon Go website. You'll also want to play during dense spawn events, such as Community Day and Spotlight Hour. They can sometimes provide incredibly strong Pokemon that you might need for PvP. You'll also want to take advantage of the Mega Evolution system to increase the candy and XL candy that you can get for the Pokemon you are looking to build. Raids are also a great resource for getting Pokemon that you need on your team. They rotate with the events and can provide key resources such as TMs. Trust me, once you dive into PvP, you'll begin to use a lot of TMs. 3-star raids provide a guaranteed TM reward, so look to leverage that if you're running low. They can be done in most cases solo and with a free raid pass. Finally, and what might be the most important tip, is to trade with your community. Pokemon that you may have missed, such as Swampert Community Day, might just be in the storage of your local community members. As a battler myself, I always hold on to multiple key PvP Pokemon that new players might need for their roster, so don't be afraid to ask around if there's a Pokemon that you are looking for. I hope this guide was helpful to get you started on your PvP journey. Thanks for tuning in. See ya!
Helpful tips. Those Pokemon that you trade at these events can be really useful. We have Kobe with a Registeel and a Cresselia. You know he probably traded that with a friend at one of these events. And how about Kobe in his second event ever making it this far, and now he has a chance at redemption to play Caleb Pang in the losers finals to try to get back for a rematch against Abhinav.
Kobe has taken down so many players this tournament. Beach, Rubik's Master, and now he's got another huge giant in his way, and that's Caleb Pang. But if he can win this match, he's back into those grand finals for a rematch with Abhinav.
Beat Bopper and was one game away from being in that grand final, so it's been incredibly impressive from Kobe. And then Caleb Pang, of course, we know his journey. He has placed second place 2 times in the San Diego Regional and then the Fresno Regional as well. And now he is trying to get back into those grand finals, but this time he wants to win it all here in Portland.
And this is actually his first time coming in from that loser side of the bracket, and what a run he's been on. I mean, you have to imagine he's incredibly warmed up right now, has all the momentum. I think he's already played on stream 4 times today, whereas Kobe, you know, coming in from the winner's side, all of a sudden, this, like, that game just now, that was his first match loss of the entire tournament, and, you know, needs to pick it back up right now.
And remember, the losers bracket, we also had losers finals to start today, and out of those losers finals to make top cut, it's Axon, Onion Frank, Caleb Pang, and Ramberto. And of course, Caleb Pang had to knock out Ramberto, who was responsible for a second place finish in San Diego. So he already got over that hurdle. Can he get over the final hurdle, get into these grand finals, and win the entire thing? We all thought the story might be in that loser side of the bracket here in Portland, and Caleb has that chance right now.
And he is on such a run, but before I get to Caleb, let's take one last look at Kobe's team. He's got that double ground core that we've seen so much in this tournament, Gligar and Whiscash. Note that he actually does have that regular Gligar, doesn't have the Shadow Gligar like a lot of other players here.
And he's been using a lot of Cresselia as well, and he has told us in the past that Mandibuzz has been his MVP so far. Let's look how Mandibuzz will be against Caleb's team. And Caleb, of course, is running that Bastiodon, and this is literally the first time ever I've seen him play a Bastiodon for a complete series. He played it in all 3 games versus Ramberto, and he was able to win 2-1.
And that Bastardon was really important for Caleb's matchup against Rubik's Master as well. You know, we talked about Caleb. He's been second place so many times. He wants that regional championship, and I think this is an adjustment he's made. That Bastardon is no longer just bench pressure. It's actually coming into the games, and I think it's kind of getting into the opponent's heads a little bit, but I think they're actually locking in here for that very first game of Losers Finals.
Let's see if Caleb tries to set a tone with the Bastion and bring it to game number 1, and it is going to be the Whiscash in the Shadow Gligar as we get these Losers Finals on its way, and Shadow Gligar is going to stay in this matchup right now. Looks kind of like an ABB team for Caleb, having 2 water types in the back.
Does have that ABB, and here comes the pivot, catching the Scald here, but this is going to be important. If this Scald debuffs the Azumarill, then Caleb is going to be locked in here for 50 more seconds while debuffed.
And it doesn't grab that debuff, but at least you do get to bring in the Cresselia, which is going to have an easier time because of that Scald damage. I believe double Grass Knot plus Psycho Cuts, it's going to be able to knock out Azumarill, and usually without that damage, you need a triple Grass Knot, so that might be pretty good for Kobe here.
And I think that's going to be good, depending on how much these Psycho Cuts end up doing. Might even try to undercharge that last Grass Knot for a little bit of extra energy coming out. Like we said, Caleb Pang is known for playing these ABB lines, has the double water and baits out, of course, the quote-unquote grass-type Cresselia there. But Kobe looks like he was anticipating a little bit. Actually has a Gligar in the back as well.
Yeah, he was anticipating maybe that Poliwrath Azumarill backline. Like you mentioned, I feel like he has the perfect backline for it. He does have the normal Gligar, though, and the Shadow Poliwrath, once you get the debuff on that normal Gligar, it can endure 1 Aerial Ace, and now the Poliwrath is coming through. No Protect Shield. You will get this Psycho Cut down, so you will get a charge attack also on the next Pokemon. Which Pokemon do you bring in to soak it? You're going to have to soak a Future Sight here unless you throw the dig, and there comes a dig from Caleb to deny the Future Sight.
Great counting by Caleb. That Future Sight would have done a lot of damage. Kobe may be debating, actually thinks it's worth putting up a Protect Shield to get off this Future Sight. I mean, that is going to do a lot of damage for sure.
And he just didn't want to waste all that energy, let that Future Sight go down the drain, so he lands it. And the thing is, I don't think you can Wing Attack down before the Grass Knot is available. I think you will get to the Grass Knot last second. We're going to see if he once again, Caleb throwing on charge attack priority to deny that. This time, Kobe doesn't want to use another Protect Shield, lets the Cresselia go.
Great counting by Caleb, and I also like the no shield of that Future Sight. Remember, Caleb already saw that Whiscash. He knows that the Whiscash Scald is going to do more, but Kobe actually going to Gligar, but now Caleb responding with the Poliwrath.
And that's tough, though, because you're swapping into this Poliwrath, or sorry, into this Gligar. So this Poliwrath is already going to be taking the full damage of these wing attacks before you can get that Icy Wind debuff up. And yes, you are up a Protect Shield, but how much are these fast attacks just going to weigh on you? I actually like that he throws on charge attack priority because that denies one wing attack from Kobe.
That's right, and Kobe is going to be able to throw out this Aerial Ace, but I think now, if I'm not mistaken, Poliwrath has just a little bit of residual energy, might even be able to get to another Icy Wind on charge attack priority again.
I think he might slightly get outpaced here, but you might be right. Will it be right on charge attack priority? I think you are close, and then there is the swap into the Whiscash trying to soak that Icy Wind, but soaks a Scald instead, and it looked like he tried to register charge attack priority on the Mud Bomb, but I'm not sure if it registered.
Yeah, I don't think that Mud Bomb quite registered. Kobe might just be about a half second behind, but throws out this Mud Bomb here. It is going to be just enough to take out this Poliwrath. And then, of course, Caleb still has a little bit of that Gligar in the back, but I don't know if it has too much energy here. Almost had an Aerial Ace. Gets this wing attack down, though. That's going to be huge.
Yeah, that is huge, and I think you need the double here to be able to knock out, and you just can't get to the double. So Kobe is able to take game 1 versus Caleb Pang. He just dropped 2 games straight to Abanov, but rebounds in this losers finals.
Shiny Gligar taking out that Shadow Gligar. Great play from Kobe there in the game 1. I think read Caleb's team perfectly. Like you mentioned, Caleb bringing that ABB double water in the back, but Kobe responding with the Cresselia and the other answer to the water in the back. Read that line actually perfectly. Got the Gligar on the Poliwrath in the end.
So far in this run for Caleb, he has been setting the tone in terms of his pivots. This time, Kobe was actually ahead with a Gligar, and he had to force a pivot out of Poliwrath down energy, and I think that was his downfall in that game number 1, where first of all, it was a great read from Kobe in team competition, and then second of all, even though Caleb was up Protect Shields, he brought it down energy, and he just couldn't find any momentum with that Poliwrath.
That's right. I think Caleb had some really good mechanics there. We saw him, counting really well, throwing on charge attack priority a couple times, saving shields for maybe the harder hitting charge attacks, but I think was just kind of so behind in the team composition aspect of the game. Wasn't really able to recover. And you see Kobe, that Gligar actually survives with a lot of health there, so Caleb would have still needed a couple more charge attacks.
Yeah, and to be fair, it was a tough situation because you only had the Gligar and Poliwrath remaining, and you were just about to get Wing Attack down, so you kind of had to pivot out of there anyway if you are Caleb. And will Caleb make an adjustment? Will he show the Bastiodon? It is really polarizing. Kobe has 3 Pokemon really strong against Bastiodon, and then 3 Pokemon kind of weak, or 2 Pokemon kind of weak, and Gligar a little more neutral, but can beat it too. So we don't see that Bastiodon in this game number 2, and instead we see a bad lead for Caleb Pang.
Yeah, again, the Cresselia is on the Azumarill. This is exactly where Kobe wants the Cresselia. Does have these super effective Grass Knots, which, as you mentioned, doesn't quite two-hit the Azumarill, but comes very, very close and potentially allows you a little bit of extra farm afterwards.
This time, it looks like the Shadow Poliwrath does have a place to go in the back, because if you see the back line from Kobe, it is Registeel and Whiscash. And if you have that Protect Shield advantage, once again, trying to swap, maybe trying to catch a Grass Knot, but was a little early on that Grass Knot, so Kobe could be patient and throw the Future Sight here into the Shadow Gligar, and actually throwing up a Protect Shield on the Shadow Gligar.
And this is so uncomfortable for Kobe, because how do you get rid of this Gligar? It's not quite in Scald range. Maybe hoping that these Psycho Cuts add up enough for it to be in Scald range for the Whiscash.
And this is so risky here, throwing the Aerial Ace, and the Aerial Ace isn't enough to knock out, and it goes in between 2 shields, pivot into the Whiscash, and now you do have the energy advantage, and luckily, I think Caleb is out of range of Scald, so even if he does get a Scald landed on him, the Whiscash is gonna have trouble finishing off the Gligar at this range.
And the other thing that you mentioned is that Poliwrath in the back for Caleb has a lot of play. So remember, Kobe did save that Cresselia, it has a Grass Knot, but it is extremely low, and if that Poliwrath just ends up needing to take out that Registeel at the end of the game, that could be critical.
And here comes the last Protect Shield of the game for Caleb Pang, and no debuff on that Scald. Now, are you gonna throw on Charge Attack priority? No, going for the Aerial Ace again, and again, it is no Protect Shielded from Kobe here. I don't know if double Aerial Ace is enough. You probably need the Dig Swap, trying to catch on the Scald, but did not catch on that Scald.
And this Whiscash already has so much energy, gonna be able to get off a double Mud Bomb here. I actually thought Kobe was gonna have to take out this Poliwrath with a Zap Cannon, but it looks like these Mud Bombs are going to be doing a lot of damage already. Remember, has that Grass Knot loaded on the Cresselia as well in the back.
And now the Mud Bomb is going to be coming through into the Poliwrath. Poliwrath is poised to get a counter down, so Kobe wants to deny it and combo move into the Grass Knot. There is no Protect Shields remaining for Caleb Pang, and Shadow Poliwrath was his best possibility of winning this game in the back, and it just got knocked out. And there's 3 Pokemon remaining for Kobe, but you do have that Gligar, and that Gligar is going to match up versus the Registeel, but you can't knock out this Cresselia without taking a Grass Knot.
And this Grass Knot chip is really important, because otherwise this Gligar would have been out of range of a single charge attack from that Registeel, which is going to probably have to come in now. But remember, Registeel definitely survives a dig here. So Caleb gonna have to be landing a lot of moves. Here comes the Whiscash, has to throw one of the charge attacks right here.
And the problem is, you knock out the Whiscash, but you need 3 digs because there's 1 Protect Shield remaining. And this is the 3rd Aerial Ace that Kobe has no Protect Shielded from that Shadow Gligar. You're gonna be able to Protect Shield this dig. And at this point, the Shadow Gligar is definitely in range of Focus Blast or Zap Cannon. They do the same amount of damage. Here comes the Protect Shield from Kobe, but Kobe is just moments away of unleashing the Focus Blast.
And here comes the Zap Cannon, trying to catch the Focus Blast, but actually Kobe, too patient, throws that Zap Cannon here, and this is definitely going to be enough to take out the Azumarill. The only thing is he's actually going for an undercharge. Maybe wants to get some lock-ons down. Oh, this is actually perfect.
That was fantastic on that undercharge. Undercharging is so hard to do, and Kobe in his 2nd championship series tournament ever with the perfect undercharge absorbs the play rough, remains out of range of dig, and gets the lock on down.
Beautiful play there from Kobe. Exits that matchup with almost 100 energy. I think that is actually 100 energy. Caleb does have the dig here, but like you said, I don't think it's going to be quite enough to take out the Registeel. You just have to be mashing that Focus Blast or that Zap Cannon.
Oh!
And there it is. Kobe is up 2-0 here.
And the Zap Cannon that will be resisted, it doesn't matter. It's going to land into the Shadow Gligar and take out Caleb Peng, and that is a 2-0 lead. And how about that undercharge? Literally perfect, because if you undercharge it even more, then another Ice Beam or Play Rough comes through, and if you take that Ice Beam or Play Rough damage, then the dig knocks out. And if you didn't undercharge, you wouldn't have the energy necessarily to perfectly have the Focus Blast or Zap Cannon ready. That was amazing from Kobe.
Beautiful play from Kobe, not just with that undercharge at the end, but also throughout the game. Remember, we saw Caleb trying to make some catches earlier, but Kobe, too patient, able to get the mud bombs off on that Polyrath before it could do too much damage.
And the composure to no Protect Shield, all of these aerial aces, that was an aerial ace right there. Shadow Gligar from Caleb was just throwing aerial ace after aerial ace, even when it wasn't gonna knock out, but Kobe didn't bite on the bait. And in the end, the Shadow Polyrath really had an opportunity in this game from team composition, but maybe Caleb was expecting a Shadow Gligar in the back, so he did bring in the Shadow Polyrath, and it really just didn't gain any momentum for him.
And all of a sudden, we're going to be heading into a decisive game here. If Kobe wins, that is going to send Caleb packing and Kobe into those grand finals.
Can Kobe keep his Cinderella story alive? He has taken out Rubik's Master, Beach, Bopper. Can he now take out Caleb Peng and his Bastiodon? No, Bastiodon is coming out for game number 3 to join the party and swap into Cresselia. This isn't a Basti answer. No respect for the Basti.
And this is exactly what Caleb wanted to see on the ropes here, about to be sent home, but all of a sudden finds what he needs with this Bastiodon lead.
And Bastiodon, you know, this matchup isn't terrible for Cresselia. So if Caleb does decide to stay in this matchup, yes, he will gain alignment, but this Bastiodon won't be that healthy in the end because Cresselia, the grass knots add up over time, and maybe you could go for some kind of lock on down with that Registeel, but the problem is there is no place for that Registeel to really go, especially if there's Protect Shields up for Caleb Shadow Polyrath.
Fantastic read from Caleb here. That's exactly right, Butters. Not just with the Bastiodon lead, but there's nowhere for that Registeel to go. This is going to have to be the biggest game of this Mandabuzz's life. I know Kobe said it's been carrying him, but it's probably going to have to do a lot of work against that Gligar and that Polyrath.
Yeah, can the MVP Mandabuzz make a miracle happen? But here comes the Stone Edge out of the Bastiodon here. Looks like Kobe is thinking about the shield, but actually does shield. I'm kind of shocked at that Protect Shield there. Maybe he's just trying to play the one Protect Shield situation into this Bastiodon, but I think Bastiodon wins the ones also.
I think it's possible he's thinking that this Cresselia might be able to outpace and get to that second grass knot before the stunch, but like you said, I think Bastiodon might be able to endure this next grass knot, and also switch advantage might not be that important.
No Protect Shield, and Bastiodon is so thick. Can it endure?
Yeah.
Yes, it does. And do you get to the Stone Edge? One more Smackdown swapped into the Stone Edge, but you don't really want to take a Stone Edge in the Mandabuzz, so it was bad. It just got worse, and Caleb Peng, when his back was against the wall, he brought out that Bastiodon, and now he's poised to win with Shadow Polyrath up Protect Shields in the back. If he could even counter through this if he wanted to, or land an Icy Wind, and then you have the Registeel matchup in the back.
And these snarls are resisted, so this Polyrath is feeling very comfortable here. Still has his shield, farming up extra energy before throwing off this Icy Wind. This does threaten the knockout on the Mandabuzz, so we'll have to see what Kobe does. But like you said, I think he's just going to have to put it on that Registeel, and it's not going to be enough.
It's not going to be enough, because even if it could beat the Shadow Polyrath somehow, there is a full health Shadow Gligar in the back, and it looks like he's just giving him some momentum, but decides to throw the Icy Wind. Maybe he could have got the counter down, but actually decided to use the Protect Shield. Is the grass knot available? You have to think it's available to use that Protect Shield, and it's not available, but after one cycle cut, he does get there.
He does get there, but it wouldn't be enough. Caleb throwing up the Protect Shield here. I mean, this does technically give a window to Kobe, because the way to take out this Polyrath is with a Zap Cannon, and for that you need shields down. But look at these counters, they are just adding up so quickly, and again, there is still that full health Shadow Gligar in the back.
Yeah, and here comes the Focus Blast. Actually, that was kind of smart, a little bit of a cheeky move from Kobe there to throw the Focus Blast, because Caleb was going to throw on charge attack priority of the Zap Cannon, and you actually get the knockout into the Polyrath. So I actually really like that move, but it doesn't matter in the end, because that Shadow Gligar was just in the back for Caleb, and Caleb's just going to be able to clean up with the dig, and he is one step closer to trying to reverse sweep this series and move on to face Abhinav in the grand finals in Portland.
And Caleb pulling it out here with his signature Pokemon, that Bastiodon, just putting in so much work. He looks very happy about that. You know, know, yesterday you watched him early on, round 1 or round 2, and he was like, you know what, I'm happy that my Bastiodon got a win on stream, but how many times has he done it today, Butters?
Yeah, he says those things, but he doesn't mean it. He says those things nonchalantly, like, oh, I'm just happy, maybe I'll go 0-2 now, but he is a highly competitive person, and in these situations in the past, when he has been down against it and not knowing where to go, he hasn't always brought the Bastion, and it hasn't brought him success. Maybe, yes, he's brought it against Elite in Fresno, but then Elite had Shadow Low and Sandslash. Now he's finally finding targets for that Bastion, and the targets were the Cresselia and the Mandibuzz. He got a Protect Shield from the Cresselia, and he landed a Stone Edge on the Mandibuzz as well.
Bastion doing about half of the work when it usually only needs to do 1/3 of the work there, taking out so many Pokemon, taking out so much health, and taking a Protect Shield, just like you said.
And now you have to respect the Bastion if you are Kobe. So does Kobe now bring the counters for the Bastion? He's got a lot of them. He has Shadow Poliwrath, he has Whiscash, he has Registeel, he even has a Gligar to counter that Bastion. He just only has the Cresselia and the Mandibuzz that are weak against the Bastion, and I don't think he's going to bring both of them to this game number 4.
Well, he is thinking hard about what he's going to lock in with. And you know, you mentioned Kobe has 4 counters for Bastiodon, and Caleb was still brave enough to bring it in and found the exact matchup that it needed. Both of the 2 targets that it had were present on Kobe's team.
And I feel like this is just a message. Hey, you can't just disrespect Bastiodon. I might bring it when you least expect it. So now your team compositions are in my control a little bit. Now you have to bring answers to the Bastiodon, and then maybe Caleb is thinking he can whittle down the options of the team compositions that Kobe might be bringing, because he needs to win 2 more games in a row, and we are locked in to game number 4 of the losers finals. It's a Azumarill into Whiscash, water on water, and I don't know if you get a Scald here in debuff, could you win this matchup?
This is a great matchup for Azumarill in general, because Whiscash has to throw these Mud Bombs, which is not quite as efficient of a move as Scald. Looks like he's just going for the Mud Bomb, doesn't want to throw the Scald, because even if he gets the debuff, that Azumarill isn't actually locked in and could just clear it.
Yeah, and looks like he's not even going for the upside play of the Scald debuff. This is the most consistent play, but like you mentioned, in this matchup, Azumarill will win, and an early Protect Shield on Play Rough to try to get some alignment. And if you look at the back line, the alignment's gonna matter a lot, because there's Charger Bug in the back for Caleb. If that lands on the Shadow Poliwrath instead of the Gligar, Caleb's gonna be in a really good spot.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I'm not a huge fan of that Protect Shield. I think if you're Kobe, you should just be thinking that the Gligar is incredibly safe once the Azumarill is at least chipped or, you know, almost out of the way here. Getting off this Mud Bomb here puts the Azumarill not quite into the red yet, but it looks like that next Mud Bomb is gonna come close to threatening.
That's a great point, because Azumarill really is the best counter to these ground types, and otherwise the other counters are neutral, like a Lickitung or a Shadow Poliwrath, where you get an energy advantage on your own Gligar. You can do some things in the back, so you do possibly get this alignment, but at what cost here? And the Azumarill is not going to be able to get to that Ice Beam. You do get this Mudshot down, and oh my goodness, it does get to the Ice Beam with no health remaining. Caleb wins shields and alignment.
Oh my goodness, Kobe all of a sudden so behind now. Like you said, doesn't have switch advantage, doesn't have a shield, does get that 1 counter, but here comes the Gligar, and you just didn't get enough counters to outpace to this Icy one. I think Caleb's gonna get this Aerial Ace first.
And
oh,
swapping.
But actually tries to catch.
And tries to swap onto his own Gligar here, and now the Gligar is going to be aerial acing, but that means the backline matchup is going to be Charger Bug versus Shadow Poliwrath, and that's not looking very good for Kobe.
Yeah, that Poliwrath really had nowhere to go. I think you're right that Caleb bringing that Bastiodon last game was really just to send a message to Kobe saying, hey, you can't disrespect Bastiodon, you have to bring those counters. And if you look at what Kobe brought this game, he brought 3 Bastiodon counters. He brought the Whiscash, the Poliwrath, and the Gligar. I think Caleb saw that coming, saw that adjustment coming, and ends up bringing this backline of Gligar Charger Bug, which just counters the Poliwrath so perfectly.
And that's why these best of 5 series are so high level, because you can make those strategy moves with your team compositions to change the entire outcome of the series in such suddenly, Caleb is now closing in on a game number 4 win. With this knockout, with the aerial ace, you imagine it's going to be an instant pivot into the Charge Bug. No, actually wants to soak energy. Oh, this is tough though. Can he get the counter down? He can get the counter down. No, he doesn't get the counter down, so has to commit the icy win. But there's a Protect Shield remaining in either way.
And that could have been close if this Poliwrath would have been able to get off 2 charge attacks. But like you said, still a Protect Shield remaining. This Charge Bug is incredibly healthy, actually, and just able to Volt Switch down. And we're going to head into a decisive Game 5 here. Caleb, all of a sudden, on the brink, comes back from an 0-2 deficit.
It's 2-2 in the losers finals at the Portland Regional, the first regional of 2024. And remember, Caleb Pang has been a runner-up 2 times. He was down 2-0. He is just now 1 win away from making it back to the grand finals and having a chance of getting his first ever regional championship. And on the other side, Kobe, the Cinderella story, had that 2-0 lead, still has a shot to make it back to the grand finals with 1 more victory to rematch Abanov.
Well, I'll tell you what, I think Caleb has some momentum here. I think he's in Kobe's head, not just with the team composition, but even just in the game. You know, Kobe throwing out that early Protect Shields on Wizcash and kind of coming out of that lead matchup with a disadvantage, but Caleb looking cool as a cat over there.
And cool as a cat in that lead matchup where not only did you get that early Protect Shield on the play rough, then you still landed the Ice Beam and you got the alignment and the shields. And at that point, it's so hard to come back from that. You can lose one of those things, but you can't lose both of them, especially against a high-level player like Caleb. But looks like we do have lock-ins here. This is gonna be the decisive game number 5. Whichever trainer wins this battle is moving on to the grand finals to face Abanov. It's Azumarill into Registeel. What a call from Kobe.
This is a fantastic lead. Resists all of Azumarill's charge attacks, and Caleb forced to swap out right away into a hard counter of that Gligar, but Kobe doesn't have a great answer. He's gonna stay in, maybe take a charge move, maybe try to throw a Zap Cannon.
Oh no, and the dig is gonna be coming out, so now you're gonna have to either give up a Protect Shield, you give up a Protect Shield on this safe swap, and are you gonna go for the Zap Cannon? You need to get some sort of advantage for your Wizcash or your Cresselia in the back. Also, if you come in on your Wizcash, these lock-ons didn't do enough damage. You need to put this in Scald range. The Zap Cannon does put this Gligar in Scald range, but you decided to swap the Cresselia instead because it's getting close to Grass Knot range.
It is in Grass Knot range, so that's going to be a great efficient use of energy here, but Cresselia needs to come out of this with a lot of energy because if Caleb comes back in with the Azumarill, you want to be able to get off as many Grass Knots as you can.
And here comes the Cresselia with the energy, but over farming, getting nearly to 100 energy there before throwing the Grass Knot into this Shadow Gligar. And Caleb actually Protect Shields the Grass Knot 1 Psycho cut away from the next one. Throwing charge attack priority. No, Caleb doesn't throw. He double shields his Gligar.
And Caleb's investing a lot into this Gligar. I was wondering if he lost count, but it looks like that's exactly what he wanted. He leaves that matchup, saves all the energy, and comes into this charge bug. I like this play from Caleb a lot. He recognizes that those switch clocks are so misaligned. Kobe can't actually switch yet into his Wizcash.
Incredibly misaligned here, but you're just letting the Cresselia go. So now the Cresselia goes down. Does it go down? No, it hangs on with 1 health. That is a huge break from Kobe there, able to endure the X-Scissor and repay it with a future sight before you go down.
Kobe brings in that Wizcaster straight away here. Caleb trying to fire off this X-Scissor, maybe trying to stall the switch clock just a little bit, but Kobe is just going to need to be over farming here. And remember, we started this game with Registeel versus Azumarill. Those Pokemon are still alive, but Caleb also saved that Shadow Gligar with some energy.
But that is destined to be the backline matchup, and this Wizcash is just farming up a bunch of energy. Could have thrown a Mud Bomb or a Scald. Maybe you needed the Scald to knock out, but instead took the X-Scissor, and now you're almost at your switch timer, maybe about 5 seconds away, so you can't swap out quite yet. Throwing the Mud Bomb to knock out Caleb Pang's Charge-a-Bug, but you can't come in with the Gligar because that doesn't want to soak any energy. So you come in with the Azumarill. Can you do enough damage with Gligar to weaken the Registeel?
Well, Caleb's going to come in with the Azumarill. I think he threw a Mud Bomb, and that puts it into... Oh my goodness, actually throws a Scald. Maybe expecting the Gligar to come in, but either way, I think the Scald almost puts the Azumarill into lock-on plus Zap Cannon range.
Risky play here, swapping in the Registeel, counter-swapping into the Gligar. Wait, can Gligar double dig? If Gligar can double dig here, that could be a wrap. I mean, the Protect Shield is going to be coming up at some point. There is no Protect Shield on the first one. Maybe he's thinking it would be a bait. It's not a bait. It's the dig. And actually throwing Aerial Ace at Aerial Ace energy. And Kobe Protect Shields it anyway.
Pulls the shield. This Registeel is going to be able to get to a charge attack, but it's getting dangerously low after that dig landed. Here comes the Focus Blast, but I think the Azumarill is still out of Zap Cannon range, and I think it's going to be able to get through this Registeel with bubbles and a resisted charge attack.
That's the biggest question, Soph. Is this Registeel in range of Play Rough? Caleb Pang needs to knock out with a resisted Play Rough to have a chance of going on to the grand finals. It all comes down to this. Will Azumarill do it? And does he knock out the Registeel? Yes! He knocks out the Registeel. Now he's just moments away from getting to the Ice Beam. He is there with one more bubble, and Caleb Pang is moving on to the grand finals to face Abhinav.
What a run by Caleb, coming back from that 0-2 deficit, getting the reverse sweep there, coming out of a terrible lead, by the way, with Azumarill into Registeel, but just got that momentum back in the mid game with that safe swap.
That was amazing with the safe swap Gligar. Not only did he get a Protect Shield from the Registeel, then he double shielded Grass Knots. I know Caleb pretty well. I've watched him compete a lot. I've talked to him a lot about Pokemon Go. That was some high-level play that I didn't see where he was going with it to hang on to that Gligar. He knew that his destiny was going to be an Azumarill Registeel backline matchup, and he needed that Gligar around to have a chance in this game. He double invested in it, and it worked off. He pulled off the reverse sweep to move it on to the grand finals.
That was some incredible play by Caleb. Like you said, investing in that Gligar. I think he knew that that Gligar was going to be key to taking out that Registeel, and indeed it was. We saw it land a dig later, which really paved the way for the Azumarill to close out that game.
And how about that last in-game where you know Protect Shield the dig, and then you throw the Aerial Ace just at Aerial Ace energy, and then you have to Protect Shield because you let the dig go. You're so low, so losing that 50-50 as well after winning that Registeel lead into the Azumarill. I mean, that was an absolutely amazing game, but I just want to give a lot of credit to Kobe for an awesome run here in Portland. As we get into these highlights, it was an epic series. Kobe just had all the momentum early on.
And we saw a lot of Gligar on Gligar action. It was pretty safe for both sides in this matchup. I think here we're seeing the Gligar lined up against that Poliwrath. And then here, of course, Kobe anticipating the swap, throwing off this double Mud Bomb, and I think this is the 2-0 victory for Kobe, but it's about to change real quick.
Yeah, and Poliwrath just couldn't find any positioning early on. And Kobe, I feel like, was dictating the team compositions. He had a firm grasp on this series early on, and he was able to clean up those first two battles pretty comfortably. And there's a try to attempt to swap there onto the Zap Cannon, but it just wasn't enough in the end. This is funny because look how little that did there, but how important was that later on in the matchup?
Yeah, looking into the future a little bit with the Game 5, the Play Rough landing on the Registeel, but such a different situation. And here's where it all started turning around for Caleb. Leading the Bastiodon into the Mandibuzz and Cresselia core that Kobe had brought, and I think Kobe just kind of started to lose his footing here in the best-of-5 series.
You're exactly right. Bastiodon changed the whole momentum of the series. He led it into an ABA weak team to that Bastiodon, and he firmly won that game. But not only did he win that game, he changed the team compositions for the future games in this series. He was down 0-2, he brought out the Bastiodon, and with that momentum, he rode it all the way to victory in this game number 5.
Definitely, it changed the momentum of the match for sure. I mean, we just kind of skipped past that Game 4, but I think Kobe, you know, was maybe a little bit thrown off, had to play some Pokemon that he didn't really want to play, right? Those triple counters to Bastiodon just because he was worried about it from that Game 3. But here we are looking at this Game 5 again. Azumarill trying to bubble down this Whiscash at the very end after it took out that Registeel.
And Azumarill was really good for Caleb in this series as well. Remember that game number 4 where he was able to win alignment and shield advantage, Whiscash into the Azumarill, and then Azumarill did enough damage with that Play Rough to knock out the Registeel and give him a ticket to be back in the grand finals with a chance of winning it all this time.
And the Azumarill did put in a lot of work. Of course, it did see that Registeel a couple of times throughout the series, but at the end kind of finally got its revenge, right? Was able to take it out with just a Play Rough.
And it seems like every single series, Caleb is playing a trainer with more and more Bastion on counters. In that last matchup, it was 3, and then now against
4.
Kobe, it was 4. And it's just every single time there's more and more Bastion on counters. You only saw the Bastion on once, but it really was important in that series to change the entire series. So well done to Caleb Pang. He will be in the grand finals, but I just want to give one more shout out to Kobe for his awesome performance in Portland. Remember, he competed last year, he got 47th. Now this year, he got 3rd. What an improvement, and he took out Rubik's Master, Beach, Bopper, took Abanov and Caleb Pang to the final game. What a run.
What a run from Kobe, and I think we're actually going to be ready to hear from the grand finalists. Actually, we've got Caleb and Abhinav here in the booth with Nick.
Thank you so much for the introduction. She's right. I am joined by both Caleb and Abhinav for the grand finals. How are you both feeling, starting with Abhinav?
I feel elated. I've exceeded all my expectations. My goal, honestly, was top 3, which is like already such a crazy goal to begin with. And being in grand finals, not having dropped a set yet, it feels really amazing. I feel blessed.
Caleb?
I mean, I'm surprised I'm here. I would have loved another shot at a championship title, but there's a lot of really competitive people here, and I didn't think I would have made it this far, especially after losing the Rubik's on day number 1, but I'm very excited to be here, and honestly, I'm pretty excited even if I take 2nd here.
And what we've been doing here back behind the caster booth in the caster lounge as well is we try to build stories. And Abhinav, you've talked a lot about what it means to be representation for India here in the Pokemon Go Championship Series. How does it feel and what does it mean to you to be here in the grand finals?
That's a tough question. It obviously means a lot. It feels like kind of like a burden of responsibility, but also a great honor to like have people from like such a massive country supporting me. All the DMs I get from people like, you got this, India's rooting for you. All the people from India who helped me practice. Like, yeah, I wouldn't be where I am today if it wasn't for like the Indian community. A lot of friends I've made there. I grew up in India, first of all, but even like I was there recently. The PvP community there is like growing. And not just that, even like Chicago, like the friends I've made in Chicago for like 5 years, the entire journey I've been on doing solo Sylph, and then switching to play Pokemon. This feels like a culmination of it all, so yeah, it feels amazing.
Thank you for that response. And Caleb, you're from the United States, so not quite the same question to you, but you are 2 for 2 in making it from Top Cut into 2nd place. What does it mean to you to have a shot to go for number 1 here?
Yeah, I mean, for me personally, it's not as significant. I think it's a great honor just to even be sitting here in that number 2 spot. And Abhinav's been playing pretty good this weekend, so I wouldn't be surprised if I just get swept in this first bracket. But I'm gonna give it my all too.
Thanks. So Pokemon now. Wishcash has been a live and die for you. Are you feeling confident with your chance to get Skull debuffs here in the grand finals?
Now, honestly, I'm just going to throw a Mud Bomb and just avoid the Skull entirely. No, jokes aside, yeah, like you live by the Skull, die by the Skull, but just the damage output of Skull itself is like so prominent that, yes, the debuff would be amazing. And there have been a couple games where I wished I got the debuff and didn't. A couple games I was super lucky to get the debuff, but debuffs and buffs aside, like I think Whiscash is a great mon in the meta right now. It's so flexible, so safe into most teams, so threatening with an energy lead, and yeah, I've been loving it.
And to you, Caleb, the double weakness again, Bastiodon, live and die by it. How do you feel about Bastiodon here? And I know you've been kind of using it, not using it in different battles. How are you feeling about Bastiodon here?
Yeah, I mean, I feel great. I mean, there were so many games where, like Game 3, just when I was down 0-2, I was just like, you know what? Bastiodon or bust, and it worked out, and I was able to kind of reverse sweep. So it's been really good, and honestly, there's a lot of Cresselia, a lot of Lickitung, and just way better than Carbine in those matchups.
Definitely. As we're wrapping up this interview, any people that you'd like to shout out now that you are here on your way to the grand finals, scrim partners, people who you've helped team build with, anyone else that you know is going to be watching back at home?
That's a super difficult question because I feel if I try to name people one by one, I would obviously leave out some people because so many people have helped me on this journey and I would not want to hurt people like that. So I'll just say all the friends who've helped me in Pokemon Go battles, all the people who send me even a small wish of good luck, friends, family outside Pokemon Go who kept my spirits up. I just graduated college, so
Congratulations.
Thank you. It's I wouldn't be here where I am without every little person I've talked to over like the last few years of my life. So yeah, people, the people in my life who know they know that I'm super grateful.
And to you, Caleb?
Yeah, I shout out some people earlier, but again, shout out to Hard Jeff, who did some scrims and practice with me, as well as Anacor, IV Pips last second, a lot of my teammates, Ramberto and Kimmy Sui and the Cool Cats, and just shout out to my family, friends, and loved ones who've been supporting me throughout.
All right, well, thank you both so much for this wonderful interview. Good luck in the grand finals, and get out of here, get back to the stage. We got some action for you. Take it away, casters.
Thank you so much, Phoebe, and awesome to hear from Abhinav and Caleb. They're so humble. We got a lot of humble trainers in the community, but remember, it's different from last season. They didn't both qualify. In the past, we'd do those interviews, and both of those trainers had qualified, and it felt like a weight had been lifted off them. They're like, we've qualified, let's just have a fun battle. It's not that way now. You have to win and become the regional champion to automatically qualify for the World Championship.
Yeah, and remember, neither of these trainers have already qualified. Actually, almost none of the trainers that were here on day 2 had already qualified to the World Championships, with the exception of It's Accent. So it's really all on the line here. Whoever wins this series is going to go to the World Championships.
And of course, the prize money has increased this season. So if you win $2,500 as well. So there's really a lot on the line for these trainers here. And I know Caleb is just happy to be there. He says, I think he's trying to reverse jinx himself because I know he's a competitive dude and I can't wait to break down this series because once again, it looks like Abhinav has a lot of counters for that Bastion. We might see it sparingly in these grand finals.
But what about Abhinav also saying he just wanted to be top 3, which, you know, he admitted was a lofty goal. Now I have to wonder if he's benchmarking himself against Wadaj, right? He said that he built this team watching Wadaj in San Antonio where he was also competing, made an adjustment, and now here he is in the top 2. He's actually passed that benchmark that he set for himself.
I love that point. You actually undersold it. He didn't say he made an adjustment. He said he made it better.
Oh,
both
my bad.
on air. No, I'm trying to give the boldness from Abhinav because on air and off air, he said that he liked Wadaj's team, but it was flawed. He made it better, and I guess he did because now he's on the winner's side of the grand finals with this team that he pretty much took from Wadaj, but changed it to bring that Whiscash in. Even though he hasn't always been lucky with those Scald debuffs, he has made it all the way here to the grand finals.
That's right. He hasn't lost a series yet, and actually, you know, even going back to Friday before the tournament, I think Abhinav actually won the challenge here, and he was telling me, you know what, this team is great. I fixed all of the problems in Wadaj's team. If I lose tomorrow, it's not going to be the team, it's going to be me. But he's doing great so far as well.
It's a tough team. You played against it, I believe, in that challenge too. It's a tough team. It's we have it right here on the stage because it looks like these trainers are about ready to get prepared and see each other's teams, but they know each other's teams already at this point. Of course, Abhinav made that key adjustment, I believe, changing Defense Form Deoxys into that Whiscash because there was 2 pseudo fighting types from Wadaj in San Antonio, that Vigoroth and the Defense Form Deoxys. And Abhinav just benched the one that wasn't as strong. He just brought the Vigoroth. That one did better. I don't need that Defense Form Deoxys.
Well, Whiscash does a lot better against those steel types like Registeel, for example, which I think the Whiscash, we've seen Whiscash taking out a couple of Registeels throughout this tournament, so definitely a great adjustment there.
And I've given Caleb a hard time about Bastion because I've always thought it's more of a safety blanket than a Pokemon, and you don't necessarily need to bring a safety blanket to a tournament, but Bastion's been good. It's been really good in this tournament. In the past, it seemed like he was playing with 5 Pokemon because he almost never brought out the Bastion. He relied on the other 5. In this tournament, he has been using it. Even times where it's not that good, he will use it in a key moment to keep the opponent off guard. So he might even do that in this grand final series.
such a different play style from what we've seen from Caleb before. Like you said, the Bastion pretty much used to be bench pressure, but now it's truly one of the 6 Pokemon on his team. And just like we saw in that losers final just now, has the potential to really change the momentum of the series if you can get in your opponent's head with that Bastiodon.
And remember, Abanov is coming in on the winner's side. Caleb is coming in on the loser's side. So in order for Caleb to be the champion here, he would have to defeat Abanov in a best-of-5 series, reset the bracket, and because then Abanov would only have 1 loss, and then they would replay the grand finals, and whoever won that would then be the champion. So Abanov has 2 chances at it, 2 bites at the apple.
That's right, Caleb has just a little bit more work he has to do, but he is on a pretty incredible run. He's been on stage, I think, 5 times today, won all those series, just came back from an 0-2 hole as well. So he has to be feeling pretty good. But let's take one last look at Abinov's accomplishments and his team. This is actually his first top cut ever.
And I want to point out, he competed a lot in 2022, and he had multiple 9th place appearances, so losing in the losers finals. And then I believe he was 9th place in the India qualifiers as well. So he was so close to getting top cut, and this time he is top cut, which I'm just gonna say it now, this might be the team that everyone copies. He copied the iteration from Wadaj, he made it better. His words, not mine. I think it is better though, and so I feel like other trainers might be using this team as a template for future tournaments.
That's right, it's like the next evolution of that meta team, and it could be exactly right what trainers kind of look to as their model. We saw some trainers looking at Dunebug's team from the last tournament, and here we have Caleb Peng on the other side, standing in Abinov's way. We did just see those accomplishments. Again, he's been 2nd place twice before, and I want to also call out Caleb's consistency. He's only played in 3 tournaments before this, and he was 2nd place in 2 of them. This is actually only his 4th tournament ever. He's again in his 3rd grand finals.
75% chance at the grand finals. That's a better chance than Zap Cannon. So well done to Caleb Peng there. And of course, he is bringing that signature Pokemon Bastion. I'm really interested to see how much it is deployed here, because if you look at the counters from Abanov, he has Vigoroth, he has Whiscash, he has Gligar. Azumarill, there is play for Bastion because there is no Hydro Pump available. And even, I think you mentioned, there is some play against Gligar as well, but you just don't want to finish out that matchup because eventually Gligar usually gets that 3rd dig.
That's absolutely right. And looking at these teams of 6, I think they both have some flexible options here. It's not just going to be Bastiodon or Buzz.
Oh, there it is! There it is! To start off the grand finals, it's the Bastiodon into the Charger Bug, instant pivot into Whiscash, met by the Shadow Poliwrath. It looks like Abanov did get a little bit of an energy advantage, but how much is that going to matter? Like he said, he's just going for Mud Bombs now. He doesn't need the Skull Bait. Wait a second. Actually protect shielding this, because I know one thing. Bastiodon doesn't need a single Protect Shield against Charger Bug, so you might as well use them with the Shadow Poliwrath.
And I think Caleb is thinking perhaps that first Mud Bomb will do a little bit more damage if he hits the Skull debuff here. The good news for Abinov, though, is unlike Caleb's past opponents, he's actually not ABA weak to the Bastion. He's just A weak.
Yeah, he was weak to it in the lead, but that was enough to gain some sort of advantage here, because you got the attack drop here, you use the Protect Shield, but you're able to get a couple counters of energy. You're going to at least be able to throw a Scald into that Charger Bug. Here comes the Charger Bug. You're going to want to be patient, get to that Scald. Here is the Scald from Caleb here, but you're going to be able to soak all that energy with Bastiodon.
And this is looking like an uphill battle for Abinov. This energy from Charger Bug isn't going to be doing a whole lot. Looks like he's trying to get an energy advantage here, but met by the Azumarill from Caleb. Even though this Azumarill is down a shield, look at those bubbles. They are already chunking away super effective damage.
Remember, this is the Timeless Travels update, and in this update, Bubble got a damage increase. So Azumarill was already strong, and now it does a little bit more damage with that bubble. It is down a Protect Shield, but I'm not sure how much that is going to matter, because you're going to be able to land this Ice Beam. Yes, it gets Protect Shielded up, but you're just whittling down this Gligar, and eventually that Bastion is going to be able to clean up everything.
I think that's exactly right. Look at how low this Gligar is, and Azumarill still has a shield. Getting the last Protect Shield from Abinov here probably with this Ice Beam, but even if Abinov is able to get through this Azumarill, I think that Bastiodon is just going to be able to smack down.
Yeah, and one dig is not going to even knock out a Bastiodon here, so it's going to be able to soak that up if it comes down to it. Looks like Caleb's going to just save that Protect Shield for the Bastiodon. You had 2 options there. You could have tried to get some more bubbles off, and they actually do endure, so you do get 1 more bubble off. That's nice for Caleb. I'm sure he's going to bring in the Bastion. Here comes the Bastion. I don't think you get the double dig, so that's why you're trying to bait with the Aerial Ice, so you can maybe get to a dig, but I don't know if you get to a dig.
Yeah, I think he's going to get to a dig now, though, thanks to that bait barely able to get there. Maybe on Stampede. Do go for catch.
Oh, he tries to catch it. It's a simultaneous swap. Avinov saw it coming. He swapped at the same time Kayla swapped, and suddenly it's not over. You need to land a discharge, though. Can you get double discharge? It looks like the damage registered. I think you get double discharge here.
Wait, you get the discharges, but doesn't the Gligar also have a dig load? Does this discharge put the Bastion into
No, you
single
get double
dig range?
discharge. You get double discharge, and now the double discharge, it has to be a dig range now, right? This is a Shadow Gligar. It's double super effective. I think Bastion is going to be going down. It's Cap. Charge attack priority. I don't think Bastion can endure.
And Bastion is an incredibly tanky Pokemon, but actually does faint to that dig. And Avinov out of nowhere taking that first game.
Incredible patience from Avinov, knowing that Caleb needed to swap to avoid that dig. Swaps at the exact same time, gets that Volt Switch on the swap, and he actually needed that Volt Switch, I think, to land the double discharge. I'm not sure if one discharge would have put Bastion in range of dig.
What an incredible game. Hard countered in the lead, Charge Bug into Bastion. Also a little bit countered on the swap there, Poliwrath into Whiscash. Caleb did have to give up one Protect Shield there. Maybe not actually necessary, but Avinov doing all the little things, getting the energy lead on the Gligar, anticipating that swap there from Caleb, and finally able to take out the Bastion with a very low health Gligar.
What a ridiculous comeback from Avinov there. It was interesting that Caleb did decide to use that Protect Shield on the Poliwrath. I don't think it was necessary, but I want to point out, I think Avinov is going to be looking to do similar things this series. If you can avoid the Azumarill matchup with your Shadow Gligar, Shadow Gligar looks really strong against Caleb's team.
I think that's exactly right. I'm expecting to see Avinov bring that Gligar in pretty much every single game. Remember, now he's already up 1-0, just needs 2 more games, and it looks like Caleb maybe was trying to do what he did last series, bringing that Bastion to kind of get in the opponent's head, but he tried to do that game 1 here, but it didn't pay off. Avinov stayed patient, stayed with it, and made an incredible comeback.
And we've seen this matchup before. The Azumarill into the Whiscash is a great matchup for the Azumarill, and I don't know if Avinov is going to try to go for an upside Scald play. He said in his interview he's not going to try to go for those plays, but I feel like he might be going for it, though. He is going to decide to just bank up energy, and then last second, almost at 100, throw the Mud Bomb.
So this is a very bad matchup for the Whiscash. We actually saw last series, remember, Whiscash can even spend a Protect Shield here and still lose Switch Advantage. So I'm guessing that Avinov maybe saw that, maybe going to be happy to just soft lose this, because just like we were saying, Azumarill is the only counter to Shadow Gligar, right? So once this Azumarill is out of the way or softened up by the Whiscash, I think Avinov's going to be putting a lot of weight onto that Gligar in the back.
I agree with that, because if you do soft lose that, you can just come in with Lickitung. You just lick down, you save the Protect Shields for the Shadow Gligar, and you still have a lot of options. So even though this looks rough for Avinov here, it's not too bad. I don't think you're going to commit anything to this Whiscash, and weirdly, it feels like his Whiscash is doing better than Kobe's Whiscash was doing in that opener of last series.
Caleb just throwing off this Ice Beam here. I don't think this is quite enough to KO, but maybe just looking to get, oh, actually it is.
Yeah, that was a nice Ice Beam there. Azumarill for Caleb Pang has been getting a lot of knockouts in these matchups, and now you're going to actually get to a play rough too. It doesn't look like Caleb wants to pivot. You know, usually Caleb pivots there. Caleb has been so fluid in his gameplay, and especially when he doesn't have Bastion on his team, he's been pivoting, and instead he just lets the Lickitung use energy swap, but now you're down energy against Gligar.
Yeah, I think, you know, Caleb normally would pivot there, but perhaps recognizing how good that Gligar is, and he risked bringing that Charge Bug in the back, which we know is so terrible in its matchup against Gligar, so potentially didn't want to give that up.
Caleb is in a tough position for 2 reasons. 1, he's down energy in this mirror matchup. 2, Lickitung beats Charge Bug neutrally. I don't know how he comes out of this. He is down in 2 matchups, the matchup in front of him and the matchup in the back, and he just used his first Protect Shield of the game on Aerial Ace.
And it's looking good for Avinov. Like you said, I think Avinov has the advantage in not only in this particular matchup, but also in that backline matchup. Like we said, even though the lead was bad, it's not a 1 versus 1 game. It's 3 versus 3, and I think Avinov's backline really counters Caleb's here.
And here comes the Aerial Ace. Avinov is thinking, does he go for his last Protect Shield of the game? He does go for it. Now, the timer is almost up. No, it's not quite up yet, but maybe about 10 more seconds. You can throw the Aerial Ace there, but wow, wait a second. Now, suddenly, Caleb is going to have an extra Protect Shield with the Charger Bug. This is almost going to knock out. Do you swap, try to get a Volt Switch through? Wait a second, it did knock out. Now you're up a shield with Charger Bug. What is happening?
Yeah, I'm curious why Abhinav didn't try to throw that last aerial ace on the opposing Gligar. I believe he was up energy, so he should have been there.
He was, I think, 2 or 3 wing attacks over aerial ace, if I counted correctly, and he didn't throw it. Maybe he was expecting the timers were up, but his timer was exactly synced with Caleb. So he knew where the timer was exactly. So that was a bit of a misstep, and that misstep is gonna cost them a crucial game number 2.
Yeah, I think maybe just lost the count a little bit there, or maybe, like you said, maybe try to anticipate a swap, or maybe thinking that the aerial ace didn't even knock out there. But regardless of the reason, I think that did cost him, and Caleb is going to be able to tie up the series now.
And it is 1-1 in this grand finals. In game number 1, Abhinav made that amazing play. Game number 2, he gave life to Caleb, and so it kind of evens out here at a 1-1 score, and it's anyone's series now. He had a good chance of having a commanding 2-0 lead versus Caleb, and how hard would that be, being down 0-2 and you have to reset the bracket and then win it all? But Abhinav let one of these games go.
Yeah, that game did just kind of slip through Abhinav's hand, but I think he had the right strategy there. He had the Whiscash lead into the Azumarill. That's not necessarily where he wanted the Azumarill, but he wanted it not on his Gligar. He got what he wanted. Here's that lead matchup again. This Ice Beam barely taking out the Whiscash, and then it's going to get licked down, or, well, the Lickitung is going to take it out, excuse me. But here's that aerial ace moment where I don't know why Abhinav didn't throw the aerial ace. Would have gotten a Protect Shield, which would have helped in this matchup, or just threatened to take out that Gligar altogether.
Yeah, definitely would have gotten the Protect Shield, I think. And then, like you mentioned, there would be no Protect Shield against this Charge Bug. It would be in the zeros, that matchup, and Lickitung could win it. Here we are. We're back in game number 3 of your Portland Grand Finals. And here we are again. It's the Azumarill into the Whiscash in the lead. It's the exact same backline, but look at this. Caleb changed his backline, so instead of running Charger Bug to face the Lickitung, which loses neutrally, now he has Bastiodon to beat the Lickitung neutrally.
And Abhinav is seeing this lead, probably thinking that he can play it out the same way he did before, but maybe just play a little bit better in the end game. But he's going to have this very unpleasant surprise of the Bastiodon, because if he loses switch advantage, the Gligars will be on in the mirror match, and the Lickitung is going to be on the Bastiodon, which is a very bad matchup for the Lickitung.
And he probably feels confident that he can just play it out exactly like he played it out in game number 2, and just play better. And just throw that aerial ace, pick up the Protect Shield, and just do things differently. But it's not the same game as game number 2. Now Bastiodon's in the back, so if it plays out equally, I think Caleb is pretty far ahead here, because it's destined to be Bastiodon versus that Lickitung.
I think that's exactly right. That's what we might see end up happening. Remember last game, this Ice Beam took out the Whiscash, and Abhinav is probably just going to bring in the Lickitung here, maybe try to throw a Body Slam. I don't think we're going to see... Oh, Caleb actually pivots out, though.
Wow, I was saying this last game that usually Caleb pivots, and this time was the one time you have Bastiodon. I don't know if you pivot with Bastiodon, but that is why Caleb is a unique Bastiodon player, because it's not all about alignment for him. He just wants to play the game fluidly, and he thinks Bastiodon is a very strong neutral pick, and he got the swap he wanted anyway. The patience, trying to catch a dig, but catches an aerial ace instead.
And Caleb, I think, wanted to save that Azumarill for this Gligar he might have been anticipating, but now the problem is I don't think Abhinav knows there's a Bastiodon. He doesn't know just how valuable this Gligar is. That Lickitung isn't going to be able to finish it off, and unfortunately this Gligar is locked in here. It's getting very, very deep into the red, almost getting wing attacks down here.
And even if he didn't think Bastiodon is in the back, it would actually, if Abhinav thought it was Charge Bug in the back, I'm surprised he did bring in that Gligar, because Gligar would have been so strong against that Charge Bug in the back. As Caleb does secure the knockout, this Lickitung is going to be able to lick down, but no, actually doesn't even lick down, because the aerial ace is coming out, and Lickitung's going to be too low, or use a Protect Shield, and you got a full Bastiodon incoming.
And Butters, we've said it before, Abhinav kind of chuckling when he sees this Bastiodon, but Lickitung is not a closer, right? It doesn't have the charge attack pressure that you need. Even though there are 2 shields up here, I don't think there's a single Pokemon in the backline that it could have been where this Lickitung would have been in a winning position.
Yeah, trying to go for the bait here on that Body Slam. It doesn't pay off. Caleb knew it. As soon as he brought Bastiodon up, he kind of looked at Abhinav, looked at the crowd, knew it was a GG, because his favorite Pokemon is going to give him a 2-1 advantage in these grand finals with just a couple more Smackdowns.
didn't even need to use that Azumarill that he saved. And I think Abhinav, you know, maybe a little bit detached from the end of that game here, doesn't want to see the Bastiodon taking out his Lickitung and potentially just starting to plan out for this game 4.
And there were 3 Pokemon and 2 shields remaining for Caleb at the end of that game. That is extremely rare. And suddenly where Abhinav, I felt like, was so close to winning game number 2, he has now lost all his momentum. Yes, he came in on the winner's side of the bracket, but he lost a winnable game, and now he got beat pretty badly in that game number 3.
And here's that critical moment where he brings the Gligar into the opposing Gligar. Again, remember, he doesn't actually know what's in the back for Caleb, but in this case, conditional on there being a Bastiodon, you can't switch in your Gligar there, because now there's really no way to take it out.
Yeah, and the Bastiodon does secure it, and really, I feel like, puts all the pressure on Abhinav now, because Abhinav, yes, I know even if he loses this series, it is a bracket reset, but you don't want to keep this momentum rolling for Caleb, so you need to make the adjustments. Caleb Payne was making the adjustments from game number 2 to switch the neutral pick from Charge Bug to Bastiodon, which was a very smart pick. Now, I feel like Abhinav is going to throw something new at Caleb, because also he has that room for error.
He does have that room for error, but yeah, let's see how Abhinav decides to switch it up, because whatever is happening right now isn't working. We do see, oh my goodness, Lickitung into a Bastiodon, just how the last game ended.
And 2 Bastiodon counters in the back, so swapping into Whiscash meant by the Poliwrath. Now we need to key in on, will Caleb make the same decision? Is he gonna shield this Mud Bomb? We saw in game number, he does it again. He doubles down, he thinks this strategy is going to work out in the end using the Protect Shield.
I think that turned out pretty well for Abhinav in game 1, because it ended up being that Abhinav needed to land a critical charge attack in the end game, and Caleb didn't have a shield because he used it on this Mud Bomb here. Abhinav actually choosing to shield up this Scald there. Is he thinking that he can maybe switch this matchup?
And he got the attack drop, so I don't think he can switch the matchup now. Gonna throw the Mud Bomb. Maybe you could have won the zeros with double Mud Bomb before the attack drop. That's why Caleb decided to use the Protect Shield here, but there's just no way now. You just don't have the reach. This Mud Bomb doesn't do as much damage. You can let this go if you're Caleb. You can throw the Icy Wind and then probably get a Protect Shield. You have all the momentum in this matchup.
Well, this does seem like it was part of Abhinav's plan to maybe actually, I was going to say bait out the Poliwrath, but looking at Abhinav's team, he's actually pretty much triple weak to this Poliwrath. The good news is, though, he's going to have to rely a lot on this Vigoroth. It's going to have a lot of play against that Bastiodon. It does technically have play against that Shadow. Oh my goodness, getting an energy advantage, but taking a lot of super effective counter damage.
Yeah, that was a lot. Now it's about 65% health, and yes, it can beat Shadow Gligar in the 1 Protect Shield situation, but that's when Vigoroth is at full health. I mean, it's going to be able to land this Body Slam into the Gligar. I think that was charge attack priority. I believe the Aerial Ace did register.
I think it did. Here comes that Aerial Ace. I think Abhinav needs to shield this up. Otherwise, you have no way to get through the Bastiodon. What Abhinav needs to happen is he needs to take out this Gligar. He needs to get enough counter damage off on the Bastiodon for that Lickitung to be able to clean it up.
That's exactly right. You need to keep this Vigoroth around, because it just 5 counters, 6 counters, it might be enough to flip that matchup between Lickitung and Bastiodon, and that's what you need to do in this situation. Swap into the Lickitung and then swap into the Bastiodon, but there's 2 things to look at here. Bastiodon will win this matchup, but my biggest question is how much time on the switch timers will be available once Bastiodon wins this matchup, and I know that must be going through Caleb's head also.
Abhinav did switch just a split second before Caleb did, so I think there's just a couple seconds of delay. Caleb reacted pretty quickly though, but the thing is, how much margin does Bastiodon win this matchup by, right? Because I don't think the switch clock, or sorry, I think the switch clock is going to come up before this matchup ends. Abhinav's going to come in, try to get some counters off, and then try to come out with a Body Slam for the Gligar.
And if you are Caleb, how much do you delay your victory? We've seen this in a matchup before between Onion Frank had a Skarmory against a Gligar. Even though Skarmory beats Gligar, he wanted to lose the matchup because he didn't want to give momentum to the other opponent. The switch timer is actually pretty much up. It looks like Abhinav is just reaching for it and then throws the Power Whip. It looks like it will be available as soon as this Power Whip comes off. If he can sneak in a counter or 2, here comes the Vigoroth. It's unleashed with the counters, but Caleb
sees it coming.
He saw it instantly, and the quick reflex is to throw the Stone Edge and knock out the Vigoroth.
And that really was Abinov's only play to try to take advantage of that desynchronized switch timer to get some energy, maybe come out with energy for this Gligar, but unfortunately, Caleb saw it coming. He already had the energy banked on that Gligar as well. And all of a sudden, Caleb up 3-1. I think that's a Grand Finals reset.
That is a Grand Finals reset. He won this series 3-1 on the loser side. So now Abhinav and Caleb both have one loss in the tournament. That means they replay the Grand Finals, and whoever wins the Grand Finals will be your 2024 Portland Regional Champion.
So much momentum for Caleb here. Just before this, remember, in those losers finals, we saw him climb out of an 0-2 hole to take that 3-2 victory. Here, he was down 0-1, and he's already up 3-1, gotten that reset, and now he's into the Grand Finals.
And here are the replays from that last series, and where I believe Abhinav really had so much momentum going into game 2. He was in a position in game number 2 where he had a Gligar versus Gligar with energy advantage, and then a Lickitung versus Charjabug in the back at shield parity. I think a lot of the time Abhinav wins that game, but he let that game go, and that was the start to a 3-0 from Caleb.
That's right, gave Caleb a lot of momentum here, but you know what, the Grand Finals reset, these players are still sitting on the stage in the same place. Maybe it feels to them like they're just playing another battle, but I think Abhinav really needs to take advantage of maybe a mental reset here. He's lost 3 games straight here, but has the opportunity, you know, just pretend there's a clean slate, pretend those games didn't happen, maybe kind of try to go back to what worked for you in game 1 and almost worked in game 2.
And on the other side, Caleb, who is familiar with this because he has reset a Grand Finals bracket before, I believe, against Ramberto, but he couldn't finish. And that has been a theme for him where he's been in these second place placings and he couldn't quite become the champion. What has he learned from that in the past, and can he use that to take down Abhinav in this Grand Finals? I believe Abhinav has the new meta team right now. He was on the winner's side. He lost 1-3, but he still has a chance, and he has the Azumarill leading against Bastion, and he's actually shaking his head a little bit.
Yeah, these bubbles are super effective, but all of those charge attacks are resistant. It actually goes straight away into the Whiscash. Unlike before, it's actually not met by the Poliwrath, it's met by the Azumarill.
And I'm actually surprised by that swap. Yes, you can lose the Bastion because you have Ice Beam Play Rough, but Bubble does more damage now, and even if you lose, it would be a very soft loss. And how much do you actually need the alignment in the back? You would probably just get, wow, Protect shielding on an Ice Beam.
Oh yeah, I don't know about this. We've seen this before. Whiscash can lose this matchup even using one Protect Shield. See, I thought Abhinov's plan was going to be to put it all on that Vigoroth. I think the reason he swapped is because, yes, Azumarill has a decent but not great matchup into the Bastion, but Vigoroth and Whiscash have a very dominant matchup, right? I thought he was just going to try to put it all on the Vigoroth, but it looks like he's already choosing to invest in this Whiscash, maybe trying to flip switch advantage.
He definitely did invest, and it was actually interesting that Caleb went for that Ice Beam there, and now he's going to be able to throw another Ice Beam because he knows 2 charge attacks is going to be his win condition against the Whiscash. So you don't need to throw the Play Rough. You just want to try to go for double Ice Beam here, and your timer's back up, but you don't really want to swap into anything with Bastion and Gligar in your backline.
But this is actually a little bit different from that lead versus lead matchup. Look at this, Caleb is being forced to shield, but actually I think this Whiscash is very close to a Mud Bomb. It might even be able to outpace the Azumarill and get off a charge attack before this Ice Beam. No, it's not. The Ice Beam comes up first.
And will Azumarill and Caleb win this alignment here? Abhinav is just going for it. He's doubling down. He's trying to take out that Bastion in the back with the Vigoroth. I think he can do it. He just has to get the double Mud Bomb. Here's the first Mud Bomb. And I feel like Caleb's going to let this go or either shield and swap because you can't win the alignment. You just got to let it go. He's got to swap.
He shields, but he has the double already.
He has the double. What does he do? He has to swap somewhere. No, he lets it go. A rare mistake from Caleb there. I don't know if he knew he was at the double, but Abhinav, we thought it was a strange play, but he won swap.
He won switch advantage. Now he's going to get that alignment that he wanted. Vigoroth on Bastion and Azumarill. He doesn't know it yet, but it's going to be seeing a Gligar in the back. And all of a sudden, Whiscash versus Azumarill. Whiscash took that matchup.
Yeah, straight Mud Bomb. That was crazy. And now it's Vigoroth versus Bastion. And yes, they don't know it yet what the backline matchup will be, but this is pretty much a wrap. And suddenly, where Abinov felt like he had no momentum at all, he has it all back here because he's going to comfortably take out this Gligar and take this game number 1 of the grand finals.
It's going to be a slow death, though, because we don't have any charge attack pressure on Abinov's side to take out that Bastion. Remember, this Azumarill only has Ice Beam and Play Rough. Vigoroth only has Body Slam and Rock Slide. So it's really just going to be Fast Moves taking out that Bastion.
Yeah, it's going to be Bubble and Counter finishing up the day for Abinov here, but there's not enough health on the Bastion, and Bastion still has to get through this Azumarill. Yes, you don't have any charge attacks that really threaten, but if Bastion can win this, Bastion is just insane.
Those bubbles are adding up, almost at parity in terms of health with this Azumarill once the bubble lands. But remember, we've still got that Vigoroth in the back on the side of Abinov. I mean, I think what Caleb would need to do here is build up to 2 Stone Edges.
And he threw on charge attack priority, and that's not what Caleb was looking for there. He was trying to land that Stone Edge before to try to land the Stone Edge into the Vigoroth, and now you're just going to be way too low because you can't bank double Stone Edge if you are Bastion. You just don't have the energy capabilities because you cap out at 100 energy. So 1 counter, oh, Rock Slide instead of the extra counter. Rock Slide is going to knock out Caleb Peng, and Abinov has all those momentums back. He is up 1-0 against Caleb Peng.
It looks like Abinov found the recipe. Remember, we saw those games earlier. He played Whiscash into a Azumarill lead, I believe, twice, and lost that game, lost that matchup as well. But all of a sudden here, Whiscash on the safe swap, just up a little bit of energy, was actually able to flip the 2s against Azumarill.
What do you do against the safe swap Whiscash? Because we've seen now the Azumarill lose the 2s, and we've also seen this safe swap Whiscash take shields from Shadow Poliwrath. Those are your best answers from Azumarill and Shadow Poliwrath, and Whiscash is just going through. Maybe that was the secret sauce here for Portland. That was the thing missing from Wadaj's team. Whiscash has been so good for Abinov.
It has been good. I have to wonder if Caleb is going to bring that Poliwrath back just to counter that Whiscash safe swap, which Abinov just employed to great effect.
I mean, we did not expect to win the 2s here, even going straight Ice Beam for Caleb. Caleb wasn't even getting to Play Rough energy, and we're just back in it. And it is going to be game number 2 of the Grand Finals reset. It's going to be Bastion once again versus Shadow Gligar, safe swap into his own Shadow Gligar. There's not a clear answer, so it looks like Abinov is going to stay in, and this time I think he's going to try to capitalize on that 1 wing attack advantage.
That's right, he does get that fantastic lead. Caleb forced to swap, now he's locked in, and now Abinov has chipped and dipped going into his own Lickitung. But actually now he's not going to be able to line up the Lickitung on that Azumarill in the back. Oh, and I think this is a charge attack priority.
If that is a charge attack priority, that's pretty big for Abinov because Caleb is at double aerial ace. So if it is in fact a cap, we're gonna find out if it registered yes. So now Caleb has a tough decision. You can see on his face, does he try to commit to the Gligar? Yeah, you didn't want to waste all that energy.
That's right. That's a great play by Abinov, by the way, throwing on even a losing charge attack priority, which isn't generally a good thing. But if your opponent is doubled up like that, you're actually forcing them to shield or lose that second attack that they have.
And I think you actually get a shield back here because you throw the aerial ace and then you throw the dig, and that dig should either get a knockout or a protect shield. But Abinov cuts it off with the body slam. I love that play from Abinov, and you get both of the protect shields out of Caleb here.
And he does get both protect shields, but remember, Caleb has 2 extremely bulky Pokemon. In general, this is where he would want to invest in protect shields. Abinov actually letting this dig go, all of a sudden giving up switch advantage. But the thing is, he has that double ground core, Butters. He's trapped the Bastion.
Yeah, he's gonna bring in the Azumarill, and then once he sees that Whiscash, there is no way, no shot a Bastion can get through a Whiscash, especially when you have a 2 protect shield advantage.
And here comes that dig on the Azumarill, expecting a swap from Abinov here. Now that the Azumarill is softened, you can just let this Whiscash finish out the game. He's actually up 2 shields as well. He knows these Ice Beams are going to do more than any charge attack from Bastion, and Abinov all of a sudden has the momentum back.
He does. He is close to being up 2-0 in this matchup, in this Grand Finals reset. He has the Whiscash, which, how about double grounds here in Portland? Whiscash Shadow Gligar has been so strong, and especially against a Bastion team, it looks even stronger.
And we saw Caleb before kind of dictating the pace of the matchup, bringing that Bastion in to get into the opponent's head. But I think he's brought it just a little bit too much now. These last couple of games, all it's seen, it's going to see the Wizcash now. And last game also found a disadvantageous matchup against the Vigoroth after giving up switch advantage.
And that Mud Bomb doesn't quite knock out, but you will get the Mud Shot down. You still have one Protect Shield remaining, and you will secure... No! Look at this Azumarill. It still has some fight left in it. Gonna get that last Protect Shield on the Wizcash and go down, but you have all this energy on the Wizcash. You can double Mud Bomb here, no problem. I believe the Gligar even has a little energy as well.
And Abhinav looking very unconcerned by that Ice Beam. Here comes that first Mud Bomb. Actually, doesn't even do half of what Bastion has. Gonna throw after 4 more Mud Shots here on perfect timing there. And then just a couple more Mud Shots. Maybe even just throw that last Mud Bomb as well.
Yeah, 2 more Mud Shots. Throw the Mud Bomb, secure the 2-0 lead. And then he gets it right there. There's the Mud Bomb. There's the knockout. Abhinav is up 2-0 against Caleb Peng and is 1 game away from being your Portland Regional Champion. But Soph, remember, Caleb was in this exact position in the losers finals versus Kobe. He was in an 0-2 hole and he was able to reverse sweep to make it into the grand finals. Can he repeat that magic?
Well, Abhinav is on a roll here. Looks like he has some momentum back. And Caleb, by the way, Caleb has been locking in extremely quickly every single game. He's confident. He knows what he's doing. He's been a competitor time and time again.
Yeah, and this was a play I really liked because that Gligar was really close to the dig there. And if you didn't throw that body slam, you would have to commit a Protect Shield to hold on as a Lickitung. So instead of you using a Protect Shield, you got a Protect Shield from Caleb, and then you had your double ground in the back to just hard counter that Bastion. And if Abhinav is gonna run double ground, I don't think Caleb is best off using Bastion.
It's a great point, Butters. You made it. Well, you made a couple of good points there. First of all, Abhinav managed that awkward switch in very, very well. Like you said, counting perfectly once he brought that Lickitung into Gligar, forcing Caleb to decide whether he wants to shield or just give up the advantage that he thought he could build, right? And second of all, like we said, Abhinav kind of trapping that Bastion with that double grind. We saw earlier a couple of times this Gligar Wizcash core trapping a Registeel, but this time it's found something even more dominant, and that's that Bastion.
Here we are. Abhinav is 1 game away from being the Portland Regional Champion, and he has Wizcash aligned on Bastion. But not only that, he is ABA strong to Bastion, so now he has the Lickitung to counter this Azumarill. But so, where is Bastion gonna go in this game?
It's looking good for Abhinav. Again, he has that double ground core. Bastion has nowhere to go. It doesn't even matter if Abhinav loses switch advantage here, which of course he might not because Lickitung has a very good matchup against the Azumarill. But Abhinav has the alignment he needs. He's going to get that Gligar on the Poliwrath in the back as well.
I mean, calling the body slam bait might be big for Caleb here. If he can somehow get some Protect Shields, his only opportunity here is a Protect Shield advantage with Shadow Poliwrath in the back. I don't know how he's gonna get that, especially since he just used a Protect Shield. I don't know how he's gonna get that advantage with Shadow Poliwrath in the back.
Well, he might be going for alignment here. He might be thinking, look, if it's the double ground core, I have very little play anyways. Azumarill can actually technically, I believe, win the 2-shield situation against Lickitung. Caleb might just be going for alignment here, hoping that Bastion has a target in the back.
And here comes the Power Whip. There's 1 Protect Shield remaining. If Caleb tries to call a body slam, it's gonna be really tough for Caleb here. Does he try to call a body slam? He tries to call the body slam, and it's almost a knockout in Azumarill, so it comes down to fast attacks, and Lickitung wins with the 1-turn fast attack. The no-health Lickitung holds on, and suddenly Abhinav has alignment and shield advantage.
And Abhinav able to get the Gligar on the Poliwrath. He's only behind 1 fast attack, and he has to be feeling good. Caleb going for the catch here. Abhinav doesn't fall for it, brings in that Wizcash, and I think Abhinav knows he is going to take this 3-0 victory.
There was nowhere for Bastion to go. The only place this Bastion can go is back in its Pokeball because there's 2 ground types in the back for Abhinav. The boldness from Caleb Peng to bring the Bastion against this double ground team. Abhinav decided to run ABA ground, and it worked out.
Caleb said he's living or dying by the Bastion, and you have to give him credit. This Bastion got him so far. It made such a difference in a lot of his matchups throughout his run. Unfortunately, not going to be quite able to get it in this grand finals, but you know what? Caleb got very far with this Pokemon that he hasn't brought a lot in the past.
It's been very impressive to see him put the Bastion on the field. It has won him games, but in this scenario, in this meta where you have Gligar and Whiscash being #1 and #2 in usage in the top cut, it might have not been the opportunity, and Abhinav will be your Portland Regional Grand Champion.
Congratulations to Abhinav, first time appearing in the top cut, taking out so many big names, coming in on the winner side of the bracket, fends off Caleb Pang after that grand finals reset.
And it felt like Caleb had all the momentum after that grand finals reset. He was able to win 3 in a row after going down 1 game. And remember, Abhinav was really close to being up 2-0 in that first series. So he dropped that game #2, and then dropped 3 games in a row. But I think you mentioned a little bit of a mental reset, and that really paid off.
Yeah, that series just came back and forth. Like you said, Abhinav had the advantage early on, made a little bit of a misstep game 2, and then it was a little bit downhill from there. But then that grand finals reset, getting that 3-0 victory over Caleb. I think Caleb maybe just pushed the Bastion a little bit too far in this series, but it was working so well for him throughout the day.
It was reminding me of San Antonio, where Registeel was in every lineup for Doombug, and then Arrow would run ABA weak to Registeel. It's like, just run some Registeel counters. And then in this tournament in Portland, you're running double strong, ABA strong against the Bastion. In that situation, unless you perfectly align the Bastion into the Lickitung, it's going to be a really tough time for the Bastion.
Abhinav keeping his cool there, getting the Gligar and the Whiscash to trap the Bastion and getting the Lickitung out of the way. Let's take one more look at these highlights from that grand finals and from this incredible run from Abhinav.
And this was the MVP, it has to be. And specifically, this was the change, right? So, Wadaj ran Defense Form Deoxys in San Antonio. He got far, but not far enough. Abhinav registered that there was one weakness and one change that needed to be made, and it was this Whiscash. And this Whiscash was part of the reason that he won the entire series, specifically right there, winning the 2-shield versus Azumarill.
And this is game 1, I believe, of that second best-of-5 series that they played. Like you said, Whiscash flipping the 2s against Azumarill, allowing this Vigoroth to end up lined up against the Bastion.
I think this is the new team now. This is the new meta team from Abhinav that he's created. He made a different iteration from Wadaj to make this team, and now I think other trainers in the next tournaments are gonna make an iteration of this team. Maybe you do want a Whiscash counter, because I don't know if there's even a Whiscash counter on Abhinav's team, and Whiscash has just been so prominent and ahead of the meta. It was in a meta that didn't have the counters for it yet, so it just really had that opportunity to thrive.
Talking about Pokemon that had the opportunity to thrive, what about that Vigoroth? This was, by the way, there were no meta champ in the entire day 2 set of teams here. Vigoroth actually had a lot of great play. Yes, there were some Poliwraths on these opposing teams, but this is the lowest usage ever for fighters in general, I think.
Yeah, and that is the exact reason it was so strong, because it felt so safe, and also a key reason is it's much better against Shadow Gligar than Shadow Poliwrath is. We didn't see it play out too much in these battles, but the fact that it had more neutral play against Shadow Gligar just gave a lot more options for team compositions.
And here's the end of that game 3. Caleb applauding Abhinav. We saw Abhinav's sigh of relief when he brought that Whiscash into the Bastion. Congratulations once again to Abhinav. What an incredible run. First top 8 going all the way to take that regional title.
And remember, in the past, he had been so close to those top cuts. I believe he competed in Indianapolis, the North American International Championships, and then the Open India qualifier as well, getting 9th place in that. And then now in 2024, the year of Abhinav, because he is your Portland Regional Champion. But also, congratulations to Caleb Pang. He has only competed in 4 tournaments now, and he has a 75% chance of winning 2nd place. That is very impressive.
Well, let's take one more look at these final standings. There were so many impressive trainers at this tournament. Of course, we've got Abhinav at the top there, the regional champion. We've got Caleb Pang and another 2nd place finish. But look at a lot of these other big names. We've got Onion Frank, it's Axon, Ramberto. But one of the huge stories of this tournament was, I think, a lot of these trainers kind of coming up on the scene. Like you said, 2024, it's a new year. Look at Kobe up there in that 3rd place spot.
Yeah, Kobe able to take a higher placing than all of these legends. It's Axon, the world champion, #1 seed in this tournament. Onion Frank, the #2 seed in this tournament. Bopper, the runner-up in Sacramento. Even Leo Gio, that is another trainer that's been on the edge of Top Cut, finally made his first Top Cut here in Portland. And of course, Ramberto, another previous regional champion, and #3, Kobe, taking out big names, and you can do it too. If you're a trainer out there, Kobe was 47th in Portland last season. Now he is 3rd place in Portland this season. It is just amazing to see these new trainers come into the scene and do so well, and I believe you at home can do it too.
Absolutely. This game is all about creating friendships, creating community, and I think that's really the best way to get better. You watch these regional championships, you take inspiration from these top players, you take inspiration from your friends, you go home, you talk to them, you scrim, and you get better and better together.
Let's take a look at the event winners right now. This is going to be Abanov, of course. We just saw on stage winning the championship here. And then Caleb Pang, 2nd place, a placement he's kind of used to at this point. He said he'd be happy with it. I don't believe him, but that's what he said. And of course, Kobe, the trainer who knocked out or took down Rubik's Master, Beach, Bopper, took Abanov to a best-of-5. I believe he was up 2-1 against Abanov, and Abanov came back in that series and then even was up 2-0 against Caleb Pang. So a really impressive run by Kobe Coupland.
Impressive run indeed. I'm sure we'll have a lot of Kobe in the future to look forward to, but once again, congratulations to Caleb and Abinov. You know, Caleb has to be proud of himself. Remember, he came in to this day 2 on the loser side of the bracket, dropped early to Rubik's Master, had to win, I think, 5 or 6 in a row to be in that grand finals, ended up resetting the grand finals, got incredibly close, but Abinov was able to persevere.
Yeah, and had to. Yesterday, he lost the Rubik's Master, had to have that rematch here today, and it was really cool to see at the beginning. We had 4 losers finals to get those top cuts into day #2, and all 4 of them were rematches, and 2 of them were with the top 2 seeds in the bracket, and of course Caleb Pang and Ramberto as well. So it was a cool wrinkle in Sacramento, and really 2024 is off to a brilliant start.
It's off to a brilliant start. We have so many star trainers here today, and let's take a look at them. I think we've got Home Slice Henry on the stage, ready to welcome all of these top trainers with awards.
Thank you so much, Butters and Soap. We are here on the main stage for the 2024 Pokemon Go Portland Regional Championships Awards ceremony. We had many amazing trainers compete here in these games. And of course, we have our top 3. So first off, finishing in 3rd place, the Oregon native himself, one of his first ever tournaments. Give a big round of applause, everyone, for Kobe Coupland. Great stuff.
Thank you.
All right, Kobe, as we had mentioned, you had previously competed in Portland in 2023, had done okay, but I think you've got to admit, 2024 went far and beyond expectations here. Absolutely amazing stuff.
Oh yeah, definitely. No, I'm super proud of my performance. You know, put in a little bit of work in the off season, and it paid off. You know, it's really nice to make as good of a run as I did, for sure.
Absolutely, and that is a big lesson here as well, is for the people who are in the crowd here or even watching this as it's broadcasted live, you too can put in the work and improve, and you could even end up on a stage getting a medal like Kobe here in his home state of Oregon. One last question for you, Kobe. It was a pretty interesting team that you had run. What would you say was your MVP in this tournament?
It didn't show up as much in the last couple games, but Mandibuzz by far was probably my strongest pick. It was just super good in a lot of neutral matchups. And yeah, I mean, my first 2 or 3 games I played in, it almost individually won games. So Mandibuzz is for sure my MVP.
Amazing stuff. Bringing a bit more of an anti-meta flyer, having great success with it again. Big round of applause for Kobe. 3rd place here in his home state in Portland, Oregon. Congratulations. And up next, the man, the myth, the Bastiodon lover himself. We have the one and only Caleb Pang in 2nd place here at Portland, Oregon. Let's hear it. Congratulations. So Caleb, this is becoming a bit of a habit for you here. Obviously, you have the casting, but Bastion, top cuts. We don't really see anyone else running it. What is it about Bastion that is inspiring you to run it so frequently?
I mean, it's just really good. I don't know what else to say. You know, half the times, like half or more of the team is weak to it, so you just need to know how to position some of those matchups. Obviously, as you saw in the grand finals in the bracket reset, it doesn't always perform up to par, but I'm pretty happy I brought it still.
And absolutely, getting second place now, being able to make it to a finals 3 times in a row, as you mentioned, that is something that not a lot of trainers do, that consistency there. What's one thing that you would say has helped you over the course as metas progress, as years go by, keeping that consistency in the high level of your gameplay?
Honestly, I think it's just perseverance, right, and not giving up. There's definitely a lot of times you have bad leads, bad counter swaps, and you just gotta fight through, or you go to a loser's bracket early, you just gotta power through, right? I had little nightmares about Rubik's Master yesterday, but able to find the win, just go a little further from that too.
Great stuff from Caleb Peng, and again, congratulations here. Top 2 at Portland. Big round of applause here for Caleb Peng. And of course, there would not be a regional championship without a winner. First place here at Portland, Oregon, we have Abhinav. Congratulations, amazing run. So Abhinav, I believe we had mentioned before that this was your first top cut in a regional, and you just won the whole thing. So how do you handle the nerves getting to that top cut and just pushing through, persevering, Scald debuff or not, and proving that at the end of the day, skill can triumph here over luck?
Yeah, it was definitely a lot of nerves. I tried to stay calm. I think the one time the nerves got to me was in the first set of the grand finals, where I didn't play the best after the first game. But if I might say one thing off topic, I haven't done a lot of play Pokemon. I was in India, but I did do a lot of Sylph before this was a thing. And any kind of a Pokemon experience, even if it isn't play Pokemon, is really helpful. It really builds your skill set. So anyone out there watching, just load up the game and start playing. I think it helps.
Practice makes perfect, absolutely. And I do want to talk you through, as you mentioned in that first set, Set 1, game number 1. Loading into the grand finals here, seeing Charjabug into the Bastion, but fighting back against all odds and avoiding the catch there. Kind of talk me through the thought process there as you try and fight back from near impossible odds in that game.
Yeah, I kept watching Caleb's games before, and he kept leading Bastion, and I told myself, don't be weak to Bastion lead, but I did it anyway. and then I was like, okay, either I'm going to lose this game, or it's going to be the most epic win of all time. So I was just going for it, and I think I predicted the catch, and I was like, even if he doesn't catch and I don't throw, I'll save the move and exit out anyway. But it all kind of worked out. I think I got kind of lucky at the end, but yeah, it worked out.
Well, one thing that I do want to emphasize in that game as well was the end game mechanics. Is when the Bastion was brought back into the Charjabug, the decision to throw 2 Volt switches there, 8 turns compared to the 9th turn of that SmackDown ending, allowing you to reach those back-to-back discharges and put it into dig range there. If you can tell us a little bit on what your practice in terms of mechanics, charge move timing, and how it helped along the way here with helping you become the regional champion here in Portland.
I mean, yeah, the funny thing is, 2-3 years ago, I was not the best at move timing, and like, move timing is something that's big in the Indian community, and they would like rag on me for it all the time. Like, oh, Abhinav let through another move again. But yeah, it's something I've practiced a lot. I think it's a really crucial part of the game. And in that moment, I knew that I needed 2 discharges. I can go back and check, but I think Bastion would have lived a dig plus a discharge. So I was like, the only win condition is 2 Volt switches, survive 3 SmackDowns, back-to-back discharge, and it all happened thanks to move timing. So yeah.
Amazing stuff. And finally here, I imagine there will be quite a few people across the world here in the arena and across the world watching from a lot of places, and as well India, as you mentioned, inspired by your gameplay here today. If you could say something to those trainers that you've inspired by your run to help urge them on to pick up Pokemon Go and start battling, what would that be?
That's a really tough question. All I would say is I joined the game late. I started playing like maybe 2-3 years after everyone else. There was a time when I had no Stardust. I had only like, my Azumarill was like 15, 15, 15, which is awful IVs. But practice makes perfect, like you said. Slowly got better at the game. Played a lot of friends, locals, and yeah, the outcome is this, and I'm here on top of the world, feeling amazing. So just keep at it, I guess.
Absolutely amazing stuff. And with this win, Abhinav has qualified for the World Championships in Hawaii later this year, adding his name to the echelon, to the record books here of the vaunted trainers so far this season who have gotten to qualify for Worlds. So again, a big round of applause for your 2024 regional champion for Portland, Abhinav.
You're a great commentator, dude.
Absolutely amazing stuff. And I believe to finish us out today, we have some of my amazing co-hosts here joining us in the lounge to help close out what has been a truly memorable and just utterly fantastic regional championship here from Portland. So thank you so much here for tuning in with us. And we've got some amazing people in the lounge to help close us out.
All right, thank you so much for that awards ceremony, Henry. A great event for him, but an even greater event for Abhinav. It can't be said enough. Congratulations again on your victory. Any thoughts right now coming from you, Butters?
You know, there's so many big picture thoughts I have to, I think Abhinav probably set the meta with his new team. I think Wizcash is now so prominent in the meta. The next meta will have a lot of Wizcash counters. But my biggest takeaway is 2024 is off to an amazing start. That was so much fun in Portland.
And what about you, Sophia?
I think similar thoughts to Butters. I really like that team that Abhinav brought. Like we said, making that adjustment from Wadaj's team, which did pretty well in San Antonio, but wasn't quite enough to push it forward. And Abhinav got it there, has the championship team, also pushed a lot through with his resilience there, right? After that Grand Finals reset, it was looking really rough, but then came back with a 3-0 victory. So I guess he wasn't shaken at all.
And speaking of resilience, let's take a look at the resilience of our players who came in through the losers side of the bracket. Looking at Caleb versus Onion Frank, he made it all the way through 2-1 against Leo Gio 2-0, beating his friend Ramberto 2-1, a very close set, and then able to win in the losers finals 3-2 over the Cinderella story of Kobe.
Just look at that bottom of the losers bracket. Ramberto, Itzax, and Caleb playing Onion Frank. That is just absolutely ridiculous. And Caleb was the winner on that loser side. But on the winner's side, the story was Abhinav. He was able to take out Leo Gio, of course, and then Kobe actually pushed him to the limit in that winner's finals, but he was barely able to hang on to, of course, make it to those grand finals.
And we had a lot of big names in this tournament, but Abhinav, of course, in his first top 8 appearance ever, was able to take out Caleb. That was an incredible series, of course, going to the second reset in the grand finals, but really, Abhinav, again, congratulations on an incredible tournament run.
And we talk so much about the meta and how it's changed. Let's take a look at the top 12 usage for day 1 and day 2. Up on screen is day 2, and it's going to be Wishcash. I think maybe a bit of a surprise for everyone. Up at 75% used on so many different teams here.
You know, I think if you combine the Gligar usage as well, it would be slightly above Wizcash, but it's Ground's year. 2024, the year of the Ground, because Gligar and Wizcash are pretty much going to be number 1 and 2 in usage in this day number 2.
And it's not just about those base usage rates. Thinking about those conversion rates from that day 1 usage, Gligar and Wizcash were, of course, some of the most used Pokemon, but getting way above 50% usage here. That's incredible. Of course, Vigoroth as well, not making the top 12 usage on day 1. But here it is. Look at that caster prediction. Butters has it as his very first pick, and there it was, making a huge appearance in day 2, including on that championship team.
Yeah, Vigoroth is just so much safer than Shadow Poliwrath, especially in that Shadow Gligar matchup. That's why I thought Vigoroth could be strong in this tournament. Even though that matchup didn't play out a ton of times, I feel like Vigoroth was consistent overall.
And Skeletor not really making the same impact as it did in San Antonio. However, we did see a little bit of play from that Shadow Latios. It didn't make it all the way to day 2, but No one is going to forget from here on out the impact of Luster Purge. So much neutral damage into that Lickitung, one of the bulkiest Pokemon in the Open Great League.
Well, Phoebe, to your point, it's because Dunebug won with Skeledirge and Registeel, and Registeel looked incredibly strong in that Grand Finals matchup against Arrow. That's probably why you saw the influx of the ground types, right? You see the Shadow Gligar, you see the rise of Whiscash to counter those picks like the Registeel and the Skeledirge.
I think another thing about the rise of the ground types as well is we see that drop in the use of counter users, right? A lot less Medicham, a lot less Poliwrath, and those ground types are kind of serving as these alternative counters to those steel types like Registeel.
And you don't see the ground type that does really well against the fighters, aka Clodsire, because it loses to the other ground types. It's the ground type that loses to ground types, kind of like the counter user that loses to other counter users of Vigoroth.
Yeah, and it's going to be a battle between Gligar and Whiscash, which will be the ground type of choice the rest of this iteration of the Timeless Travel season, in my opinion.
I don't even know if it has to be a contest between Gligar and Whiscash, because we saw that core play out so much, right? They actually cover each other quite well. Ground type, remember, one of the best offensive types in the game, does super effective damage to a lot of different types of Pokemon, and Gligar really covers that grass weakness that Whiscash has.
And as we're wrapping up things here in Portland, let's take a look to the future. The roadmap from here all the way to Honolulu. After Portland, it's going to be Charlotte, Knoxville, Vancouver, to EUIC in London.
With all these events coming up, I just want to take a moment to say I was really inspired by Kobe Coupland's performance here. A trainer that hasn't competed much in the past did so well here today, and I hope you were inspired at home too. You should come join us. You will not regret it, and win or lose, it's going to be an amazing experience, and you might just be the next Kobe Coupland.
And the next two events are going to be Charlotte for NA and Liverpool in EU. For EU in Liverpool, it's going to be January 27th, so make sure to tune out to those events because you don't want to miss out on any opportunity to get championship points or even become Abhinav yourself and take it all and get your automatic invite to Worlds.
It's going to be an action-packed January. We're starting off 2024, but don't forget, if you can't make it out to these regional tournaments, it's still good to get a lot of practice. You can go to those local tournaments, get in some practice before you come to these bigger events.
Try out your Whiscash counters. I think you're going to need them.
And if you can't make it to events, you can also participate on social media. Make sure to use the hashtag #PlayPokemon @PlayPokemon on X, as well as following the action on YouTube, as well as Facebook and Instagram. We love hearing from you. We love seeing those pictures of you watching the battles or maybe playing some Pokemon Go events yourself while watching at the same time. I know I have a few friends who are doing that.
Yeah, there's so much more to look forward to in this season. I can't see what Europe does next, and I can't wait to see what is next for North America. A lot's going to change, and even you at home, you have a chance to win it all or place high like Kobe Coupland.
Yeah, it's going to be a great season. We still have a lot of events, not only in January, but for the rest of the season. But don't forget, all roads do lead to Honolulu, and we had an extra person qualify to the World Championships again. Again, congratulations to Abhinav. So many trainers are now qualified to Honolulu, and it's going to be a great rest of the season.
So that's going to be it from us here in Portland, Oregon. Can't wait to see all the rest of the action unravel. We'll see you next time.